What's going on, guys? Welcome back to the Gathering Hall, episode number 320, discussion hall number 4. We are going to be discussing and reacting to Chris Chan.
Typically I am, because I have no idea who this is.
Brandon has never heard of Chris Chan.
I live under a rock, which is a blessing and a curse.
So this is Brandon's first time ever hearing about this guy.
To my knowledge.
So it's going to be very interesting. Also, Max, hello. Welcome to the stream, my dude. Good to have you here, as always.
Also, who's this YouTube that we're... like, what's his name?
Ah, right. So, in the description below, guys, there is a link to GamerFromMars. He is the one that made this documentary, for lack of a better word, about Chris Chan. This is a long one. We're going to be at this for pretty much all day, about 3 hours. But we're going to get into this, I guess. Never thought you'd see this on the Gathering Hall. Well, it's appropriate for the discussion hall, which is, you know, the different segment for discussions like this. That's why I made the discussion hall stuff.
So we could just discuss things and have a good time without playing games.
Put my St. Pat's Day beanie on because it's March, and we're going to get ready. You ready, Brandon?
Oh yeah.
Oh, here we go. Oh, shut up, Gathering Hall theme.
The pre-existing game, it's the same game, but yeah, essentially we're playing a start card in this area. I'm gonna play my house.
Can you hear it okay?
The start card is essentially the author or centerpiece of the whole fan fiction. Twilight Sparkle is Equestria's most prolific and horrific fanfic author. She ships herself, her friends, and her
Is that
fans
Chris Chan?
together regardless
Yes.
of relation
Okay,
or
I gotta learn the
race or
characters and the
harmonious
lores.
Asian coat color combination. In order to
I can
help
turn it
us
up just a bit.
Twilight stream of writing the perfect fanfics, you take turns at spending
Here, I got an idea.
the shipping grid, joining new ponies with ship cards. If you are first to make one of Twilight's narrative goals a reality, you earn the points for that goal. Of course, you also earn the shame of enabling Twilight's horrible penchant of shipping her friends, but nobody's perfect. Goals that we want to achieve on the shipping grid, which in this case we start off with fulfilling a prophecy. We ship any sign ship with the prime keyword with Chris Chan
Boom.
or Steve Chan. We get 3 unicorn ships on the grid.
I'm really confused on what I'm supposed to be learning.
You currently are learning about Chris's
What kind of
Proclivities?
her card game that she made, dude.
Because it sounds like a lot of fanfiction.
3 ships.
Of course it is.
That's their starting hand.
We're gonna drop the
Each
opacity
player
of the
plays
chat
at least
down
one
for
card from your
the
hand
time
at
being.
the end of the turn. All pony cards closely shipped As in,
So, am I
attach the
to
ship card,
assume
and
that
that
she
keyword
tried to create her
swap
own
either
My Little Pony card game?
That is
or
exactly
text.
what you're learning right now,
And all
Brandon.
card ship with that one cannot be discarded from the bridge.
I'm offended.
Everybody needs to basically hard. Yeah, I told you it gets crazy.
Sonichu lore, dude. Brandon doesn't even know Sonichu. Oh, Brandon.
The Sonic Chew character, which he created in high school, Chris began to expand his fictional world, added new characters, and got to work making a comic to tell their stories. And in March of
So, I am
2005,
to believe that he is just a big fanfic writer so far.
There's way.
Oh, I know it goes deeper,
no, I
but
mean, like, no, there's more to just that. Just the character, Brandon. We'll get there. We're gonna get into it.
because Sonichu is obviously a mix between Sonic and Pikachu.
Clearly, I mean, that's the joke.
Is he like gonna want to have sex with the animals or something? Is that
Oh,
what I'm going
Brandon,
to?
it goes so much worse than you could ever imagine. And honestly, so I do need to say that
This is
mental
probably going to-
illness is a serious thing and needs to be treated properly. That was the biggest issue with Chris, is that he was clearly he was autistic, right? He's on the spectrum, and his parents were very, very, very against any kind of mental help for him. So that needs to be said. If he would have been given the proper treatment and attention that he required, this story could have gone completely differently. But unfortunately, it went the way it did. So
Also, there's no echo or anything, right? We're all good on that front because we had some echo yesterday. But I don't know what to say about any warnings or anything. I have no idea what we're even talking about, so.
Yeah, that's what I just wanted to bring that up because it's important. Anyways,
Oh yeah, mental health awareness is important.
for sure.
I agree.
You ready?
Yeah.
Number 0 was released onto Chris's website, with the now iconic cover of Christian telling his creation to go out and zap to the extreme. It also boasted that the publication was hand-drawn, a fact that Chris
So to be honest, dude, they don't look terrible,
I was
right?
gonna say, artwork's not the worst I've seen.
Like, it's definitely not the best, but like the actual quality, like it looks like he literally built books. So that's pretty cool.
Also, thank you for answering that, Max. I appreciate it.
Max, you are the realist. You're the best, dude. Thanks.
Okay, let's continue.
clearly took great pride in. This is because while most webcomics are drawn digitally using a tablet, Chris did not have access to that sort of equipment, forcing him to draw on printer paper with pencils and markers. The art in Sonic Chew was crude and amateurish, which of course became one of its most defining features over time. On top of that,
Still draws hands better than I can.
Draws better than I can.
I can draw, dude.
I can-
But I hate drawing hands.
I can outclass anyone in stick figures.
Dude, I used to draw some dope stick figures.
Oh, I know. What was it? Space Ring or something like
Yeah,
that?
dude. It was about black holes and time travel.
And giant snakes, where I got my name, I
Yeah,
remember
that's where
correctly.
Brandon got his online handle. One of the characters in there, his name was King Kemula.
I think it was Kemula and I added King.
No, he was the king. He was the king of the
Okay, that's
aliens. Anyways, yeah.
there were frequent spelling
a
Nice
little
little-
lore there for you.
Little backstory for you guys. Isn't that
Sonic
special?
Chew did not tell one story per issue. Instead, each installment was broken up into several smaller tales, referred to as episodes. Episode 1, titled Sonic Chew's Origin, explained how the titular character came to be. As the story went, while fighting the monster Perfect Chaos, Sonic the Hedgehog collided with a nearby Pikachu that was watching the battle, transforming it into Sonic Chew. Meanwhile, a beam of rainbow energy hit a Raichu 15 miles away, causing it to evolve into a new form. The Raichu's trainer, a girl named Kel, stated that her Pokemon looked as beautiful as a rose, leading her to choose the name Rosechew. This episode was one of the earliest
Hold on,
examples-
pause it.
No, Brandon,
no,
Brandon,
no,
don't try to make sense of it. It'll just cause you pain.
I need to. So this is obviously Amy Rose, right?
No, this is Amy Chew, Brandon. Or Amy.
No, it's
Amy
Rose Chew.
Rose True. That's right, Rose Chew. Sorry.
Which is clearly, since he's combining Pokemon and Sonic, this is clearly supposed to be Amy Rose. It's a similar design and everything.
Brandon,
So you're
darker shade of pink for one,
you're telling me
and I see a blue stripe on the dress, dude.
you're telling me that Sonic turned into Sonic Chew by basically colliding so hard with a Pikachu that their atoms fused.
They became one.
Yes. But Rose Chew was just hit with a rainbow.
This is a powerful rainbow, homie. You don't understand.
Where does the Amy come from? And anyways, okay, continue. I just thought I'd point that out. I'm gonna point out a lot of a lot of things.
Brandon,
It's how I
you have
am.
no idea how far we're only 3 minutes into this video, dude.
It's how I am.
Examples of Chris's poor understanding of copyright law. Despite him having created the Sonic Chew character to claim parody, he still tied his backstory in with intellectual property that he did not own. However, this did not stop Chris from putting his own copyright notice on the comic. At the end of episode 1, Chris took readers on a small tour through his fictional town of Quickville, of which he was the mayor, and introduced them to the cast of characters they would be meeting in future issues. At the very end of this section, Chris introduced himself, where he included the uniquely Chris Chan line, "I am also single, lonely, and I need a girlfriend." Episode 2 was an adaptation of Chris's old story, Genesis of the Love Hogs, telling the tale of Sonic Chew and Rose Chew.
I mean,
Why would you, obviously, Brandon, but why would you ever, put that in your About Me section?
just if you want to get it out there, you
Yes.
think you're gonna be a famous publisher.
That there is
throw
an
it.
ice, that is an icebreaker, Brandon. That's what you don't understand. That is how you break the ice. You walk up to a girl and you say, "I'm sad, lonely, and need a girlfriend."
No, I'm overweight. I'm
Boom.
sad. I'm lonely.
There
I
you
don't know
go.
what to do with myself. Please date me.
Love me, nobody does.
Anyways,
Meeting each other and falling in love. Episode 3 was titled
That kiss
Sonic
scared
Chew
me.
versus Nate Cirque, and introduced a new villain for the story, which is Christian's name spelled backwards. He was the son of Giovanni, the
Wait.
leader of
Christian's name spelled backwards. How do you even pronounce that?
Didn't you hear it?
No.
He pronounced it.
Sonic Chew and Rose Chew meeting each
hate that
other
kiss.
and falling in love. Episode 3 was titled Sonic Chew versus Nate Cirque, and introduced
Nate
a new
Cirque?
villain for
So speaking of names backwards, Brandon, do you know what your name backwards is?
That's Brandon. So
Nod Narb.
Nodnarb.
Your name back. I'm Wet Ham backwards. At least I'm not fucking Nod Narb.
I think I choose Nodnarb over Wet Ham. So I guess we both got the better end of the deal.
Darcy's name backwards is Yisrad.
Yeastrad?
Yisrad. She sounds
Yeastrad.
like
She sounds German.
Middle Eastern or something. I don't know, dude. But yeah.
Anyways.
Nod Narb.
Why did that? How do you know that?
I don't know, dude. I don't remember.
Anyways, just continue.
for the story, which is Christian's name spelled backwards. He was the son of Giovanni. the
I will
leader of
forget that
Giovanni
name.
from
Already
Pokemon.
have.
I did too.
Because being what he felt was the complete
I got
opposite
Nod
of
Narb
himself,
stuck in my head.
evil and flamboyantly gay. The epilogue of this first issue shows Chris lamenting over the continued failure of his love quest and driving back to the Fashion Square Mall to continue his search for a sweetheart. Strangely, in this encounter, Sonic Chew referred to Chris as his father. Chris also provided the readers with a few short Sonic Chew strips he had drawn before beginning work on the comic proper. These really didn't amount to anything important, but they are notable for being the first appearance of a new villain known as Mary Lee Walsh, who you might remember as the Dean of Student Affairs at Piedmont, Virginia Community
Oh, yeah.
College. The
Very
fictional
common
Mary
knowledge.
Walsh's Chris from completing
I
his
think there
level
might have been an
quest,
editing error.
showing how her
Like this was supposed to come later in the video.
really forbade Chris from
But
carrying his attraction sign
when
around the campus.
when Gamer from Mars, I think is his name Art?
Devil horns
I have no idea. I've never heard of this guy before.
I don't
So.
know. We're gonna call him Art because that sounds right. Might not be.
As you can probably
But yeah, so Art sat down to edit this video, right? And then he was like, "Oh my god, I forgot the order this goes in, and it doesn't make any sense. Nobody's gonna notice. because none of it makes sense anyways, and it's all contradictory, so it doesn't matter.
Who you may remember is it's like whatever you said. Yeah, common knowledge. I knew that. I know every single counselor.
Amy Lee
and every
Walsh,
sing-
Brandon. You remember she was the dean or head of the school or whatever?
Yeah, I know every single dean, every single principal,
right.
every
Mary Lee
school.
Walsh, bro.
It's so common.
Tell, Chris often incorporated his real-life struggles into his work.
It's a terrible idea.
I think it happens quite often, just not as blatant.
Hanging around the mall, listening to music on his Nintendo DS, and express.
I mean, come on.
This love quest makes me suffer some frustration.
And the other thing, dude, I wish I had access to these comics. I would 100% spend like the entire day reading through them with you.
I think I don't want to be mean, so yeah, just continue.
You don't want to be mean.
I want to be mean,
Okay.
knowing that, especially that he has.
Okay, so yes, he does, but he also still knows right from wrong. And the way this ended was
Definitely wrong.
you're never gonna see it coming, dude.
Oh, probably not.
It is so fucked.
Again, remember something we always say is if you can think of something crazy or stupid or just like
outlandish.
somebody has done it and then gone past it. So
Expressing his frustration over the fact that all the women he wanted to date were already in relationships. As he pondered his unfortunate reality, Chris was approached by a jerk-op who berated him for his loneliness.
Jerk-op.
The security guard then brought in reinforcements
jerk-op?
to handcuff him, but our hero was able to escape by transforming into his new form known as Chris Chan Sonic Chew, using his
Wait. So did Chris turn into a Sonic Chew?
Yes, Brandon.
So
Chris turned into Blue Sonichu.
is that why Sonic Chew calls him Pops? Did he birth the Pikachu or the Sonic? Because we know that one already had to have existed.
Brandon, just don't think about it.
Or did he birth both of them? Is it like X gene is Sonic, Y gene is Pikachu?
You're thinking way too hard, bro.
Then he would be in a relationship.
Brandon, we are only 6 minutes into
I
this
can't
3-hour
help it.
video.
I can't help it.
This appears to be the first ever use of his now famous moniker, Chris Chan. As Mr. Chandler began writing his comic, so too did he continue his love quest at the Fashion Square Mall. Now under the supervision of his parents, following prior confrontations,
Ugh.
he would
No.
spend hours pacing around carrying his attraction sign, hoping a girl would approach him.
Pause it real
Eventually,
quick.
Chris
I just got one quick question. What the fuck's an attraction sign?
Oh, you're gonna see one,
Oh,
Brandon.
do I get to see an attraction sign?
I've seen this video like 6 times.
I can't wait to learn what an attraction sign is.
You ready?
Yeah.
would attract the attention of women, though probably not the kind of attention he was hoping for. The first of these ladies was a 19-year-old named Anna McLaren,
Don't show
who
just a
detailed
picture
her
like that.
experience with Chris in a blog post titled "The Tale of the Crazy Pacer." According to her,
The tale of the crazy
Once
pacer.
upon a time, there was a guy who paced in front of
Abercrombie.
Abercrombie and Fitch, and he'd come and do it for hours on end, just walking back and forth. He was an okay-looking guy, not evil, looking like creepy molester dude. I don't think there's like a stereotype for creepy molester dude.
Oh, Brandon, you could just tell with some guys. They
Oh,
they
yeah,
got that scummy look about
yeah,
them.
but sometimes it's like the really handsome or beautiful people that are the psychos.
Everybody's a little bit of a psycho.
In this day and age,
you
yeah.
would often see a 20-some-year-old autistic man making his rounds while she was at work, and he would occasionally glance.
Of course, he looked in and we all waved at him. He looked kind of bewildered and sort of scared at first, but quickly caught on and waved back. Then he went back to his pacing, but he was looking into PacSun with greater frequency now. And anytime anyone would make an eye contact with him, he'd wave. See, his parents failed him.
Yeah, because right here is a definite point towards like
He just doesn't understand
he doesn't, yeah.
socializing. And that's on his parents, man.
Mhm.
They had every opportunity to get the help for him that he needed.
Okay,
glanced
continue.
through the window of the store to look at her along with fellow female employees. On a dare, Anna began to wave at Chris as he walked by, which quickly escalated when he entered the store to talk to her. He attempted to flirt.
Okay,
and she
so he
responded
continued to
as
do he continued, do angels have names? I found out later that he meant to say, do angels like you have names? Poor guy was so nervous he didn't get it right. Probably, I said, but I don't know. Well, what's your name? He asked. Sorry, I don't go for pickup lines, I replied, kind of laughing. His face kind of fell and I felt sorry for him, but he pressed on. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to insult you. I was just asking your name. So what is your name?
lightly as she could before the conversation ended with Chris giving Anna his email address. Despite the circumstances of how they met,
Oh no,
So
no,
Christian came back and handed me a
dude.
card with a crudely drawn
Ugh.
Sonic the Hedgehog and some other yellow Sonic-looking creature on it, along with Christian's name, email address, and website. It was a homemade business card. That's my email address, and you can just email me sometime, okay?
That's romantic right there.
As soon as like, I'm sorry, but if someone was like, "I dare you to continue waving like at him," I probably would have not accepted because that can lead to a lot of
She
misunderstandings.
probably didn't even lose a bet, dude. She probably just waved because, she's a
Well,
nice
she
person.
said they said specifically on a dare to
Yeah.
like every time they cross paths to wave.
Yeah, fair
the
enough.
teenager would go on to become one of Chris's longest-running real-life acquaintances after this encounter. The second of Chris's love quest triumphs was a young woman named Hannah in March of 2005. While he was taking a break from his search for a boyfriend-free girl, she reportedly
Boyfriend-free girl.
on a date. This made the autistic man ecstatic, believing that his years of carrying an attraction sign had finally paid off. Of course, he had to tell everybody he knew about this exciting development, and that
Sonic
included
feet,
his new friend
right?
Anna McLaren. However, she knew something Chris didn't. Hannah had no intention of dating him and had merely asked him out as a prank. Chris was shocked by this revelation and immediately went to confirm it with Hannah. Upon admitting to what she had done, Chris
By the way, I can't
was
really see chat unless it's paused, so that is something because the white background with it being so faded.
Yeah, you want me to make it more solid?
Yeah, just so I can see chat.
Just so you can see chat. I'm sorry, chat. Brandon can't see you at the moment. My
I can see
bad,
it
dude.
now. Like right now, I can see it just fine.
Hold on, guys. I got this. Boom. Is that better?
And I always think that is some of the cruelest things you can do.
What they're doing to him right now?
Yes.
Absolutely, dude.
Every time I see this in any type of fiction or writing or anything, I immediately have no respect for the people who do this kind of stuff, especially to people like Chris.
Yeah, it's terrible.
It's like even if they're not like just somebody who is so socially awkward and stuff and has low self-esteem, for you to do this, get their hopes up, and then reveal it's a prank later, is some of the most soul-crushing, horrible things people can do.
You are deplorable as a human being and should be ashamed of your existence.
Anyways, let's continue.
was devastated and loudly yelled, "No!" in the middle of the mall. This disturbance earned
Dude, I want Brandon. So, you, my guy,
Okay.
I want you to try to tell me who is doing the voice for Chris
I
in this.
would not be able to tell you.
You know who it is? I mean, you know the person. I know you do. So you might actually.
No, I am terrible with names, and from that, no, I can tell you right now, I don't know.
All right. Well, if you don't get it by the end of part 1, I'll tell you.
Okay.
Chris yet another temporary ban. These events were retold in his Sonic 2 comic, The Rise and Fall of My Heart. In this version, Anna's role was replaced by Rose Chew, and perhaps more notably, Chris's emotional state was visually portrayed
Hold
by
up.
heart level.
So is he dating Rose Chew?
I'm guessing that's what the story ended up being. Don't think about it.
It begins with him at 20%, but when Hannah asks him out, it skyrockets all the way up to 100%. However, when her cruel trick is revealed, it plummets back down to 15. Throughout many Sonic 2 issues, Chris had drawn ads to replicate the look of a real publication. The most notable of these was the ad for Axe body spray and
That can get you in some big trouble too.
Secret about his love for the product, likely buying into its ad campaign that showed its wearers being irresistible.
Dude, Axe fucking stinks.
I hate commercials like that. Like the shampoo commercials that just like
It's like softcore porn, and it's like,
basically
oh,
they don't even use the soap or
Oh,
anything. It's just
yeah.
like at the very end they just like slide it across the table.
right. It's like drops of water stuck to it,
I
lit from
hate-
the back.
I
Yeah.
hate cosmetic commercials so
The-
much.
Old Spice did some pretty funny ones though, with
Anyways,
Terry Crews.
I don't remember.
Accessible to women. Chris states that Axe makes him feel quote-unquote scently delicious and confident. However, the main concern is found in Sonic and Rosechu's conversation near the bottom of the page.
Wait, no.
No, my sweetheart,
heartstrings.
I use the Orion scent. Wow, sweet bolt, you smell great. Did you bathe? Then may I?
Wait, hold up. So,
What?
hold up. Because this line of talking doesn't make sense either, because it sounds like it sounds like the way this should be written is, "Wow, sweet bolt, you smell great. Did you bathe? No, my sweetheart, my heart sweet. I used the Orion scent. Then may I orbit your belt?" Which I don't even know what that means, but I think that's how it's supposed to be written.
I think so too, but dude,
It's not written that way.
Well, the may I orbit your belt? That's okay, dude.
Which seems to imply that Chris believes wearing Axe is a suitable replacement for bathing.
No.
Please tell me that's not what. No, please tell me. Please tell me he did not go
No.
weeks without bathing.
No.
Just putting on Axe body spray, like just like fuming himself with Axe body spray.
It also includes Rosechu asking the baffling question, "May I orbit your belt?" As the Sonic Chew comics continued, Chris introduced his childhood friend Sarah Hammer as a character, as well as her boyfriend at the time, Wes Isley. In the story, the three of them are all given the ability to transform into hedgehog versions
Why?
of themselves.
How?
Chris makes no secret about his jealousy towards Wes, writing him as a villainous character and another one of his many personal rivals. He dedicates an entire page to a discussion between the two, in which Chris talks about how jealous he felt during an incident in which he saw Sarah sitting on Wes's lap. In this confrontation, Chris portrays himself as very honest.
How old
and
are they at
mature,
this
while
point in
Wes
time?
comes across
They're
as
20, right?
cruel and selfish. As you probably
Brandon, I don't
been
even
able to
know.
figure
I
out
think-
at this point, these
Because this is
episodes
later
are
on, and they say
essentially
something about
a
20-year-old with a stand, so I think they're at least in their 20s at this point. Okay,
I don't know, dude.
I just had to
with his problems.
work through that real
Rather
quick.
than try to learn from his mistakes, he would instead take no personal responsibility and create his own reality
Typical.
in which he was the victim, and the
Typical.
world was out to get him.
Typical.
Because of this, similar
Very typical.
situations
Very,
of
very
Chris
typical.
having run-ins with others such as law enforcement would happen over and over, with him seemingly learning nothing each time. However, this eventually came to an end around mid-2005. When Chris's mother Barbara told him to stop adding these personal details to his comics.
One of the only things his parents did for him, literally one of the only things, is try to get him to quit doing that. And I literally think they were doing that just because
They were embarrassed.
trying to cover their own
Yeah.
ass.
They were embarrassed.
Yeah. I think that's what's going on
100.
here.
There's no way, especially since like at this point he's 20, mid-20s probably, maybe even to his 30s now, and they did not give him the help he needed through his adolescence. There's no way they developed a conscience.
Mm-hmm.
Since she wasn't fond of the idea that their personal life would be shared on the
Yeah.
internet,
Yep.
Chris agreed.
It was
and
just for them.
decided to officially end the autobiography.
Virginia is for virgins.
What? Welcome to Virginia. Are you a virgin? No? Get out. Only virgins here.
With Sonic Chew number 4 in September, a compilation of all the previous personal sections of his work, as well as a few new ones. Funnily enough, Sonic Chew number 4 was released almost 6 months before Sonic Chew number 3. The first of this final batch of real-life reenactments was the two-part story McAttack, in which Chris had been kicked out of a McDonald's for loitering, allegedly once again trying to do his old attraction sign trick. In true
What's an
Chris
attraction
fashion,
sign?
This retelling portrays the managers as aggressors while Chris is simply an innocent victim. By most angles, Mick Attack is fairly standard as far as early Sonichu goes. However,
Early?
I love that there is a standard for Sonichu.
Like early Sonic. You're like, oh, you could tell this is one of his early works because of the Mick Attack event.
there is one element that makes it stand out. About halfway through the story, Chris summons his twin sister, Crystal, to help him in the battle. Of all the bizarre
Does he have a twin
creations
sister?
that were
No.
spawned in the Sonic 2 universe, Crystal ranks amongst the strangest, and her inclusion in the story confused
This
me.
could also be a
You
cry for
see,
help, too.
Most of his characters have a real-life counterpart, but Chris didn't have a sister. Many theorize that Crystal represented a female version of Chris, since in Mick Attack, Crystal stands up to the Manijerks who are harassing him. Sonic 2 number 4 concludes with the story of Off Target. This was Chris's dramatic retelling of a real-life incident that happened in July, in which he was once again confronted by jerk-ops while carrying around his attraction sign.
What is this attraction sign? I need to know.
Other events of this nature, things quickly escalated to the point of the
What is that
police being
face?
called. Chris ended up getting arrested and charged with disorderly conduct and trespassing, although these charges were dropped after 2 court hearings. Nonetheless, this event obviously traumatized the entire Chandler family. Despite his mother's wishes, Chris continued to write about his real life frequently in his comics, though just not as on the nose as before. Sonic 2 number 5 focused once again on Chris and his never-ending love quest, containing the story of the recent wedding of Sarah Hammer to a man named William Spicer. While it's laid out in rather confusing terms, the dialogue in this episode states that Chris is only attending the wedding in spirit, implying that he was not invited. However, an image does exist of Chris and Sarah posing with
Which
her
one was Sarah? Was that his
real
childhood friend?
seemingly
Yeah, Sarah Hammer, I think, was his childhood friend.
And then, is that implying she married her boyfriend at a time, or did
She got married to someone, for some reason, invited Chris to the wedding, and that this is a photo of them at the wedding. But he, I guess, was only there in spirit.
like? But he's there.
Again, you're thinking too hard about this.
I'm sorry.
I told you, take your logic
No.
and chuck it in the fucking
My
bucket.
logic is the only thing I got going for me.
Like, there's nothing that's gonna make sense here.
meaning that
Let's continue.
even if he was not at the wedding, he saw her shortly before or afterward. While obviously nothing can be
She's still got the veil on, dude.
Chris seems happy for Sarah in the picture.
No, he doesn't.
That is reflected in the comic. The story is actually fairly mature by Chris's standards, as he lets go of his crush and accepts that they will not end up together. Upon
Good
this
for him.
issue's
Yeah,
release, it
that's
seems
growth.
that
I
Christian
doubt that
was
growth's gonna
actually
matter by
making
what you're
progress,
saying, but
although
it's
that
growth.
may be due to the fact he had his sights set on a new potential sweetheart. As one
I don't
girl
like
goes,
this.
Another seemed to go
Like what?
as the comic ends with
You don't like what?
I don't like. I don't like that.
What isn't there to like, dude? Explain it to me. What's happening?
The obsession with pining after women. I don't like it.
I told you, dude. It goes so much worse than you can ever imagine.
I don't like it, man.
I promise you.
I don't like it.
Chris
Wet
Tran
ham.
lore dump.
I don't like it.
Oh,
Wet ham.
yes. Yes, that's what is texting me. Can we pay Lolly back? Wait until I get paid.
with Chris catching the bouquet as Sarah throws it, traditionally meaning he would
Did
be the next
that actually
to
happen? No, because he wasn't there.
Coincidentally,
So
in this story, Chris
Well-
also introduced a new character, Sailor Megatune. And in the very beginning of the comic, he credits her creation.
What's that face for, dude?
what other franchise is he gonna rip off?
Hello, my name is Christian Weston Chandler of Rocketsville, Virginia. What would you do for a PS3? What I would do for a PS3? I tell you what I do. Well, if I had the money, I'd wait in line, like all the other people did with their tents and all that good stuff. I'd throw away the cure for autism if I had it.
As briefly mentioned in the previous episode, Chris met a woman named Megan.
Look at her face.
His face is scary.
Look at her face. She's thinking, oh God, fucking, please don't touch me.
I mean, look at his face.
And yeah, you can just smell the erection from here, can't you, dude?
Smell the perversion.
Oh shit. Ugh. Ugh. Yeah, she looks really, really uncomfortable.
I would too. Like I said, that face. Yeah, God. Okay, well, let's continue with this.
Oh,
Slow.
fuck.
How does this last for 3 hours?
What do you mean? What? How does this video last for 3 hours? Brandon, you ain't seen nothing.
I can't wait.
Grow their friendship into something more. Since the young woman was a fan of Sailor Moon and My Little Pony, Chris decided to get into those franchises as well. For this brief moment in time, it seemed
You know what's sad is he's actually not a bad looking dude. You know?
I mean,
If he, like I'm saying, if his parents would have given him the proper guidance and the proper help, this would have ended so differently.
it could have been a very uplifting story, but no.
like Chris was actually evolving as a person, accepting that his previous crush had moved on. And
I don't see this as evolving. I see this as obsession.
Potential sweetheart's hobbies. But unfortunately,
No, I see this as
this did
obsession.
not last. The 20-some-year-old man went overboard and started spending copious amounts of money on toys and merchandise for Megan's favorite IPs. Unrelated, he also began buying adult DVDs and toys, including a blow-up doll. It's important.
What is that face, Brandon?
Like I said, I see this as obsession.
You don't like this anymore, dude?
I didn't like it from the beginning.
You're just like, I don't like this.
I'm a card game guy, and apparently
I don't like this.
made a terrible.
Brandon, it's just gonna keep getting worse. Do you see the direction it is going, though?
I can see a direction. I'm hoping I'm wrong.
To keep in mind that
Just remember, we're only 16 minutes in of 3 hours, dude.
Like I've been saying, I see this as an
During this
obsession.
time, Megan was fully aware of Chris's interest in her. He would reportedly often try to touch her without consent, a problem she would bring up in an email to Chris.
One more thing. Please minimize your touchiness. You know well I dislike it, and I keep reminding you. Understand, I'm not
She's
angry,
pretty.
but annoyed and a bit disappointed. I remember you said you'd never do it again, and yet I know you're just being friendly and all, but I really hate being touched by anyone.
The young lady was clearly trying to nip this crush in the bud, but Chris
Never mess with a truly frustrated virgin when he is on a quest for a girlfriend to share the love and trust with. So did mine.
Christopher would not listen. This would have
My heart was
forced
previously
eventually
shattered
blow up in
too.
space. But Chris had a few more heartbreaks to go through before that happened. On June 27th, 2006, Chris's beloved dog Patty tragically passed away. She was
That's sad.
quite old,
Mhm.
as the
That is sad.
canine had
Losing
joined the
pets
family
really, really
family
sucks.
all the way back in 1992.
I remember my
Worsening
previous
health
2 cats.
problems made them finally decide it was time to put her out of her misery. In Chris's eulogy for his pet, he stated that he was the one who signed the paper authorizing the vet to put Patty to sleep, in order to spare his mother the burden.
I raised Patty since she was a 6-week-old pup, and I wanted to take the strain for signing the one-way ticket. It was hard for me, but it was for the best. So I signed that paper with a crying sonotube face saying, "We love you, Patty." After that, I gave her my final pets, hug, hand to paw hold, eye contact air rub, cheek to fur rub, and I sadly waved her for the last time. And I said,
And I feel like
"Goodbye, Patty."
death is what like
After a small funeral,
exacerbates
Patty Chandler was buried in the
certain
backyard, underneath the doghouse that had been her home for
whatever.
so
I
many
can't think of the
years.
word right
Chris's
now.
eulogy may have been the most heartfelt thing he had ever written. They had essentially grown up together, and an argument could have been made that Patty was the closest and most long-lasting friendship Chris ever had. In February of 2007, Sonic Chew number 6 was released, containing the episode One Lucky Dog. It tells the story of Patty eating some magical grass and transforming into a talking anthropomorphic dog/human hybrid. Upon discovering this,
It was actually pretty
Chris
good
takes
character
Patty
design,
into his bedroom,
right?
where he reveals that he had a door to
Maybe
his
if it was
fictional
drawn
town of
better.
Quickville hidden within the closet. He takes his old dog through the portal and tells her she can now live in this reality for the
This is
rest
kind of
of
sad,
time.
though.
Yeah, this is a
This
very...
was the first time Chris portrayed Quickville as something of a religious afterlife. On February 25th, 2007, Christian celebrated his 25th birthday at his preferred hangout, the Game Place, surrounded by his friends and family. Also at this event, he officially released a DVD he had been working on titled Yep, I'm on TV. This was a compilation of all of Chris's home movies and television appearances, as well as the photos he had taken over the years. Chris also recorded a video intended to bestow advice to younger people, based on the wisdom he'd learned in his quarter century on Earth, providing a very good point of reference for his mindset at the time.
Now, while you're playing with these things, you should keep in mind of what your true original gender is. Because it's like you're learning about that girl you want to take on a date, young man. Or likewise, you feel more comfortable to approach that boy just saying hello that you've been checking out from a distance, young lady. And hopefully in due time or now, each and every one of you will stay straight. You know, girl for boy, boy for girl.
Oh, I forgot he's a huge homophobe.
That's
Oh,
what it sound like.
that's literally what he was just saying.
Mhm.
He was like, so you all can just stay straight.
Remember your original gender. You know, boy for girl, girl for boy.
Yeah, I completely forgot about that.
Everything else is vice, as said by Dr. Kinsey.
Despite the fact that Chris did not intend
Look at
to
that room.
distribute his DVD publicly, he
Dude.
still wanted another.
You know, there's like piss in these bottles back here. Ugh.
We just see a, you know that, like, if you forget the past, it repeats itself kind of thing?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, what's his name? Amy's older boy.
Isaac.
Isaac, yeah. This kind of looks just like the room I left him after he was done with it.
Share more of his creative work with the world. So in May of 2007, he created an account on the burgeoning platform of YouTube and named his channel Sonic Chew. His first upload to the site was a video about the game Soul Calibur. This video depicted a fight between Chris and Mary Lee Walsh, using customized characters from the game, where of course he comes out victorious. By his standards, this video was relatively harmless, but the creation of a YouTube channel would go on to become perhaps one of the greatest mistakes
Yeah, I was
Chris
gonna
ever
say
made,
the
as
worst.
things would quickly spiral out of control.
Ribbit, I cannot hold it. The last little toilet, I already sold it. Ribbit, in the rain or in the snow, I got the funky flow. But now I really gotta go. In the rain or in the snow. In the rain or in the snow, I got the funky flow.
Parappa the Rapper, great new music video game.
In the rain or in the snow.
Once you played it, you can't get it out of your head.
In June of 2007, Sony announced Parappa the Rapper Chop Chop Master Onion's Rap Showdown, a contest in
Could
which
you think of a few more words to put in
participants
there?
were required to sing a song from the PlayStation franchise.
It's giving Street Fighter a run for its money, dude.
The only rules were that contestants were not allowed to change the lyrics or use backing tracks in their entries. Upon learning of this contest, Chris decided that he absolutely had to win. With this, the novice YouTuber began formulating a plan to give one of the PSPs to Megan, and he would then take her on the trip to PAX West, where she would surely fall in love with him. Chris quickly got to work making a video to guarantee him a win in the contest. As you may expect from Chris's usual standards, though, it didn't turn out very well. First of all, the entry was filmed using his PSI, a cheap camera attachment for the PlayStation 3. Secondly, the entry is full of nonsensical and jarring effects taken from Sony's built-in editing software, most likely in an attempt to make the video look more professional. On top of all this, Chris clearly did not actually memorize the lyrics to the song, as he frequently stumbled over the words and looked off camera to read them. He also technically broke the rules by changing the lyrics, as he began the video rapping about his plan to make Megan fall in love with him. Miraculously, or more likely due to the fact that very few people entered the contest, Chris's entry made it to the final 10 and became eligible for public voting. This would be the start of an aggressive marketing campaign, as he tried to win through any means necessary. He began posting ads to his website, encouraging the readers of Sonic Chew to vote for him. He also started handing out flyers to patrons at the game place in order to earn more votes.
Please
In
lose.
addition, Chris also began emailing all...
What do you mean, please lose? Why don't you want him to win, dude?
Because that's another slippery slope.
Okay.
of his old acquaintances asking for help. These included old gal pals and teachers from high school, and strangest of them all, his estranged half-brother, Cole Smithy, who he had not spoken to in years. Surprisingly enough, he did respond to Chris's request, agreeing to vote for him on one condition.
I'll make a deal with you. You find out the identity of my real father from Barbara and email me the person's name, and I will vote for you in your effort to travel to Seattle. Deal?
If you couldn't tell, Cole's relationship with his mother Barbara was strained. He
No.
alleges to have been the victim of severe mental and physical abuse throughout his childhood.
Oh, I can
by his
believe
mom,
it, too.
as
Oh,
well
I
as
can,
Bob
too.
And her former husband, Jerry Harmon. Cole also believed Barbara was lying to him about the identity of his biological father. She claimed his dad was a man named Jack Dale Smithy, but Cole insisted
That sounds
it
made
to
up
be
as
a
fuck,
different
doesn't it?
old flame of hers, Ran Coleman Yeats. Suffice to say, Chris never followed through on asking Barbara about Cole's father. Despite all of the vigorous campaigning he had done, Christian still decided he needed to do more in order to increase his chances of victory. This competition was far too important in his mind, so he chose to turn to less than admirable tactics. This is when he began to create several email addresses in order to stuff the ballots, voting as many times as he possibly could for his entry, even making a fake account in order to leave a review for his video, in which he refers to Megan as his girlfriend.
Such honesty of his situation and devotion for his lucky girlfriend adds great emotion to his performance. The visually appealing FX added the best humor and biggest laugh I had among the bunch. I enjoyed the fun background to his assumed-to-be bedroom, and his informative feedback on playing Guitar Hero on PlayStation 3.
Brandon, you look really uncomfortable, dude.
Like I said, if he wins, it's going to be a downhill slope because he has this whole like scenario in his mind that's not going to happen.
Wait, you don't think she's gonna go to Seattle with him?
I don't think she's going to go Seattle with him. I don't think she's going to accept the PS3. If those two things happen, she's definitely not going to follow in love with them in PAX. So this whole scenario is just going to be a downhill spiral where he's going to try to find some outer thing to blame for Megan not falling in love with him. And it's, no.
You know what you're talking about, dude.
Also, he has nailed the lyrics a cappella. As the brave autistic warrior so creatively put it at the end, rap, 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 that's a rap.
After doing everything in his power to ensure victory, Chris waited anxiously for the final results of the contest to be released. On August 3rd, the self-proclaimed autistic warrior logged onto the website excitedly, only to be crushed upon realizing he had lost to a man named Adam Stackhouse.
And now he's going to blame this guy for...
Probably imagine, Chris did not concede defeat gracefully.
Yeah.
He began posting incessantly on the PlayStation message boards and emailing Sony directly about how he should have won. He angrily pointed out Adam's use of an a cappella beat in the video, which he believed to be a violation of the contest rules regarding backing tracks. However, this ultimately amounted to nothing.
Yeah.
Sony ignored his emails, and his tantrum resulted in a ban from the PlayStation Forum. Chris also emailed Megan after his big loss, cursing Adam Stackhouse.
This is gonna be
and lamenting the
ugly,
fact
dude.
that he would not be able to take her to PAX West. This was apparently the final straw for Megan, who had been trying to tell Chris for months that he had no chance with her romantically. She sent a heated email back, berating him for ignoring her countless requests for him to stop trying to date her.
Christian, I haven't been checking my email until recently, and I just want to say that your behavior has irritated me for the last time.
Yeah.
First, I'll start off with saying that I'm glad you didn't win the contest, because I have no interest in going on a trip alone with someone.
I mean,
who
what can you
can't
say,
keep
though?
his hands
What was
off
she
me.
supposed to do?
I'm not your girlfriend, and I never will be. When I say, don't touch me, that means don't touch me. What may seem friendly to you is sexual harassment to me. You whine that you're just being friendly, but you obviously have no consideration for my feelings. And I don't like your Megan obsession. I don't like being a character in your comics. I don't like how you make...
No!
That's the final straw for
No!
Christian.
No! You mean to tell me he had her read them? Oh!
Why wouldn't he?
Oh!
What surprises you about that?
Oh, it's so bad, dude.
I'm more surprised that she, I'm going to assume, did not read them, but if she did, I'm more surprised she read them. Because, yeah, especially knowing that it's her in there. But no, I'm not surprised at all that he was showing her his comics.
I mean, yeah, you're right. I guess I shouldn't be surprised, but yikes.
Made me a character in Soul Calibur and Animal Crossing. That kind of behavior really freaks me out.
Rightfully so.
Events were a massive blow to
Yeah.
Christian's ego. Not only did he lose the contest, but also the woman that he loved. At this moment, it seemed like things hit rock bottom. As the
No, they
mirage
can
of
always go
closure
lower.
Chris had
They do.
planned
They go
blew
much
up
lower,
in
dude.
front of his eyes. But unfortunately, it would soon turn out that this was only the start of his problems. Because the thing is, these new antics on YouTube piqued the interest of an online community that would soon propel our protagonist into the spotlight.
Yeah. The trolls, dude.
And that is how angry I am at Adam Stackhouse, Apperlusky, Rudell, and Surya Butwald. They should have been disqualified because they had music and more than one person in their Freakazoid videos.
With Chris starting to bring his strange and self-destructive behavior
What,
onto
Brandon?
social media
Share your
sites,
thoughts,
it
dude.
was only a matter of time before people took notice.
Yeah.
That day arrived on October 26th of 2007. This is when photos of Chris playing the Pokemon trading card game at the game place were posted onto a little image board known as 4chan.
Brandon, 4chan. Every time there's like some
Something-
huge internet issue
Yeah,
or
it's
something
always on
happens, something
4chan.
happens, and 4chan is involved in some way.
That's turning into like Twitter nowadays.
Yeah, fucking Twitter's a mess. You know, you have to pay for two-step authentication now.
To pay for it?
Yeah. I mean, there is a way to do it for free. I think it's just on mobile you have to pay for it, but you can use your computer
And
to
then
log in.
sign up
Yeah.
for two-step on the computer for free. But if you want to do it, if you want to sign up
Yeah,
for two-step on your phone,
You have to have Twitter Blue. You have to pay for it. Twitter's fucked, dude.
I'm so glad I don't use Twitter.
At the same time, discussions of him began on the Something Awful forums, prompted by a user who had witnessed Chris's pursuit of true love in real life. His multiple public outbursts and unique worldview made
Because
him
of all the poo-poo and I
impossible
laughed
to
pretty hard at the video,
ignore,
though.
and he was quickly becoming a favorite topic of discussion across the web. Despite the internet's instant fascination with Chris Chan, there were some people who theorized this was all just an elaborate troll. As a result, someone decided
Probably.
to go right to the source and find out for themselves. On November 3rd, Chris received an email containing fan art people had made of him and his characters. Among these was a drawing of Chris sitting at a desk labeled...
Do I ever figure out what this like dating sign or whatever the attraction sign was? Like, do I ever get to like see like an
I can't remember if
illustration?
you actually get to see one of his attraction signs or not, but it was just like a sign that said, come fuck me, basically.
Because I need to know what this attraction sign is.
That's what I got for you, dude. I don't know.
Editions, with a sign which
No
reads,
darkies. They tell me he was a homophobe and racist.
I don't know. I think the person that made this wasn't Chris that drew these.
I know this wasn't Chris. The art
I
style doesn't fit.
I
I really hope she did not have
the look on your face.
Including a comic of Chris having a sexual encounter with Sonic Chew and a drawing of Sonic Chew pleasuring himself. It didn't take long for Chris to respond.
I am feeling great detest towards the other two. Sonic Chew and I are not of that nature at all.
because he's a homophobe.
Up to me though.
Mm-hmm.
Please draw a strip of Rose Chew stripping for Sonic Chew. I am straight, damn it. I will not be veered in any other disgustingly grotesque direction.
The sender quickly apologized for the art and sent Chris the comic he had requested of an intimate moment between Sonic Chew and Rose Chew. The one catch was that in this picture, he chose to depict Rose Chew with a penis rather than...
Of course he did.
Chris may have been upset before, but this drove him completely over the edge.
Rose Chew is a girl. She never had a frickin' pickle.
She never had a freaking pickle.
Give him that. I didn't expect that one. That zinger.
Catchphrase, dude.
If I see one more freaking pickle, and you may spread this quote to other adult fan artists, I will create you in Soul Calibur 3 and beat you up like there's no tomorrow.
That's a
If there
threat.
was anyone who remained
Fuck yeah, dude.
unconvinced as to whether Chris was legitimate, this response was what finally made the trolls realize they had struck gold. Shortly thereafter, a man named Jason Kendrick Howell created a page about Chris on Encyclopedia Dramatica, a wiki dedicated to the discussion and mockery of strange internet figures. Chris now had the kind of undivided attention that most people would do their best to avoid. He would need to choose his next moves carefully if he wanted the trolls to go away.
Brandon, I need you to do me a favor, dude. Do you think he chose his next moves wisely?
Very carefully, wisely, and did it to where the trolls backed off. Of course, it's Chris Chan we're talking about here.
Okay.
Have you seen his comics on it, Chew? The
Dude.
cohesion of his story that
It's
he
so
writes?
good.
There's no way.
So you think his next step was a smart one?
Oh, of course.
All right, here we go.
Unfortunately, he did not do that.
Darn, I was wrong.
Damn it, we were wrong.
How could such a
Shit.
amazing author to write two different origin stories for the same type of character be mistaken? I can't do it. No.
A few days later, Chris posted a video directed at the users of Encyclopedia Dramatica, although he quickly detoured from the original topic and began rambling to the camera about his life. He talked about his supposedly proud lineage, bringing up his Cherokee ancestors, as well as the fact that he was descended from Anne Boleyn and some travelers on the Mayflower. He also discussed his various
Queen of
hardships
England, too?
throughout life, such as his early schooling and his inability to find a girlfriend. It's unclear.
Okay, what is
Chris
his obsession with this?
Perhaps he wanted sympathy, or maybe he thought this information would make the trolls
What
respect
is
him,
his
which
obsession
included by
with this?
requesting
I
that
don't
he
understand.
His obsession with what?
Like, everything has to center focus around girlfriends. I don't understand.
Brandon, I'm telling you, dude, you don't understand. We're only halfway through the first part.
him be taken down.
I understand that, but where's this obsession coming from? It has to spawn from somewhere.
I'm telling you, his parents did not give him the appropriate attention. It's an attention thing. That's where it's coming from. And on top of the fact that he is autistic and he doesn't have any social understanding, you know, it's attention. That's really what he's looking for. He just doesn't understand that. You know what I mean?
I do understand that, but I
That's
don't know.
where it's coming
the
from, though.
fixation on the fact that he needs a girlfriend.
That's where it's coming from. He just
Anyways.
doesn't have the attention he needs.
Lights. Not only did this request not stop the deluge of trolls,
It made it worse.
but it only furthered the
Yeah.
negative attention coming his way. People continued
Also,
making fun
like-
of Christian and posting to the Encyclopedia Dramatica page, much to his frustration. Things hit a boiling point only a couple days later when an old graphic internet shock image known as Goatsy was uploaded to his wiki entry with the caption, "The true brains behind Christian." This sent Chris into a fit of rage as he went to his ED page and began editing it as he saw fit. Bizarrely, many of Chris's edits revealed a lot of embarrassing information about him that had previously been unknown to his detractors, such as the fact that he used a blow-up doll, and how he truly believed his Sonic Chew medallion gave him special powers.
That's information I really didn't ever need to hear.
Not only that, information should never be spread.
Oh no, dude.
Chris concluded his session by uploading a number of pornographic drawings he made in an attempt to prove his heterosexuality. Most of these were just pictures.
He has the power of God and anime on his side. That's one way of looking at it.
He believes he is literally, I don't know how old this is, but he is literally a chunbyo. That's essentially what they are.
But those are the Japanese guys that never leave their house, right?
Those are the Japanese ones who believe like they have some special power and that they're like the main character protagonist and they're stuck in like that like fictional world kind of thing.
Yeah, dude. Yeah.
Characters, but there were a couple particularly shocking ones that stood out from the rest. Namely, these were a naked drawing of Mary Lee Walsh and a picture of Chris pleasuring an unidentified girl while giving a thumbs up to the viewer, later named She Came for Quick. At first, many of the trolls believed the girl...
I'm not sure what he was implying with
No. God, no. Oh, shit. Oh, no.
Oh my gosh.
Ew.
Have you ever heard the saying adding fuel to the fire?
She came for quick.
He just created a forest fire.
Brandon's facial expressions are 10 out of 10 through this.
I'm glad I'm at least giving some enjoyment because
I mean, you haven't seen anything yet. Dude.
This is 3 parts. I'm assuming like this is just the
oh yeah, it gets
exposition.
Worse. Oh, it gets worse. This is just the introduction.
This is the lore introduction. Like, we haven't got to the main meat of it.
Based on their similar appearance. A few jokes were made about it, and things continued like this for months. Eventually, though, someone would...
What about his sister?
It's people assumed that the naked woman was his sister.
Okay, so it wasn't confirmed. Okay.
Come along and recognize the true identity of the girl in the drawing, taking the entire situation from bad to worse.
Was what?
His twin sister that he...
No.
Okay.
No, you haven't heard it yet.
Oh, no. Was it his mother?
He discovered the She Came for Quick drawing and was immediately horrified, recognizing the girl as herself. She
Who was it?
Emailed...
Megan. The one, you know?
Oh,
yeah.
That's who I was thinking it was, but I didn't know.
That's who it was.
Chris, stating her disgust with what he had drawn and requesting that he remove all mentions of her from the internet. Chris soon responded, apparently misinterpreting what had upset her about the drawing. He seemed to believe that her shock came not from seeing such a vulgar image of herself, but instead from her lack of sexual experience. He decided to offer her...
No! This is the slope I didn't want!
He's gonna learn her, Brandon.
He's gonna teach her.
No. No, dude.
Sources she could use to better educate herself, which included recommending she watch The 40-Year-Old Virgin, despite not fully understanding what he
Only
did
my...
wrong.
Okay, I misread that at first.
Honor Megan's wishes, and he began deleting everything he could about her.
Okay,
from the page. The
thank
thing
you.
is, he didn't delete the original
Why?
graphic artwork that started the drama, choosing instead to simply zoom in on the image so Megan's face was no longer visible. Unsurprisingly, she was not pleased with this fix, once again emailing Chris, baffled as to why he didn't just delete it. She scolded him for selfishness and tried to get him to change his mindset where he believed the world was out to get him.
Goku get him.
Again, clearly misreading the situation, Chris's response to this only served to dig his hole deeper.
Megan, I am sorry for uploading the drawing, and I really wish I could go back in time and stop myself from making the mistake. Yet I do not regret drawing the drawing, because if I hadn't released my frustrations in this creative sense, I might actually have done something really dumb and stupid.
It's unclear what Chris meant.
Dude, I forgot about that. What?
This is all the more terrifying because he knows.
See, that's what I'm saying. Like, while yes, he is autistic and should have been given mental therapy and stuff, but he knows right from wrong.
Not only that, he knows. I guess you could say he's understanding his inner demons a bit.
Right, he is aware. That's what I'm trying to say, dude.
By this, but the sinister implications were enough to cause Megan to finally cut ties entirely.
Yeah.
This event was
I'm surprised she stuck that around.
Yeah,
that
I
long.
would as soon as the PAX thing would have happened, and I would have thought that's when she cut ties.
Edited the Encyclopedia Dramatica page, berating himself and stating that he was a loser. In doing this, he also accidentally publicly revealed that the girl and She Came for Quick was Megan. Chris also uploaded an image gallery called You Know What? I Hate Myself Too, filled with panels from his comic showing his character getting beaten up or humiliated. As this self-destructive streak continued, it eventually bled out from the internet into Chris's real life. Grace Baptist Church, Chris's regular congregation, discovered his online activity and quickly shunned him. He also received a 2-week suspension from the game place, although following further outbursts, it became permanent. In many people's opinion,
That's actually terrible, because that was one of his only outlets.
Mm-hmm.
So he's going to be focusing more online.
And it's going to be the bottle scenario where everything is going to build up because he's losing his outlets. He's being isolated, and this is where things start getting really bad.
Yeah, they were already bad, but it's going to go downhill.
Yeah, they were bad, but he had outlets to socialize and vent his frustrations. But now he's shunned by his church. He's shunned by his gaming place. All he has left is the online, which is filled with trolls trying to get a rise out of him. And that's a downward. That's not going to be good.
No, sir.
and this was the real turning point when Chris became Chris Chan. His gal pal had abandoned him. His church had rejected him. And his favorite hangout spot had banned him. In just a few short weeks, a large portion of Chris's life had been ripped away, all due to his poor behavior. The only place he could turn to for attention now was the internet, because even if they were abusive, at the very least, they would talk to him.
And I'm just saying, dude, it is sad.
Jason Kendrick Howe.
Also, props for Megan for sticking as long as she did.
Yeah.
The creator of the Encyclopedia Dramatica ED page for me. And he states further, my, you seem rather angry about it in your last YouTube video. A few months ago, you asked me why I made the page for you. My reason? You were too damn funny to ignore.
In August of 2008, Chris released a couple more videos addressed to Encyclopedia Dramatica, in yet another ill-conceived attempt to fight back. In these uploads, Chris angrily blamed the site's contributors for ruining his relationship with
I'm
them,
really
saying
worried to
that
see
they
where this
broke the
goes.
emotional bond between them. He once again demanded
Yeah,
removal
dude.
of the page, holding the release of Sonic Chew #7 in limbo until he got what he wanted. Despite his anger at the internet for driving a wedge between him and Megan, Chris said
Brandon, you mean to tell me you don't think anybody was invested in Sonic Chew? I'm sure somebody was.
A great deal of his time online was spent firmly establishing how much he hated seeing male genitalia, and how he preferred female genitals, which he referred to as China. He also wanted to correct the record about the identity of the girl in the now infamous illustration, insisting that the girl depicted was Megan, not Crystal. No matter how much time passed, Chris could never get over people inaccurately depicting Rose Chew's biology. In late August, Chris released an episode of the upcoming Sonic Chew #8 early, titled Rage Against against the garbage. He created 3 separate versions of this episode. One labeled TVMA.
What, Matthew? What's disturbing about this? I just need
What's
to see.
disturbing about this?
No, this picture, not the context, just this picture.
So what the fuck are you talking about?
You don't see it? Look at Sonic 2.
Yeah.
You don't see how like disturbingly like close he is?
Brandon, he's getting ready to fuck her.
Is he really?
Yes, that's what we're talking about. He drew a pornographic.
I understand that, but it looks like she's on the computer right now. So it looks like he's like behind her sniffing her hair.
Oh, she's sitting on. I literally thought she was bending over.
Dude, how the Chris Pine's just jello just.
Fuck, dude, I don't know. Like I thought her. Like,
she's sitting at a computer.
I see that now.
Looking and shocked, and he's like. That's why I was confused. I know what he's writing.
I see it now.
That's why I said ignore context.
Like I thought.
You thought that was her.
Yeah, I thought the chair was her ass.
Yeah, I gotcha, but like, man, she's limber. Like, Jesus.
Well, I mean, he's not exactly drawing anatomically correct figures, dude.
But isn't he like trying to for this scene?
We're gonna find out.
Like that, his face.
This was due to the graphically sexual nature of the story. The comic begins with Sonic Chew and Rose Chew talking directly to the audience.
I keep thinking Amy Chew.
Sexual content they are about to witness, and assuring the reader that it is being done for educational purposes, and that they are both consenting adults. This mature story starts with the aforementioned lewd acts, before being interrupted by Chris giving long-winded explanations of their anatomies, complete with diagrams. Once the scene finally ends, Rose Chew decides to go on the internet, where she discovers a website called 4-Cent Garbage, a stand.
I don't know if you're laughing at what I'm laughing.
What are you laughing at?
He didn't want to draw a penis, so he drew a banana.
I was laughing at 4-Cent Garbage.
No, just look at that picture.
You know, actually, dude, the face on that looks pretty good.
I was gonna say, like, most of it looks good. It's just the fucking, like, obscene banana between her legs.
In for 4chan and ED. She is horrified to discover the drawing of her, and she starts to formulate a plan for how to counteract them. She first takes naked pictures of herself and posts them to the website, mirroring Chris's earlier attempt. Much like that event, though, this does not work.
Dude, Sonic Chew's scaring me.
To the 4-Cent Garbage headquarters in order to get them taken down. Upon their arrival, the hedgehogs take the elevator up to the top floor in order to confront the CEO. On their way, they encounter several memes that Chris presumably found on 4chan and add their commentary to them. They even take the time to attack a few 4-Cent Garbage employees, as Rose Chew punches someone drawing anatomically incorrect art of her. Chris himself even shows up to assault someone making fun of his drawings.
What the fuck is that drawing, bro?
Oh my god.
What is that? That was a beverage cup from a Target cafe. And what did I say against that sour vegetable?
Him and Amber Heard need to get together.
Brandon, as he goes down deeper the rabbit hole. Yeah, he is deep diving through this. It's gonna be great.
Yeah.
The crew finally reached the top floor. They were confronted by 4-Cent Garbage's CEO, Jason
What the
Kendrick
is
Howell.
that?
Despite
Who is that supposed to
down
be?
drawings, Jason doesn't listen, as Chris portrays him as a soulless nihilist with no morals whatsoever. As they leave, Jason hurls a pickle at Rose Chew. This sends her into a fit of blinding rage, as she furiously strips nude and throws herself at Jason, beating him nearly to death. However,
Why she have to strip nude for that?
Blow, letting him live to troll another day. In the epilogue, Rose Chew gathers together all of the comic's other female characters in order to do a nude photo shoot to stand in solidarity against the trolls. It's here where Chris introduces a new character named Zapina, a 14-year-old girl who asks if she can model for the pictures.
No!
Don't you dare. Don't you dare. Don't tell me. I thought one direction, but this makes me think he's gonna go down a darker way. No.
No.
Rose Chew turns her down, though,
Thanks.
saying that quote-unquote dumb laws would prevent it.
Dude, your face.
So we got alcohol. I might need some.
Brandon needs a fucking drink to get through this shit, dude.
As time progressed,
Oh,
Chris posted more and more vlogs about his
There
study
should
with
be
encyclopedia
a
dramatic.
list for him now.
The channel became his primary outlet for talking to the internet. Just a couple days after his initial 2 releases, he posted another vlog celebrating his victory over ED, as the website had to go down throughout the day. Chris believed that this
I don't remember if the next panel is not safe for work. Dude, I don't know.
In reality, however,
Got like a blurring function, just switch over to like a black screen.
Unprecedented levels of traffic, as more and more people began flooding in to read about Chris's antics. And as interest grew,
This is what's so great about living under a rock.
new ways to mess
After
with
everything's said and done, I can just experience it.
An early example of these more elaborate pranking attempts came a little later in August, when someone calling themselves JK Productions messaged Chris, telling him that he was working on a Sonic Chew video game. Chris, being an avid gamer, excitedly gave his seal of approval to the project. Over the following weeks, he even posted a few vlogs to his YouTube channel detailing his involvement with the game, stating that he was hard at work writing the storyline. This troll was short-lived, as on September 5th, 2008, JK Productions decided to cancel the project, posting on their blog that Nintendo and Sega had issued them a cease and desist. As one last bit of fun at Chris's expense, they pretended to redesign his character to be more copyright safe. Sonic Chew became Reginald the Anthill. With Rose Chew
So,
becoming
like,
his flamboyantly gay partner.
I'm at a part.
It's Rose Juice's flamboyantly gay partner.
I'm like mentally. I like my mind is going in 2 directions. One, like to the trolls, like just get a life, like come on. But 2, his parents should 100% not have put him in the internet because this is the internet. So
It's gonna get worse, Brandon.
oh, I understand. I'm just saying.
No, you don't understand.
Oh, I understand. I don't understand what's going to happen.
Okay, I'm glad that you understand.
But
that
I
you don't
understand it's going
understand.
to get worse.
Eh,
Matthew, he was talking about underage person strip teasing and then being like, the only reason you can't is because of dumb laws. I understand it's going to get worse.
Again, he knows right from wrong. So, therefore, yeah, we'll get there.
Mockery at Chris Chan's homophobia. Chris himself was reimagined as a large-chested,
With a pickle.
clad woman wearing a pickle necklace. Unsurprisingly, the Sonic Chew creator was not pleased and quickly responded by cutting ties with the project.
I love it.
Urged his fans to
Friggin'
contact
pickle.
Nintendo and Sega to make an official Sonic Chew game. Even though this was not the most elaborate trolling effort, it was used to test the waters for future endeavors. These unscrupulous internet users were rapidly learning Chris's weaknesses and figuring out
And he
ways
has
to
many.
exploit them for their own entertainment.
I'm surprised you haven't figured them all out. He kind of edited his wiki himself.
Attempting to trick him into believing that English football commentator Jimmy Hill was trying to sell a ripoff of Sonic Chew in the UK. They went to great lengths to convince him of this, creating fake ads for Sonic Chew toys and putting bootleg copies of his DVD on store shelves. They later upped the ante by claiming that Jimmy Hill was developing his very own Sonic Chew animated series, in which the titular character was gay, and his parents were Jimmy Hill and Mary Lee Walsh. The cartoon's villain was a giant robot, the design of which was based on Chris himself. Just as they hoped, Chris believed every word of this lie. He addressed it in multiple update vlogs, most notably one where he laid out all the evidence to prove he was the original creator of Sonic Chew, not Jimmy Hill. The trolls had a good laugh at this and did not push the Jimmy Hill saga much further. They had learned what they wanted to know, which is that there wasn't a limit to what Chris would believe.
Yeah.
This opened the door to many new possibilities. At around the same time period as the Jimmy Hill saga, a new group of trolls decided to prey on Chris's desire for a sweetheart by creating a fake woman for him to fall in love with. To be clear,
I was expecting this.
Yeah, you knew it was coming.
I did.
It's unfortunate. You knew it was coming.
His like I said, the obsession and with trolls being
And
trolls.
it would be so easy.
It is literally the low hanging fruit.
Not impressed. Low effort.
Right?
0
At
out of
least
10.
the people who did the Sonic Chew with the announcer took like great care and like so much like little things just to make it look like this is something anyone can do.
Lame.
wasn't the first time
0 out
Chris
of
had been
10.
catfished.
Wouldn't troll
Months
again.
Prior, a man by the name of Joshua Martinez, who had met Chris in speech therapy class, attracted Chris's attention under the guise of the fake alias Lori Lopez. Chris and Lori talked for a while, but ultimately things fizzled out and nothing substantial came from it. With the groundwork laid, the new tricksters invented Blanca Weiss, a name obviously poking fun at Chris's desire to only date white women.
So he was racist.
Yep. He's racist. He's a homophobe.
He's a pedophile by the sounds of it.
I don't know if that's ever been proven, but
Man,
he definitely alluded to something
Yeah,
that he clearly knows is not right.
Blanca's first email
because
to
those
Chris
dumb laws.
expressed her admiration for Sonic Chew and revealed that she also enjoyed making comics. Blanca sent him her own original character, Jigglyami, a combination of the Pokemon Jigglypuff and Amy Rose from Sonic. They also sent Chris a picture of a woman jumping in the air and holding a guitar, a supposed image of the fictitious sweetheart. Chris was instantly impressed and added both Jigglyami and Blanca as characters in Sonic Chew number 7, published August 20th, 2008. This issue also included a scene of Chris being trapped in a time void, which he did in response to criticism saying that the story focused too much on him and not Sonic Chew. Chris and Blanca began emailing frequently after this, with the gullible man rapidly trying to escalate their relationship. Only a few days after their first meeting, Chris was already oversharing about his personal life, and attempting to learn more about Blanca's.
Also, while I am thinking about it,
By the way, I have no idea who this is.
about how you feel about porn,
Boogie.
in your humble opinion.
Boogie?
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, and
Really?
confidentially between you and me,
Interesting. Yeah, I would
see
not have
the
guessed that.
official videos from companies such as Adam and Eve.
I can hear it.
Not solely
Yeah.
as a
Now that you know, you can hear him.
education of what may be done during the act. I also appreciate it more as a virgin because it allows me to create a better idea for when I actually do it for my first time. And obviously,
No.
share my adult years.
In these emails, Chris also fabricated a few details about his life, such as saying he had made up with Megan and was at peace with Encyclopedia Dramatica. The latter of these two claims was immediately disproven later in the correspondence, as he went on an angry tirade about their continued misrepresentation of Rose Chew's gender.
I just wanted to let you know that I have finally got use for the ED page being there, so I am able to tolerate its existence. The major thing about that page that really grinds my gears
Yeah, more,
are the
especially when he gets
little
like that
slanderous
heated.
curated images of my Rosichu. She is all woman. She was born with and still has her God-given vagina and both ovaries.
The trolls had Chris right where they wanted him.
Oh my
Troll was
God.
under with ED Page and his love life with Blanca. Soon enough, though, the snafu artist behind Chris's fictional girlfriend would get a wrench thrown in their plans when a new troll named Lord Silly Nipples created a MySpace page for Blanca without their involvement.
I love how seriously he says that. When Lord Silly Nipples is all like a
A new
weatherman.
challenger has entered the arena.
Oh,
Entering from the left ring, Lord Silly Nipples.
boy. Right?
All that, he added Chris and quickly appealed to his well-known desperation for intimacy, asking him if he would like to exchange nudes. Unfortunately, Chris did not see through the lie.
No.
Pictures of himself to the imposter of his already fake girlfriend. This led to September 11th.
It's an imposter for an
Lord
imposter.
Nipples dumped Chris's nudes onto the internet, and changed the profile picture of his Blanca MySpace page to one of a black man wearing a pickle costume. In
The pickle, man.
response, Chris posted a video addressing the nudes, sadly admitting that the woman he had believed to be his first real girlfriend had been, in fact, a troll. He decided this gave him free rein to claim Giuliani as his own character, as presumably he liked her too much to write her out of the comic entirely. The original trolls behind Blanca began scrambling as they were not yet ready to give up their ruse. They managed to talk Chris into partaking in a Skype call with them, where a female troll named Nurse Icky-chan played the role of Blanca. This was enough to once again convince Chris of the character's validity,
Oh,
and
God.
he posted another video proclaiming that she was real after all. This would not be the last time nude images of Chris were...
Dude, somebody needs to go through this stream and just clip all of Brandon's facial expressions.
I'm stone-faced this entire time.
What about this image makes you uncomfortable, Brandon?
The context. That's what makes me uncomfortable.
That's got to be his mom's bra.
Or he bought one.
It's got to be his mom's.
I could definitely see him buying one if Blanca asked him to buy one.
Maybe.
I could definitely see that happening.
were posted online. Only a few days later, trolls managed to figure out the password to his YouTube, MySpace, Facebook, and email accounts. It was at this point that they found more photos meant for Blanca, including one of Chris wearing his mother's underwear, and another of his genitals with Sonic Chew drawn on them. After the...
Brandon, he drew Sonic Chew on his penis.
You know, that just reminds me of Jeff Dunham when he was talking when it was the hillbilly, and he's like, "I got a tattoo that grows."
Ugh. Sonic Chew.
Loss of his first YouTube channel, Chris was forced to create a new one. Lord Silly Nipples was still not done with his shenanigans either, as later that month he emailed Sonic Chew's creator under the guise of Chris's high school gal pal, Tiffany Robinson.
Oh, I thought it was gonna be Megan.
Of his Yep, I'm on TV DVD. Upon receiving
I thought it was gonna be
he
Megan.
uploaded all the contents to the internet, although it really only consisted of old home movies and family photos. Among these was a picture of Barbara taking a nap. This image inspired trolls to give her the nickname Snorlax, as they believe she resembles
That's not funny, dude.
the same name. The apparent success of these early trolling sagas began to attract the attention of more and more internet users, who were curious to see if catfishing this man really was as easy as it seemed. Throughout September, Chris began talking to several more people pretending to be women who were interested in him. The first of these girls was named Sarah Jackson, who first approached Chris by telling him that her autistic little sister, Rose, was a big fan of Sonic Chew.
Rose.
Chris did show some affection towards her, but ultimately nothing came.
Gonna go get some tacos, BRB. We will be here, dude. What are we? We are 51 minutes through our 3-hour video. We've been streaming for an hour and a half. We are doing great.
Yeah. You know.
Hit by a truck, an event which
What? Whoa, hold up, dude. Go back. What the fuck?
by telling him that her autistic little sister, Rose, was a big fan of Sonic Chew. Chris did show some affection towards her, but ultimately nothing came of it. The creator of Sarah would later decide to kill her off by saying that she was hit by a truck, an event which Chris had very little of an emotional response to. In this era, there was also Jessie Ruddy, another catfish who Chris showed a bit of interest in, but never went very far with. And she
I mean, he can dance better than me.
Only about a month later, as it wasn't going anywhere. The most successful of these spiritual successors to Blanca was a spin-off account.
Is Blanca still happening
Sarah Mackenzie,
at this
an
point?
Australian girl who used the screen name Panda Halo. She was somehow able to convince Chris to break things off with Blanca in order to build a relationship with her. On September 24th,
Interesting.
Chris made a video announcing his new girlfriend to his fans. He didn't reveal her name, but did sing a cover of Rick Astley's Never Gonna Give You Up for his new flame. She was able to use Chris's deep sexual urges to her advantage, often often steering their conversations in risque directions. Chris, of course, was more than happy to oblige, as he would describe his masturbation habits to her in explicit detail, as well as videos of him in the act, which of course made their way onto the internet. As Chris was getting closer to his fictitious sweethearts, he began corresponding with a person named Vivian Guy. Mrs. Guy was another troll, as she had previously been responsible for a series of full narrated Sonic Chew audiobooks on YouTube. Despite how she had previously been making fun of him, here she seemed genuinely concerned for his well-being, as he was sucked deeper into the vortex of lies created by 4chan and ED, sending Chris multiple emails begging him to see the truth of what was going on, and to make efforts to improve his real life.
There are no fans of Sonichu. Sonichu is a bastardization of properties that belong to other people. Your entire comic is...
See, there are people that are actually not
trying
terrible.
to...
Sonichu will never get anywhere. Quit your dreams of Sonichu, the game, the comic, merchandise, everything now. And if you still feel a need to be creative, make something completely original. Don't base it off your life, don't base it off stuff that exists, just make something completely new. You have never tried when it comes to women. Never. You can't just sit around and wait for it to happen. You have to make it happen.
Yep.
Oh, well.
To do that, then you will never
He can interpret that wrong, yes.
Very, very, very wrong.
Therapist, a real one. Ask your parents to send you to one. Do something about your life instead of bitch and draw.
This is the hero of the story.
Other than Megan, this was the hardest anyone had ever tried to show Chris the error of his ways. While harsh, it clearly and plainly laid out everything Chris needed to do to get his life back on track. Perhaps if he had followed her advice, this story would have ended here. But alas, it was too late. Chris was already caught in a tangled web of lies by the trolls. As Chris's multiple fake relationships grew more complicated, his love life would soon receive another curveball. At the end of his eventful September, he messaged Blanca over Skype, telling her about a dream he had, claiming a voice spoke to him saying the name of his true sweetheart, and that the name was Blanca Weiss. Taking it as a sign from God, Chris broke up with Sarah and returned to Blanca, declaring his undying love for her. It should be known that Chris and Sarah remained on friendly terms after their breakup.
Oh yeah, the
She
trolls.
even created a fan site called Sonic Chew Fans later in October, which Chris would post on semi-frequently. As a symbol of his commitment to Blanca, Chris sent her a
I'm not even
package
reading it.
containing his Sonic Chew medallion, as well as
You gotta read it, Brandon. I am so happy that you were revealed as my true, honest sweetheart to be. In the dream I have
Anxiously waited for since the dreams of me and my future daughter. When before my heart was lost and confused, now I truly see the path to true, honest love set for me
by God and
Oh,
Jesus. I now can truly hardly wait to meet you around Halloween. If you make it beforehand, we can dress up and go to local Halloween party. I will make a priority to find for us to go to.
How fun.
My heart is
As
I can't
said,
read any more of it.
I will wait for my guiding light.
the contents of this package were quickly
Also
posted
to
on Encyclopedia
Blanca's
Now.
grandmother?
It should have become obvious to Chris that Blanca was a troll, but he simply couldn't see the truth of the matter, as on October 9th he posted a video insisting that Blanca was legitimate, and that the package had simply been intercepted by detractors. He also claimed that Blanca had, at some point, reclaimed the package and mailed his Sonic Chew medallion back to him. He proudly showed off his prized possession, complete with the markings proving that it was the original. The trolls were not fooled, as they knew that he did not really get the medallion back, and this was merely a replica he made to save face. This video ends with a strange, out-of-place segment where Chris states that he had been sponsored by Sony, followed by a short ad for the game Little Big Planet. This section came out of nowhere and had nothing to do with the rest of the video other than showing that he was back on good terms with the gaming giant after the competition debacle. In response to the whole ordeal, Chris posted a short comic story on October 15th, 2008. This episode was a preview for Sonic Chew number 10, though bear in mind, at this point he had not even fully released Sonic Chew number 8 yet. The episode follows Chris in the form of Chris Chan Sonic Chew, conducting a one-man assault on the 4-cent garbage building. Upon arrival, he is quickly trapped and his medallion is stolen, which reverts him back into his human form. But the trolls are shocked to learn that they gain no power from the accessory, as Chris reveals that the true source of his power is actually his high school ring. This was an obvious attempt to convince the trolls that he did not care about losing his medallion.
What is with that fist in the top right corner?
I have no idea. It's his fist.
Stolen it in the first place. This is when one of the original trolls behind Blanca, named Icarus69, posted another video with Chris's medallion, where he destroys it in multiple different ways. These included stabbing it, making it perform coitus with a pickle, dunking it into the fermented cucumber jar, smashing it with a hammer, setting it on fire.
This is actually kind of sad.
Yeah, this is just messed up.
To extinguish the flames. And with this finale, the character of Blanca Weiss had served her purpose. She broke up with Chris, which resulted in him posting a video delivering the bad news to the world. In this vlog, he seemed absolutely heartbroken, as he could not even muster the energy to stand up off the couch. He cited Icarus69's video as one of the main reasons for the breakup, stating the now iconic line, "The pickle man tricked me again." Chris went on to blame Encyclopedia Dramatica for the collapse of his relationship, angrily asking his fans to track down the person who stole his package for Blanca, so he could bring them to justice. Over the course of just a couple months, Chris had experienced some of the worst that the internet had to offer. Despite being
At that time,
Blanca was the closest thing he ever had to a real relationship, so the loss hurt him deeply. It was arguably the lowest point Chris had ever reached. Unfortunately for him, though, the worst was yet to come.
Uh,
A lot of cards.
but strategically, situationally, that's why I want to do some shipping breakups.
Are people able to bring their own decks into this game?
Yeah.
Multiple people have this
Well,
decks
mostly,
in one round?
actually, yeah. I figured out a rule where, like, you know, you can have two compete. You can have one deck playing against the other. That's a set of rules I came up with and add this.
You would think they would get mixed up too much.
Yeah. All right.
Are there any places around Charlottesville that where you can play this game with people? Like
the end games for one. If,
oh, okay, yeah, you can get back in there. Yeah.
All right. The Black Moon. On the Black Moon with Jacoba is some autism.
Oh, autism me.
Yeah.
Oh, never heard of that.
What? Never heard of that move.
Yeah, I made up that meme. This has got a weird disfigured face, but yeah.
Plays a lot of trade cards in this game?
What?
Are we allowed to trade cards?
Yeah, I do play some, but you don't have randomized booster packs or anything like that.
Like during a game.
Oh, no.
Okay.
So now you can actually add to that.
Yeah, I'll
And
put a ship.
and at points, you can also reconnect with the other start card ships.
I got you. I see. So I'll put a ship here.
Yep.
Facing east, and then I will place. I have this crazy card, Skylander Chris Chan.
Oh,
that
yeah.
works out very, very nicely.
Yes.
Because what that gives me is 2 points, which is just what I need.
To win the game.
The final that I need. The
You
final
made the
card
quick play.
right here, and that gives me an even 11.
Yay, Chris Cole.
Yeesh.
Won the game. Yay.
What'd you think of that, Brandon?
I'm terrified. How this gets worse.
Oh, dude, I think we did part 2 first.
I was wondering, but I wasn't gonna question it.
It's fine.
I assume that recapped most of
Yeah.
it. Maybe that's why that whole oh yeah, as we all know, the dean of the school.
Yeah.
Wait, does part 1 have the love sign?
Probably.
Go through it real quick.
No, we'll just do this one because this one is an hour and a half long. Ready?
Sure.
Can you play it just 3-player if Jesse's going to be filming?
Oh yeah, I suppose we can play a 3-player. My mom's clapping up the dogs, and everything's falling. Freaking gravity! It busts me! It confounds me! I'm organized.
Is that Sonic Forces?
This is my creative method. gotta plug in my Switch dock because I didn't have enough plugs left to do this and figure out how we can. I got 2 pairs of Joy-Cons, obviously, so see if we can play Tetris this way. I'm trying to set up here, see if we can all play with these.
Oh, that house, dude.
In that case, I gotta find the regular basic controller I have. Here, buddy.
We're gonna need to find that.
GameCube adapter, maybe.
It's alright.
Yeah,
No, we don't have GameCube.
You got the
We don't
Pro
have that
controller?
option. No, I don't have an adapter for GameCube.
Do you have the Pro controller?
I have a Pro controller. I just don't know where it is right now. Because the dogs are barking. They're driving me bonkers. It's definitely does not.
I'm confused where this transition happened.
It's not focused right now, guys. You know, I'm gonna try an Xbox controller, see if I can plug that into a USB port. See if that'll work. Plug this into the puss.
Alright. Now let's see. A Microsoft controller be compatible with a Nintendo system is the moment of truth. No.
No! Dogs, shut! You do that one more time, I'm gonna be like.
Let's just make the video find the controller. I'm kind of curious about that.
Yeah. Alright.
I just.
Alright.
Hey.
Right when you said that.
I just need to turn it
There's no batteries.
on.
Oh.
It has battery, let's go turn it on.
I understand, yeah.
Why are we watching this?
I don't know, dude.
I don't understand why this is so important.
Yep. Guys, attention with stumpitude. Alright.
I'll go ahead and do that.
It is important to the lore.
Hey guys, it's Kopitz. I'm here with Christine Weston Chandler and the Gamer from Mars, or Art. Today we're gonna
I was right. His name is Art.
99. It's gonna be a fun time.
Working on this.
When we last saw Chris Chan, he was left heartbroken after his first girlfriend, Blanca Weiss, had revealed herself to be nothing more than a catfish scheme created by trolls. His video message after the fact made
Which is
it seem
disgusting,
like
by
he
the way.
Yeah, and I think what they did to his medal was like way overkill.
and many expected him to take an extended hiatus from the internet to recover. Shockingly, less than a week later, Chris was seen chatting on the forums of the Sonic Chew fan website. In these conversations, Chris revealed that he was dating a new woman named Chloe, who he had met while pre-ordering a Little Big Planet at GameStop. He never mentioned Chloe again after this, and the timeline he gave would mean that he started dating her while he was still with Blanca. So most people believe that he made the whole thing up. Christian had proven that, no matter how badly he was hurt, he would always come back for more. As such, trolling attempts only escalated from there. On October 31st, 2008, a troll went to Chris's house and left a sign reading Encyclopedia Dramatica on his front lawn. This didn't elicit a very big response, but it did mark a significant turning point. The internet and the real world were becoming increasingly merged. Even if Chris did log off, the trolls would still be there. And just a few days later, a website called Quickie was founded by a user named CogsDev. This was an archive dedicated
To be fair, this is just really sad for the trolls. How little life they actually have.
Something almost unheard of for previous trolling victims. It was around this time that Chris Chan was informed about a young man named Ryan Cash, who was a big fan of the Sonic Chew comic. During Chris's initial feud with ED, when he was holding the release of Sonic Chew number 7 hostage until the site was taken down, Ryan was reportedly so distraught by the prospect of never reading any new Sonic Chew comics that he decided to take his own life. To everyone, it was obvious that this story was made up in yet another attempt to prank the autistic 20-some-year-old man. Well, obvious to everyone, that is, except for Chris himself. After some pressure from people like Vivian Guy and Panda Halo, Chris included a short tribute to Ryan in one of his update videos. However, many people saw this as insincere due to his lackluster delivery. as well as the fact that it was sandwiched between two completely unrelated announcements.
And for Ryan Cash and his family, I feel for you, and I'm sorry, but best thing you
For
can
some
do
reason, I
for
don't believe
Ryan and
him.
yourselves, just to move on. Try to be happy. Jeez, so much power. That's a lot worse than when that child locked himself in the room after seeing Optimus Prime die in the original movie. And then also on the PlayStation Network on the home.
Around this same time, Chris received an email from a man claiming to be Takashi Tezuka, a highly successful video game director at Nintendo.
While working at Nintendo, I have heard about your original character, Sonichu, from many of my coworkers who read emails sent from your fans who are asking for a Sonichu game.
Oh.
I eventually received a message
Come
from
on.
Shigeru Miyamoto that we at Nintendo should take the first step into creating a Sonichu game. That is why I am programming in 2 new characters into Animal Crossing City Folk. Sonichu and Rosechu. If a large number of players enjoy Sonichu and Rosechu, we will create a Sonichu game with the help of Sega.
Tezuka even included a couple of screenshots of the Sonic Chew character in Animal Crossing. As can be expected, Chris did not catch on to the fact that this was a troll. He had made no secret in the past that his dream was to one day make an official Sonic Chew game with Nintendo and Sega. Now it appeared that that dream was being delivered to him on a silver platter. A few days later, the same prankster emailed Chris again.
Brandon, I know a little piece of information about Chris Chan that I don't know that he shares in this video, but do you see what he's got sitting next to his computer
Fanta?
monitor? Do you know what he does, Brandon?
Peas in a bottle?
Oh no, it's worse, dude. Are you ready for this?
Does he like do a colonoscopy with Fanta?
He ejaculates into it and drinks it.
So he just mixes it a bit, shakes it up, you know.
He doesn't want to lose any of the energy, Brandon, so he drinks it.
I don't think that's how that works. So is it not a bottle of Fanta?
No, it's got Fanta in it.
Oh,
He mixes it with Fanta
gotcha.
and then drinks it. Nice tasty little beverage for you. Yum.
Again, this time posing as Shigeru Miyamoto, the creator of Super Mario Bros. And Legend of Zelda. For good measure, he also sent emails pretending to be a lawyer for Nintendo named James Zilberstein, or just Jay-Z for short. This was all done as a small attempt to clue Chris into the fact that it was all a joke, but he never caught on. In fact, on January 6, 2009, Chris posted a video announcing the exciting news that he was working directly with Nintendo. He also stated that, for legal reasons, he had been advised by Nintendo to go back into his old comics and change the names of characters that were based on real people. Chris obliged the troll's orders, and soon after, every issue of Sonic Chew that had been published received these new edits. Sarah Hammer became Nicole Rammer, Wes Isley became Walter Grisby, Megan became Meg Chan, and Mary Lee Walsh became Slawwell Ryan. Later that day, the troll emailed Chris
Slawwell.
under yet another alias. This time he was pretending to be Greg Mays, a web designer hired by Nintendo to help spruce up the Sonic Chew website in advance of the game. Blinded by excitement, Chris happily handed over the password to his website.
No.
This
This is so
resulted in
sad.
it being taken offline. Greg emailed Chris blaming the outage on Sega filing a cease and desist order against the project. At this point, Chris finally caught on to the fact that he was being trolled, although he still was unable to see the full extent of it. Despite understanding that Greg was a fictional character, Chris was still convinced that every other person in the storyline was real, and that he was truly in contact with Shigeru Miyamoto.
Now listen, sir. I want you to restore all the files you've deleted from SonicChew.net, the Sonichu and Rosechu fan site, CWC's Pokesite 2, and the other CWC sites that were on there, where I will have my lore, his people of Nintendo, and the people of Sega, even the power of Mr. Miyamoto himself.
Oh, my allergies, dude.
Track you down and force you to restore Sonichu.net and all, with a cruel, beating up, terribly painful punishment.
My nose is really itchy today. I don't know why.
Allergies?
Sharp.
Maybe.
I can thirst for blood. Leave even though I am Cherokee, not a vampire.
Chris followed this stern email with a vlog in which he expressed the same sentiments, even repeating the threats about his fangs.
You're getting it. So just listen to me, you jerk. Re-upload it, or we're gonna rain heckle on you, because I'm not afraid to show my fangs.
After the fallout with Greg, Mr. Chandler continued emailing with Miyamoto to discuss the possibility of meeting in person. A big sticking point with this was Chris's inability to pay for a plane ticket to Redmond, Washington, where the Nintendo of America offices were located.
Well, at least
He
that's
tried
positive.
multiple times to get Miyamoto to pay for the flights, but he refused, berating Chris for being unemployed and unable to pay for his own ticket. Despite the now abusive comments from the supposed top creative at Nintendo, it's still unsurprising that he fell for the story given his track record. What's more perplexing is that at a certain point, Christian brought in his parents to talk with Miyamoto, and they too seemed to believe the hoax. Barbara began to help Chris negotiate with the gaming giant, and took the opportunity to boast about how prolific she and her husband had once been in the business world, though it was riddled with grammatical errors and disjointed sentences. Trolls noted that even though Bob and Barbara apparently had such deep knowledge of business dealings, they didn't find anything odd about the fact that such an important executive had reached out to Chris directly, and why such a large company was refusing to pay for airfare. From there, the talks merely went around in circles for a while as both sides refused to back down from their positions. As the Chandler family continued their correspondence with Miyamoto, on January 12th, Greg Mays returned to the store.
Man.
This time, he revealed himself to actually be Jason Kendrick Howell, the original troll who created the Encyclopedia Dramatica page in the first place.
Welcome back!
Welcome back, my guy.
But Chris
How are your
took the bait
tacos?
without question. As Jason was still holding Chris's website hostage, he offered him a deal. He would return the domain name if Chris posted a video coming out as either straight or gay, with the choice being up to him. Chris unsurprisingly chose the latter in an incredibly short video, and held up a poster of Britney Spears as proof. Jason was not satisfied by this offering and demanded Chris make a longer video.
Where do you think this is going to go, Brandon?
I don't know. I see the ending of it.
What's the ending?
Well, no, like
I want your prediction. No, I want your prediction.
no. What
now.
I said when I see the ending was the video that they did prior to the beginning of this video. That's what I meant when I said I see the ending of it.
No, you don't, because things happened after Art actually went to his house.
Interesting, and I don't know.
In this upload, Chris goes into great detail about how all his life he had gotten along better with women than he did with men. He even holds up a copy of a Playboy magazine this time as further proof of his heterosexuality. The troll
You
was
know
much
that's an
happier
abused
with this,
piece of
though he
material,
wasn't done
Brandon.
just yet,
It's seen some
asking
things.
Chris for one last video where he would film his parents telling Chris how proud they were of him. Christian at first agreed, but it seems that it was never actually filmed, as he apparently decided that it would be easier to just make a new website rather than continue to jump through hoops for Jason's amusement. Shortly thereafter, a new video was posted announcing the creation of SonicChew.info. That same day, Jason sent Chris another email, revealing that he was not actually Jason at all. It was just another pseudonym used by the true man behind all of this, Clyde Cash, the brother of Ryan Cash, who you might remember as the boy who had killed himself over Sonic Chew. Clyde vowed revenge against Chris due to his brother's death, and had devoted his life to making him suffer. Even the famously gullible Chris did not believe this story at first, instead thinking Jason was just lying to get out of trouble.
Very interesting. I will note Clyde Cash as your nickname among my printed written information I have of you when I go to the police department to report you. Hey, do me a huge favor. Stand in the middle of heaviest traffic and get run over. I pray to God and Jesus for your death, Jason Kendrick Howell.
As time went on,
Jesus Christ.
I like how he thinks this is all the machinations of one man.
Is that a fucking pickle?
That is a pickle.
Is that a pickle, Brandon?
That is a pickle.
They got another pickle.
What's up with the pickles?
What is up with the pickles, dude?
Why is there so many pickles?
Use the name as an alias, and Chris would come to know Clyde as his arch nemesis, the mysterious figure pulling the strings behind every trolling scheme in his life. After his grand entrance, Clyde formed an organization called the Private Villa of Corrupted Citizens, or PVCC for short. This was named after the villainous organization from the Sonic Shoe comic series.
I was hoping for the corrupt organization pickle.
Clyde's version of the PVCC was meant to be an elite team of only the best trolls, who would team up to devise new ways to mess with Chris. After revealing himself, Clyde's first act of trolling was to hack into Chris Chan's account and send an email to Miyamoto pretending to come out of the closet. Please keep in mind that Miyamoto and Clyde Cash were being played by the same person, but Chris was not privy to this fact, and was thus horrified when he discovered what had been sent from his account. He quickly established that he had been hacked and reaffirmed his heterosexuality. Mr. Chandler also posted a video directed at Miyamoto in order to confirm his identity. In this upload, Chris held up two pieces of evidence: his custom Sonic Chew Wii remote and nunchuck, as well as his driver's license. In another amusing detail, Chris chose to open the video by bowing to the camera as a sign of respect. With the introduction of Clyde and the PVCC, the line between reality and fiction was beginning to blur. The trolls were turning Chris's life into one of the Saturday morning cartoons he was influenced so much by as a child, complete with heroes, villains, and soon enough, love triangles. Because as hard as it
he did.
to believe that there was yet another trolling effort running perpendicular to the Miyamoto saga. Before going any further into today's story, we'll first need to jump back to December of 2008, before the Clyde Cash saga even began.
I hate the homos. I actually...
Perfect way to start a video. No problems here.
Oh, God.
do have a past story. As I have realized from repressed memories back from the Green County days. But I will not go further than that because y'all would have a field day.
Around this time,
What?
someone going
Becoming
by the
self-aware?
name of Cassie Rosechew informed Chris that she had created a message board called Sonic Chew Girls, where Chris's female fans could gather and discuss their love for him.
Why would you believe
The
this?
users of Sonic Chew Girls all heaped compliments onto Chris, treating him like a king and all saying that they would happily have sex with him. Chris clearly loved having such a large harem of women singing his praises, and in February of 2009, he even went so far as to ship Cassie Rosechew a box full of locks of his hair.
Oh my God! What?
Yeah. That's a. Why not a vial of your blood? You know, let's continue. Give her a bag of your toenail clippings.
Yo, could you imagine? What the fuck?
Get her a letter of your eyelashes. You know, you never know.
Just take a shit in a bottle and send it to her.
Fart in a jar and send that.
Distribute amongst the other Sonic Chew girls. Reportedly, his hair was greasy and had an unpleasant smell.
Oh,
Well, you have to
no.
remember, he doesn't shower or bathe. He just uses Axe body spray.
Of all the users of the message board, one stood out from the rest.
Yeah, I'm with there. We're right there with you, Maximilian.
By her screen name of Blue Spike. Now, Chris had not met Julie on the Sonic Chew Girls.
What is this drawing?
Depravity. That should be the name of this drawing.
Brandon, there's a bottle of Fanta on one side, a bottle of
Which
lotion
we've discussed what Fanta's used for.
on the other side.
We got
used
innumerable
tissues.
tissues and socks.
Oh my God, no!
His message board. She had emailed Chris a few weeks prior, and the two had quickly hit it off. Unbeknownst to Chris, though, Blue Spike led a double life as a member of the PVCC. At the time when Chris and Julie's relationship began to get more intense, Chris had also restarted a romance with his old flame,
Jesus
Sarah,
Christ.
aka Panda Halo. During
I'm
the
trying to
night
think
on the
of
Sonic
what the
2 Girls
term
message
is
board,
called.
Julie was expressing her displeasure with this relationship, and she believed Chris would be much happier with her.
It's his
It seems as
command
though Chris
station.
agreed.
There's always a bottle of Fanta, dude. I told you. He blows his load into a bottle of Fanta and drinks it. Fuck. Ugh.
As he stated he would break up with Sarah in order to date Julie. At that moment, Sarah just so happened to join the chat and was immediately horrified by what she saw. The three of them began arguing, resulting in Julie leaving the chat and threatening to kill herself. To this, Chris would only say, "Damn." After things calmed down a bit, Julie returned to the conversation, and Chris revealed that he had feelings for both girls. Eventually, he could no longer handle the stress of this discussion and logged off for the night. It would appear that Christian used this time to think about his decision, which was revealed on January 5th with the release of a new Sonic 2 episode. Most of the story was a fairly standard, albeit bizarre and borderline incomprehensible Sonic 2 adventure. The only notable part is at the end, where Chris talks about his struggles choosing between all the women who had been throwing themselves at him lately. He states that the decision was made easier when two paths were taken away with the help of God and Jesus. He starts by bringing up Sarah Jackson, the girl he had been talking to a few months prior who he believed had died in a car accident. Chris chose to memorialize this deceased woman by depicting the moment of her death, and including a drawing of a truck ramming directly into her car. He also brings up Jessie Ruddy, another lady he had been talking to who had revealed herself to be a troll. He ended this section by proclaiming Sarah Mackenzie to be his true sweetheart, officially completing his love quest. Chris did not even mention Julie in this comic, so it's entirely possible that it was completed before he started talking to her. Either way, at the time, he remained devoted to Sarah. Later in January, Chris engaged in an internet relay chat, or IRC, with Clyde Cash along with his friend and popular entrepreneur, Billy Mays.
Billy Mays here.
You gotta. There has to be a point of self-awareness where, like, so many important, like, famous people are trying to contact you. Like, you just know it has to be fake, right?
You would.
I would know as soon as, like, the first thing that happened.
In this convo, Chris's immediate priority was to try to get Clyde to be nicer to him. He started by once again offering his condolences for Ryan's death, and tried to relate to him by mentioning how distraught he was after the passing of his dog Patty. This strategy did not work, as it only angered Clyde,
It was a
who
troll.
derided Chris for daring to compare a dog to his brother. Chris still doubled down on this point, claiming to have loved Patty as though she was a sibling. He also made an attempt to gain Clyde's respect, claiming that he was courageous for enduring being trolled for so long. Unsurprisingly, these strategies proved unsuccessful, as Clyde and Billy Mays seemed more concerned with finding new ways to annoy their target. Things continued with Christian being tormented by his inability to lose his virginity despite having so many women throwing themselves at him. Clyde brought up the subject of Chris's then-girlfriend Sarah Mackenzie, who he claimed to have raped, a point Chris seemed unfazed by. The troll then decided that the only way to truly infuriate Chris was to resort to a tried-and-true method, calling him a homosexual. He brought up the now infamous image of Chris wearing his mother's underwear, citing it as proof that he secretly liked men. This is what made Chris finally lose his temper, as he tried in vain to convince Clyde that he wore traditional male underwear most of the time. This angry outburst resulted in Chris stating, "I have numbers of pairs of dirty crapped briefs."
Hold on.
Chris stating,
I have numbers of pairs of dirty, crapped briefs.
Can't make it to the bathroom.
have numbers of pairs of dirty, crapped briefs. The unprompted admission to frequently soiling himself became another prominent meme in the Chris Chan trolling community.
Oh,
Further
dude.
cementing people's desire to anger him just to see what outrageous thing he'd say next. The following day, Chris and Clyde engaged in another IRC, this time joined by his girlfriend, Sarah Mackenzie. Sarah started by confirming that she had indeed been raped by Clyde, and added that she was now pregnant with his child. Sarah offered Chris an ultimatum. If he managed to turn Sonichu into a successful franchise, she would become his wife and raise the child with him. This barely seemed to affect Chris, as he even gave Sarah his blessing to move in with her supposed rapist if she chose. Ultimately, this trolling attempt proved not to be very fruitful, although it would more or less mark the end of his relationship with Sarah. This breakup would not keep Chris down for long though, as he decided to immediately jump back into things with Julie. The two of them began talking frequently again over Mumble, a voice chat application similar to Discord or Skype. Julie took the opportunity to deepen the lore.
Is Skype still around?
She told
Well, I don't even know, dude. But this was in like 2009.
Oh, I
or
know
something.
where it is, like the time. I'm just saying, like, he's referring to Skype.
Assassination of their dictator. Chris almost Googled it to check the legitimacy of these claims, coming so close to finally figuring out that he was being lied to, but Julie talked him out of it. These conversations also had the tendency to get a bit sexual. Chris apparently had spent a long while thinking about what their first time together would be like, as he went into graphic detail describing every aspect of how he imagined that night going. He talked about how they would begin with making out before moving on to intercourse, and
During that day, I would have eaten plenty of strawberries.
described.
But then Chris suddenly switches to his normal voice. By the way, I would be wearing a condom, so I had no problem wearing it. So if I got inside you, it'd be protected, or I could like pull it out and go right all onto your or into your mouth, whatever you want. I'll give you a pearl, or I'll feed it to you.
What? Jesus
What do you
Christ.
want? What is maybe just to have it, maybe just to eat it, I suppose. You did say you like it would taste like strawberries. That's because I would have eaten a bunch of strawberries beforehand. Can we not?
Which positions they would take, and the order in which they would use them. He even stated that he planned on eating a good deal of strawberries beforehand in order to make his fluids taste better. Julie was fully supporting this discussion all the way through, telling Chris that she was getting aroused by the thought of it. It appeared that all was going good until Clyde Cash infiltrated the chat and began tormenting Chris. They seemed to fill the...
Guess who that was? Get out of here, you jerk. It's a troll. Who was it? It was me. Come on. It was, and God, you irritate me. So the next time I bring my gun, you leave her alone. Haunt your dreams.
So is he inferring that he's in Julie's house?
I don't know what's going on, dude.
Dude, this story, these trolls are so fucking intermixed.
Nemesis threatened to harm Julie unless Chris gave in to his demands. He was to make a 3-minute-long video in which he told the world he was gay. Chris agreed, although he formulated a plan to beat Clyde at his own game. On February 5th, 2009, Chris posted a video in which he appears to come out of the closet, though secretly doesn't. Let me explain. You see, Chris was unwilling to make the coming out video for his nemesis, so he instead figured out a loophole. In the video, rather than saying he was gay, he instead referred to himself as a Gabian. This was his made-up term for a male lesbian. In other words, a man who was attracted to women. In addition, Christian also hid a number of clues in the video so his true fans would be able to tell he was not being entirely truthful. He held an Optimus Prime toy, which he had previously referred to as a symbol of true masculinity.
He's a what was it? The word?
Gabian.
Gabian?
Because it's gay lesbian.
Gay lesbian.
So he's gay, but only for lesbians.
I don't understand.
I
I can't wrap my brain around this.
I don't see how to work around. Because I guess gay means man on man and lesbian means women on women. So therefore, if you're a gay lesbian, you're just a
straight person?
I guess that's his logic. I don't see how that works. It just makes me think you're bisexual more than anything.
Alright, dude.
And displayed a Sailor Moon poster in the background to show his love for women. He also chose not to wear his Sonichu medallion, which his fans knew meant that he was not telling the truth. To put it simply, Clyde was not impressed, demanding that Chris do it again.
Wait, how did they know if he's not wearing it, he's lying?
Because he wears it all the time, so if he's not wearing it, it's clearly something's wrong. I would guess it was his logic.
Sure, I guess.
Without the word Gabian, Chris relented, but only on the condition that Clyde leave Julie alone after it was finished. The leader of the PVCC agreed to these terms, but he still wanted to be able to send her chocolates and flowers. Chris apparently thought this was an acceptable compromise, and he posted the new video later that same day.
I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I said it.
It was clear that this was a man who could not handle the slightest notion that anyone might believe he was attracted to other men. And the very next day, Chris posted a video clarifying that he had only pretended to come out of the closet to protect Julie, despite the fact that he had...
You could always just say the original meaning of gay, which was happy.
Christian also addressed another demand Clyde had made for him to clean up his room and get rid of some of the toys in order to appear more mature. Chris claimed he had already gotten started on this task by showing a destroyed vibrator he had received for free with a large order from the adult website Adam and Eve. Despite claiming to have never actually used this device, he believed that getting rid of it would satisfy Clyde's desires. Chris's next...
You know he used that thing, Brandon. You know it was unwashed while he was trying to break it, too.
I'm not going to say what I was going to say.
What were you going to say?
I'm not going to say
Come on,
it.
say
No.
it. Say it.
No.
Say it.
No.
Come on, say it.
No.
Ew. That's all. Ew.
I'm not. It's not the time nor the place for that comment.
This video would address the Black Saturday bushfires that had been sweeping across Victoria, Australia at the time. He expressed concern for Sarah Mackenzie, as he hadn't heard from her in some time, and thus was worried she had been killed in the natural disaster. Many mocked Chris due to the fact that the fires were nowhere near the part of Australia that Sarah lived in, let alone the fact that she was not real. Regardless, he proceeded to beg Sarah to contact him to confirm if she decided to stay with him or go with Clyde. He apparently still viewed Sarah as his sweetheart, despite his sexual conversations with Julie since the last time he had spoken to her. Chris and Julie also continued to have sexually charged chats over Mumble at around the same time. She was able to get Chris to reveal...
Have you ever tasted your own semen? Keep it a secret, but I actually have. I recycle my semen. I just like get together with my sweetheart for my first time. Oh, so that's why you do it in a cup. Yes, after recycle it, rinse the cup and dispose of it. Oh my god.
Reveal even more embarrassing details about himself, most notably being that he would occasionally drink his own semen, or as he would call it, recycling it. As he explained it, by consuming the fluids, he would keep his sperm count high and ensure that none of his potential future children would be lost. In addition,
okay, well, sometimes I'm not sure whether it's mine or not. What?
It's just like
it's
a
just
random
a random
penis.
like yeah, it could have been mine or it could have been one I saw in like a porno vid, one of those porno movies I've seen, and from that I also get a random audio and word thoughts in between my audio and my philopathic memory where no other people saying Chris is gay. What do they say? Christian is gay. I don't understand where he's going with this.
Christian admitted to having semi-frequent intrusive thoughts telling him that he was a homosexual. He even told Julie that he had inserted some of the Adam and Eve products into his rectum.
I told you used it, dude. No. Come on, dude.
All right, I'll tell you confidentially. I put a condom on a dildo and actually did put it up my a-hole. And in my humble opinion, it just did not feel right to me. And the anal beads, I just put them in there and they were like, it's like in not so stiff. So it was just one time. Then they got covered in poo and I just put them in the trash can.
Fuck me, bro. No. I told you he used it. What do you got to say, Brandon?
So what I was going to say earlier was, maybe that's why he couldn't keep a grip on it.
Ew. Brandon. That's disgusting. You fucking nasty ass.
What do you think I said? I didn't want to say it.
Not enjoy it. The love-struck man obviously believed he was telling Julie these secrets in confidence, but as always, they would quickly leak onto the internet.
Shocker.
Not only was Julie
Hold on, pause it real quick. Let's just say for this universe that Chris finds himself in, that Julie was real, right?
Yeah.
He knows Clyde can just get in there and view that. He's done it before.
Brandon. He doesn't have the same thought process that you and I do.
I guess fair, but still. Anyways,
that's why I told you, try not to make sense of it.
Oh, I'm going to make sense of it.
PVCC would often lurk in these chats, recording them to find any new insight into Chris's life. Some of these people also took the opportunity to mess with Chris further. On Valentine's Day 2009, as Chris and Julie were engaged in a particularly sexual discussion, pranksters began calling the Chandler family's landline in order to get his parents to walk in on him. They eventually succeeded by telling Bob that Chris was planning to kill himself, which prompted the elderly man to run in on his son, catching him with his pants down. This caused Bob to get very upset, as he threatened to take away his adult son's internet privileges. His choice words of, "Get away from the internet, I'm cutting it down right now," earned Bob the nickname, the Lumberjack. Only a few days later, a video titled, "For Julie's Eyes Only" was leaked onto a porn website.
For Julie's Eyes Only, Brandon. What do you think the contents of this video, what do you think it's going to be?
Him creating his next Sonic Chew comic.
You think it's going to be like a speed paint, dude?
He wanted the inside
of the Fanta bottle.
He wanted the inside scoop. He wanted to show the inside like machinations of his creation process of Sonic Chew.
Sure.
This upload
That's why it was on a porn site.
Naked as he had intercourse with his blow-up doll while calling out Julie's name. It quickly gained an impressive 3 million views, becoming one of the most watched Chris Chan videos of all time. When he confronted Julie about it, she claimed that her
we are not watching that.
No. I don't want to. That's disturbing.
Chris had a conversation over Mumble with Clyde and a few other members.
I know what this video involves, but I won't spoil anything. I've watched this exact video numerous times. This is Brandon's first time.
Yeah, this is my first time. Matthew wanted me to witness this.
Welcome to the Brothers Miscreants. Look, I did the video. I did the first off. And her brother I found on a computer and uploaded to YouTube without neither of our consent.
As over-the-top and evil as possible. Clyde stated that their mission was to keep Chris a virgin for the rest of his life, mirroring Mary Lee Walsh's goals from the Sonic Chew comic. They may have been trying to provide a fantasy for Chris, but perhaps on the same level, Chris was providing a fantasy for them. Clyde and the Miscreants dropped many large revelations on Chris during this chat. They revealed that not only was Max one of them, but so...
Do you remember Jason? Always a valuable member, always willing to take the fall for me. Creating the ED page, getting their emails. He was a good member too. And can't you remember Blanca, the one who destroyed your medallion? Remember? Yeah, all part of the miscreants, Chris. And the latest member, Sarah Mackenzie, or you know her as Panda. She's not dead. She's alive at my side. Panda's sleeping right now. I shouldn't be talking so loud. Anyway, yes, I can't believe you fell for her.
Yeesh.
So we're
Brandon, let's just say he bought a blow up doll and did some.
Well,
things.
he already had a blow up doll. That
Yeah,
was
he already did the blow up
yeah.
doll.
He didn't. No, and he didn't buy it for that. He already had one like previous.
Brandon, he bought it to stick his penis in. 100%.
Oh, I know why he bought the blow up doll, but he already had a blow up doll.
Yeah. Gross.
Remember when they were talking about that in like the second video, like beginning of it?
Dude, yeah. Do you know what I just thought?
How old that blow up doll?
You know how crusty that thing would be?
Maybe he cleans it.
There's no way, man.
Apparently,
okay, I don't even want to think about it. Let's just move on.
Kendrick Howell and Sarah Mackenzie. On the subject of Sarah, Clyde also assured him that she survived the bushfires. As this was happening, Max took control of the Blue Spike account and began using it to message Chris. He told him that the miscreants had kidnapped Julie and were holding her hostage at their secret headquarters in Cleveland, Ohio. A few days later, Chris received an email from Clyde reaffirming this claim and adding that they were planning to ship her off to China. They then gave Chris an address where he could supposedly rescue her. Now by this point, Chris had proven himself to be able to believe some pretty outlandish things. But most of the miscreants thought that this was still a bridge too far. Even if he did believe the story, many assumed...
With his situation, I doubt
like
he'd
asking
clean
a
it.
Smash player to take a shower.
That's pretty savage. Pretty savage, Manfred.
That he would not actually
I mean, it's fair.
journey. Surprising everyone, though, in the early morning of February 25th, Chris got in his car and began making the drive to Ohio. He departed without telling his parents, choosing instead to leave a note informing them of what was happening. This was the first time Chris had ever left the state by himself. So when Bob and Barbara discovered the note, they began to panic. The distraught parents called the police and tried to file a missing person case for their son.
48 hours.
Crusty baby. Ew, dude. Freaking what? Yeah. Gross.
The miscreants had given him a day later. But when he rang the doorbell, he was greeted by an elderly woman who had never heard of the names Julie or Clyde Cash before. Even after he was told that no person of his description lived there, a suspicious Chris asked around a few neighbors' houses before realizing that they didn't know anything either. He proceeded to drive home. Despite the whole ordeal being nothing more than a wild goose chase, Christian Weston Chandler seemed to be in high spirits after his solo road trip. This was the most independent thing he had ever done, and this taste of freedom seemed to excite him. Even the trolls had to applaud Chris for being willing to step so far out of his comfort zone to rescue the woman he loved, even if it was just a prank. Their reasons for making him do it may have been cruel, but in a strange way, the end result seemed to be a positive one. Unfortunately, the same can't be said for what would come next, because on March 3rd, Chris was once again hacked, this time by Max, who took control of his website, Yahoo, and PlayStation Network account. This resulted in a long, infamous Skype call between the two of them. While Max's side of the recording is a bit unintelligible, whatever he was saying clearly made Chris viscerally upset. He told Chris that the miscreants were still holding Julie hostage and gave him a choice. He could either save Julie or get his accounts back. Ultimately, Chris chose to save Julie. After the decision was made, Max began threatening to put Chris's PSN account up for auction on eBay. Even though he had chosen Julie, Christian still begged the troll not to go through with it. He didn't even seem to mind if he didn't get it back. For some reason, he was just desperate for it not to be sold. And this is when Max saw an opportunity. He began making ludicrous demands of Chris in order to keep the account off of eBay, including dancing for him as well as making love with the manager of the game place. At some point, Max made fun of Chris by accusing him of not having genitals. While no video recording exists of this conversation, based on Max's reaction, it can be inferred that Chris exposed himself on camera to prove him incorrect. After some deliberation, Max's demands became focused on Chris's Sonic Chew medallion. He tossed around ideas for things Chris could do with his prized possession, including setting it aflame and ejaculating on it. Ultimately, the troll decided on the cruelest thing possible, making Chris insert the medallion into his anus. Despite the only thing at stake being a PlayStation Network account, Chris decided this was an acceptable trade-off. As just stated, no video of this ordeal exists online, but Max can be heard laughing with sadistic glee as Chris repeats how miserable this whole experience is making him. Eventually, other members of the miscreants joined the call, and were horrified by what they saw, quickly turning on Max and telling him to cut it out. The sadist wasn't willing to give up his...
Dude, this is so disgusting.
His depraved fun so easily, though, as he continued making increasingly crueler demands of Chris, such as telling him to burn his own house down. Luckily, by this point, Chris was realizing the tides were turning in his favor and finally had enough, telling Max that he would no longer do as asked. With the jig being up, Max dropped the bombshell reveal on Chris Chan. Julie never existed. As it turns out, both his sweetheart and Max had been characters played by the troll Blue Spike, a boy that was only 13 years of age.
Are you fucking kidding me? I mean, it's pretty disturbing that a 13-year-old...
Yeah, right. I'd be
all
more
that
worried
though,
about the 13-year-old at this point.
I wouldn't be.
Blue Spike
Well,
then threatened to report Chris to the
think of it in terms of Max was Blue Spike, right?
Yeah.
Think of the thing Blue Spike was making Chris do. That is a disturbed 13-year-old.
Fair enough.
as he had been having sexual conversations and sending explicit material to a minor for months. Hearing what was going down, Clyde joined the call and attempted to reel in the teenager's antics. He tried in vain to convince Chris that Julie was real and still being held hostage in Ohio, but at that point the damage was done. The 13-year-olds had torn down the entire facade that Clyde spent months building up.
I'd be
Despite
so
his
angry.
cruel methods, on some level, Clyde seemed to believe he was helping Chris take some control of his life and gain maturity. But Blue Spike didn't care about that, as he merely wanted the autistic man to suffer.
Yeah, Chris at least has a little bit of an excuse, though. You know.
Well, that, and at least in his belief, it was a of-aged woman. While Max, or Blue Spike, whatever you want to call him, was a kid that knew what he was doing. I mean, he knows what he's doing. He's 13. He's smart enough to know what he's doing. And the fact that he did this charade and everything he made him do, yeah, I think the kid is worse in this situation.
The following day, Christian had a chat over Mumble with the miscreants sans Blue Spike, where he stated he felt sick after the previous day's events. There was a notable change of tone from the pranksters here, as they were clearly treating Chris more nicely, presumably out of a sense of guilt. That didn't stop them entirely, of course. Clyde Cash mentioned that he had Blue Spike killed for what he had done, to which Chris could only respond, "That's sad." For a short while after this incident, the trolls chose to back off, and Chris made a conscious effort to talk to fewer people over the World Wide Web. But as always, it wouldn't be long until both sides were back to their old ways. In fact, a new troll would soon enter the picture.
Good evening, citizens of YouTube. I must be quiet, because it's at night. I don't want to wake up my parents, so please
That's
forgive me
quiet.
for not talking loud, and I hope all you can hear me.
Robert Simmons was a man who contacted Chris during the early days of the trolling, posing as an autistic Sonic fan, and was able to quickly gain the gullible man's trust. The two maintained friendly correspondence over the internet until March 15th, 2009, when Robert visited Chris's church in order to attend a service with him and Bob. Unbeknownst to the father...
I have to be quiet so my parents don't hear me.
I was gonna say, like, you could hear him echoing around.
So this guy actually went and met him in real life.
There's dedication, man.
I mean,
son, Robert was wearing a microphone to record the entire encounter. Nothing much of interest was said on this recording, though. Robert and Bob chatted for a bit about the trolling Chris had been receiving, and Chris gave Robert his autograph. The real point of interest in this audio comes at the end, when Robert gets into his car and begins talking with an unidentified co-conspirator. The two of them appeared to be planning something, but at that point, it was unclear exactly what this was. That same week, Chris received a phone call from a girl named Emily, asking if he'd be interested on going on a date with her. Still rebounding from Julie, Chris agreed, and the date was set for March 16th.
Why?
It should go without saying at this point that Emily was a troll too.
Yeah.
In fact, she was the one who had put the Encyclopedia Dramatica sign in Chris's yard a few months prior. The two decided to meet up at the now iconic Fashion Square Mall, Chris's former favorite spot for picking up women. When the day came, Chris arrived first, but quickly got too stressed out and left before Emily showed up. Even though she was a troll, this was still the closest thing to a real date Chris had ever been on.
Well, he doesn't know it's a
Arriving
troll.
home, he posted a video apologizing to Emily, asking if they could reschedule for a new time for their date. In this upload, Chris also cites his parents as the reason for backing out at the last second.
But my mom was in disbelief, but yet also my father was in full belief, and still all the conflicting opinions and whatnot. It just made me feel unsure.
He stated that if they did arrange a new date to go out on, he would not tell his mother about it. Shortly thereafter, the female troll and Chris got in contact once again, and the new date was set. On this second meeting attempt, it was Emily who arrived at the mall early. She wore a concealed microphone, and her friend covertly recorded the meeting in order to capture what they had planned. When Chris arrived, Emily and her cohorts were surprised to see him accompanied by Bob. The trio sat down for lunch at the food court, where Bob talked incessantly to Emily, with Chris barely getting a word in edgewise. Many speculated that the now elderly man liked to talk a lot because he was so starved for attention living with Chris and Barb that he would take any opportunity he could to interact with new people. Eventually, the father did leave the two alone, and Chris and Emily walked around the mall together. The romantically impaired man made some awkward attempts to flirt. He seemed to brag about taking a shower before the date, showed her his infamous Donald Duck impression, and compared her to a character from Sailor Moon. He also asked if he could put his hand on her shoulder, to which she responded, only for a little bit. After a while,
hey, that's some change.
She was ready to go home. This was the cue for her partner, a man wearing a pickle costume, to emerge from a nearby store and begin flirting with her. Chris was immediately suspicious of him, asking if he had any knowledge of Sonic Chew and 4chan, but he pretended to have no idea what Chris was talking about. He then tried to get the pickle man to back off, but Emily was clearly infatuated with him. The smooth-talking pickle man girlfriend stealer...
I love that it's a fucking pickle.
Jeez.
The lengths that these people have gone to, though.
Right?
Like, you really have nothing better
That's
to
what
do,
I'm
man.
saying. Like,
get a fucking life. Come on, man.
there's trolling and then there's this. This is just sad. For all involved.
Next inquired if she'd be interested in going to see a film with him, and much to Chris's dismay, Emily
I was really hoping ask him to see his pickle.
date left him for a man dressed as a fermented cucumber. After his failed love quest with Emily, Chris was ready to move on to the next girl. And as it turns out, only a few days prior, a young woman named Ivy O'Neill had called the Chandler household to ask if Chris could give her a shout out in a video. She also sent him all of the Sonic Chew fan art she had made, as well as art of her own original characters.
Does Rose Chew have a tail's tail?
I was gonna say I really hate the tail.
Appeal to his sexual desires or to send him Sonic Chew fan art. So of course he quickly became infatuated with the young lady. Almost immediately after they started talking, Ivy began testing the limits of what she could get Chris to do. On March 20th, only a few days after the relationship began, Chris posted a video telling her that he was in love. A week later, Chris recorded a cover of the song I Need a Hero at Ivy's request. He pretended to play music on his Guitar Hero controller. He also showed a few pages from a comic he was working on, in which he and Sonic Chew rescued Ivy from Clyde. It concluded with a drawing of a shirtless, unrealistically muscular Chris standing triumphantly with Ivy on the edge of a cliff and waving his iconic sweater like a flag. Another video requested by his new sweetheart was a tour of Chris's house, which was posted on March 27th. This offered a rare insight into the everyday life and severe hoarding problems of the Chandler family. The kitchen counters were covered by layers of unwashed dishes. They had still not taken their Christmas tree down.
You can feel the cockroaches crawling on your legs now.
No longer usable. It was at this moment that the miscreants realized that if this was Chris's reality, it's no wonder why he would rather live in a fantasy. This house tour actually got Chris in a bit of trouble a few months later in August, when his parents discovered it. It turns out that they were concerned that the health department might...
Yeah, of course. So, oh, dude, I hate his parents.
Why? Because they're so focused on themselves?
Yes, they're they're like, they watched this video of this grown-ass man behaving this way, and their only takeaway is the government might see that we're hoarders and we're a health hazard.
Well, the fact they're letting him be trolled and manipulated.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
For years now.
Like I said, it doesn't excuse how this ends. Like, it's horrible the way it ends, but it's his parents' fault, dude. Like, come on, man.
Might see the footage and force them to move out, and wanted him to figure out a way to fix it. His solution was to upload a video screaming at people about it.
Everyone on the internet, my mother and my father are angry at me. They're blaming me. It's my fault. I admit it's my fault. I want everything about my house off the internet. I'll send in detectives. I'll send in police. I'll send in everything in my power to get it off the internet.
Listen to me. Listen to me. Yes. Shut that goddamn thing off. I don't care what you do. You get all that stuff off of there tonight.
I'm working on it.
Go work on it.
I am
Do
working.
you realize something? Let me tell you. If the health department of Greene County sees those videos that you put on the damn internet, they could condemn our house and we would have to move out of it.
I don't want to go.
Loaded them up there, you unload them.
I'm working on it.
Talk about not understanding how this works. You loaded it up there. You unload it. Yeah, that's not how it works, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Chris Chan getting grounded. Yeah, his parents really needed to step in.
Well, his parents needed to be better parents
Mm-hmm.
through this entire ordeal with their son.
Go do it.
I am doing it. I'm sorry.
Get in here and do it. I don't want to get kicked out of my house by the health department. And what you just did was stick a knife in our back and kill us.
So yeah, please get everything off of the internet now.
After this video went live, the trolls began contacting the Greene County Health Department to report the Chandler family. Officials eventually did check the house out, but took no action due to the fact that the conditions of the home, terrible as they were, did not affect anyone beyond Chris, Bob, and Barbara. Going back to the spring
That's just
of
messed up.
2009,
Right?
Chris rekindled his friendship with Joshua Martinez. This time, he managed to convince Chris that he had many friends in Hollywood, with him pretending to put the gullible man in contact with actress Vanessa Hudgens, and the two began a correspondence. Things rapidly became sexual between the two, with Chris even going so far as to tell the movie star that he loved her. However, the Sonic 2 creator quickly felt guilty about this and came clean to Ivy about the affair. He even posted a couple of videos on the subject. The first was him apologizing and had his blow-up doll stand in for Ivy. The second was him reading a Bible verse about how is a sin. During this ordeal, the miscreants also leaked a series of private videos Chris had made for Ivy. The first of these showed Mr. Chandler drinking his own seed in order to prove that he could change how it tasted based off of what he ate. Strangely though, he chose to mix it with orange Fanta.
There you go.
The second was of Chris naked in the shower, slow dancing to an imaginary Ivy. Finally, the third was of him once again naked, spanking himself as punishment for cheating. If this wasn't embarrassing enough,
He's licking it, Brandon. He's had that in his ass.
they also leaked a series of photos showing Chris wearing nothing but his Sonic 2 medallion and an adult diaper. These were all punishments devised by Ivy to make up for the fact that he had an emotional affair with the star of High School Musical. All of this discipline only seemed to strengthen Chris's love for Ivy, as by April 24th, he posted a video of himself pretending to propose. He did this by producing a cover of the Celine Dion song, It's All Coming Back to Me, which he played in the background. It was followed up by Chris showing off his latest comic, Sonic 2 Special Number 2, which told the story of his dream wedding. A few days later, the miscreants leaked the follow-up, Sonic 2 Special Number 3. This was made as a gift to Ivy, and was only ever meant to be seen by her. The story followed the couple's honeymoon, and them consummating the marriage.
Please
As
tell me
shown
Ivy has a
prior,
pickle.
Chris wasn't afraid to make his comics sexual, and this was no exception. According to some, Ivy encouraged Chris to make the drawings of his genitals as accurate as possible. His solution was to place his manhood on the paper and trace over it. This resulted in his character's package being roughly the same size as his entire body, leading many fans to nickname it the Giant Penis Comic. By May, Chris decided he wanted to better control the online conversation surrounding him. With this, he created an account on Wikipedia named
He did the
Chris
turkey
Chan
thing,
Sonic,
Brandon.
and attempted
You know,
to
the
write
turkey
up a
thing?
video
Yeah,
about
the turkey
himself
thing.
on the
But he
site.
did it with...
This was quickly deleted, though.
That would be
This
so
included
uncomfortable.
Excessively detailed personal information, and the Wikipedia admins assumed it was created by a troll. This was not a total loss, though, as CogsDev, the creator of the Quickie, decided to take the opportunity to create a new website called Wikipedia, where Chris could post about himself all he liked. Aside from YouTube, this would be Chris's primary space for communicating with the public, and the new home for the Sonic 2 comic. This same month, Chris was tricked once again by Joshua Martinez, who sold him a PSP at a drastically inflated price. For some reason, this excessive spending was the final nail in the coffin for Ivy, who decided to break up with Chris soon afterward. She also cited his infidelity as another reason for leaving, but it can probably be assumed that the troll behind the Ivy persona had just gotten bored and needed an excuse to give it up. For the 2 days afterward, Chris called his ex non-stop, begging her to take him back. It got so bad that she eventually had to call Bob to make Chris leave her alone. In an instant, one of Chris's most serious relationships had ended, and he barely understood why. Accepting the rejection and trying to move on, Chris posted a video saying he would be resuming his love quest. More specifically, looking for a smoke-free, non-alcoholic, non-black woman. Most importantly, he claimed that he would no longer be talking to ladies over the internet, and would only accept offers from those who approached him in real life. It seemed to many that he had...
What, Brandon? What thought just crossed your mind? Share it with us.
He's a third of the way there.
A third of the way there to what?
Not getting trolled by at least people pretending to be girlfriends.
Brandon, you see how much time is left in this video?
I know. Step one. Don't believe every person saying they're a girl on the internet.
learned his lesson. To back this up, Chris began expanding his social life and friend circle with his new gal pal, Kim Wilson, as well as a couple of her friends. The thing is, Kim was actually Emily, the girl Chris had gone on a date with a few months prior. But as baffling as it may sound, he did not seem to recognize her. Kim posted a series of vlogs depicting her time with Chris. Despite the fact that she was a troll, it seemed like she actually wanted him to enjoy himself. Most notably, one of these videos showed Chris drinking a Long Island iced tea, which was his first ever alcoholic beverage. After years of vilifying people who drank, this was a rare moment of Chris stepping out of his comfort zone. As Christian continued hanging out with Kim and her friends, he began getting a lot more confident. In July, a video was recorded with the help of a buddy titled Rollin' and Trollin', in which he gave a tour of Charlottesville while pretending it was Quickville. The most notable thing in this video was Chris's change in appearance. His famous...
Yeah, dude, I actually there for a minute couldn't even recognize him. See, that's what I was saying, dude. All he really was looking for was attention, but he can't interpret it that way, so it just becomes like this sexual drive thing for him. All he really needed was actual friends and people to care for him. But unfortunately, he was surrounded by the absolute worst of people.
Yeah.
You know.
And it only got worse with the internet.
And red striped sweater had been replaced with a blue t-shirt and a vest, and his Sonichu medallion had been exchanged for dog tags. He wore tattoo sleeves, sunglasses, spiked bracelets, had grown a goatee, and was altering his voice. This was all done in an attempt to convince the trolls that Chris Chan had been a character this whole time, and that, in reality, he was neurotypical and fully employed. Around this time, a troll going by the name Samantha Thaddeus hacked into Chris's PSN and Club Nintendo accounts. After some emailing back and forth, with them quoting Bible verses at each other, Chris was then put in contact with Samantha's father, Jack Thaddeus. Just like many of the other trolls in the past, Jack used his position of power to see what absurd things he could get Chris to do. This included a gratuitous video of Chris humping his PlayStation 3 for 8 whole minutes straight, as well as one of him singing the song It's Okay to Be Gay. As usual, the latter of these two uploads was not satisfactory, as Chris spent the whole gay announcements with his voice filled with disgust. Because of this, he demanded a second take. In this new version, Chris wore novelty nose and mustache glasses, a hat, and a skirt taken from his blow-up doll. He also changed the lyrics in the final line to "It's not okay to be gay," as he took off the glasses, all in an attempt to circumvent the troll's demand for him to come out of the closet. Jack next requested...
Man puts a P in PS3. That's disgusting. We're not going to think about it.
Sonic and Tails making love. But this seemed to be a line Chris was not willing to cross, as he told Jack that getting his accounts back was not worth the humiliation. Even with that being said, Samantha's father was still able to convince Chris that the miscreants were cooking up a scheme to get his social security payments taken away, as he had apparently revealed himself to not actually have autism in his Rollin' and Trollin' video. In response, Chris posted an upload clarifying that he was, in fact, unemployed and autistic. Inexplicably, all of the audio in this video was entirely through ADR.
I don't have a job, so there. And I am high functionally autistic, and I'm nearsighted, still a virgin. So there you go.
To most onlookers, Jack wasn't anything too special when it came to Chris's ever-growing gallery of trolls.
Yeah.
However, he did open the door to the next big saga. You see, as he and Chris continued emailing, Jack sent him a link to a new video by a brand new player in the story, a young man claiming that he was the real Christian Weston Chandler. It goes without saying that Chris would not take this very well.
I mean, you gotta admire the creativity, though, right? They even dressed like him.
You gotta admire the dedication. This has been going on for years, Matthew.
Captain's log. Started June 21st, 2009. My name is Christian Weston Chandler.
In the summer of 2009, one of Chris's most infamous adversaries appeared on the scene. This troll had actually been posting videos since June on the YouTube channel C-Chan Sonic Chew Quick, before gaining much of a following. But that would soon change. What made him stick out from the pack was that he pretended to be Chris, doing a near spot-on imitation at that, copying his quirks and manner of speaking. He wore a brown and yellow striped sweater which he padded out with a pillow to make himself appear obese, and had a paper Sonic Chew medallion around his neck. He mimicked Chris's past antics, such as his song "So Need a Cute Girl."
This is the picture of Billy Mays up there in the corner.
Saying that he was gay, and his eternal feud with Clyde Cash. Trolls began referring to him as Liquid Chris, with the original now being referred to as Solid Chris, a reference to the Metal Gear video game series. The first upload that Solid Chris saw from Liquid was one in which he was claiming to sell Sonic Chew merchandise. As was displayed in the Jimmy Hill saga almost a year prior, Chris could not stand the idea of others profiting off his characters. He quickly posted an angry upload decrying Liquid.
Do not buy any more from this crappy imposter. Do not give him any more money. And he's saying he's going to give it to, quote-unquote, his congregation with my Elizabeth Foss. It's my congregation, not his. Who does imposter think he is? Down with him. Burn in hell.
Apparently, Chris still hadn't caught up with the
God damn, dude.
His response only added fuel to the fire and made
There's an imposter among us.
This was the original Among Us. This is what spawned it.
For example, on July 29th, Chris made a recording of himself playing the song More Than a Feeling on Guitar Hero. Mere hours later, Liquid had posted one himself, playing the same song on an actual guitar. Trolls quickly took notice of how angry Chris got at the idea that people might believe Liquid to be the real Christian Weston Chandler. As such, they decided to start circulating a rumor that Solid Chris was actually named Ian Brandon Anderson, due to the fact that his then current YouTube channel was called IBA Chandler. It didn't take long for Chris to get completely fed up with Liquid's shenanigans. To decide once and for all who the imposter was, he devised a scheme challenging Liquid to a musical competition, which he dubbed the Sing Star Challenge. The rules to this contest were odd and convoluted, and seemed specifically tailored to benefit Chris. It would consist of 5 rounds, and in each one, both contestants would choose a new song to sing. As a finale, they would each choose a song for their competitor. In addition, they were not allowed to use instruments, but were required to have an MP3 of the
I love
song
that he added this character to his comics, dude.
He adds every character to his comics.
I know, but this one in particular is just kind of like, come on, bro.
Christian chose his friend Kim Wilson, one of her male friends who remained unnamed, and a new online gal pal named Kate Bay. Liquid selected his girlfriend Casey, his friend Seth, and an animator by the name of SpazKid. Chris decided to end this video by asserting his dominance over Liquid. He took a razor and, without the use of shaving cream, aggressively shaved the goatee he had been growing for the past few weeks. With the gauntlet thrown, the SingStar Challenge was officially on. To put it simply, the competition was heated and lasted throughout the first week of August.
I can just feel the razor burn, dude.
He could think of to hinder Liquid's chances of success. In the second round, Liquid chose to sing the theme song from The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. Christian angrily took to the video's comments to accuse him of cheating, since he claimed that theme songs were not allowed by the rules. Even though Chris himself had decided the rules specifically to benefit him, it seemed as though he was willing to bend them any way he saw fit. Nevertheless, the judges did not agree with his objection. The challenge proceeded normally for the next few days until the 5th and final round. As previously established, this was when Chris would choose a song for Liquid to sing and vice versa. It was without a doubt the
He's gonna do the I'm gay song, or it's okay to be gay.
The entire SingStar saga, beginning with Chris performing the tune Liquid chose for him, Smell Yo Dick by Risque. However,
I've never heard that song, Brandon. Have you heard that one?
Never heard that song.
You mean to tell me you've never heard Smell Yo Dick?
Unfortunately, no. Not privy to such amazing talent.
Oh, Brandon. we're gonna go on an adventure. Me and
No,
you.
I'm not gonna listen to that song.
I'm gonna make you learn how to sing that song.
No.
Tell you what, that's what we'll do for our if we ever make it to 1,000 subs. Brandon will sing "I Smell Your Dick"
No.
on the stream.
I'm tone deaf. I can't sing. You know
It's
this.
a rap song. You don't need to be.
Yeah, I
able
don't
to
have a
carry
sense of
tune.
rhythm when it comes to rap either.
That's
so.
okay. It'll make it all the more fun.
No.
It's already decided.
This is not how that works.
Lyric to Duck due to his discomfort with the phallic implication. Liquid was quick to call him out on this, forcing Chris to post a new version in which he sang the uncensored lines, even though he clearly didn't want to. As for Liquid, Chris chose for him to perform Lift Up Your Eyes by the Planet Shakers. However, he did not sing the entire song, as the full version was almost 10 minutes in length. This provoked a furious response from Christian, who demanded that Liquid redo his entry with the full version or be disqualified. Chris also claimed that he had gotten the police involved to investigate Liquid, but walked back the claim almost instantly. The autistic man's imposter soon uploaded his new video with the complete song, and the SingStar challenge was officially complete. All that was left was for the judges to cast their votes. In the end, Liquid Chris was declared the winner after 4 of the 6 judges selected him. The deciding vote came from Kate Bay, Solid Chris's newest online gal pal. He begged her over email to change her mind, but she wouldn't budge. According to his own rules, this officially made Liquid Chris the true and honest Christian Weston champion.
They stole his fucking name, dude.
Brandon Anderson did not take this defeat laying down. Despite losing fair and square, he quickly uploaded another video to prove that he was the one and only Chris Chan. To accomplish this, he publicly stated his address and phone number, inviting anybody.
No!
He literally just doxed himself.
Oh, literally doxed himself this time.
Like, forward open, just pull out your debit card and show us front and back at this point.
Oh.
What's your social?
Where are his parents, dude? Come on, man.
Oh,
This is painful.
This is the end of an era.
To come over to his house and meet him. Unlike most other times when personal information about Mr. Chandler was revealed, this was not done through leaks or manipulation. Chris was simply so irate at the idea of anybody believing that he was not the real Christian Chandler that he willingly doxed himself. Meanwhile, after achieving victory in the SingStar Challenge, Liquid Chris posted an update video about his life. He thanked the judges for voting for him and stated that he had recently proposed to his sweetheart, Casey. On top of this, he also claimed to have gotten a job at a video game studio in Redmond, Washington. This was most likely a reference to the Miyamoto saga from earlier. He concluded that, due to his new career move, he would officially be leaving the internet to focus on his new life. Liquid walked off camera as the song "We'll Meet Again" played ominously in the background, seemingly indicating that his saga was not quite finished just yet. Over the course of the SingStar Challenge, Solid Chris came in contact with Liquid's sweetheart, Casey. They began talking semi-frequently over the phone and email, and she even joined him on one of his days out with Kim Wilson in real life. As they got to know each other better, it was clear that Chris's feelings for his new gal pal became more than just platonic friendship. Casey was quick to leverage this affection, learning even more details about the Chandlers' private life. During their many phone calls, Chris was more than happy to talk to Casey about his daily habits. According to him, he had been taking medication for high cholesterol due to the fact that pretty much all of his meals came in the form of fast food. When Casey reacted in shock, Chris was quick to clarify he often ordered salads from these establishments. Apparently, the reason for this constant eating out was due to the already established clutter in the Chandler kitchen, which made it impossible for any cooking to be done. When questioned about his physical activity, Chris stated his only exercise came from his daily walks around the neighborhood, which were enough for him to work up a sweat. Solid Chris didn't seem to see a problem with his lifestyle, but Casey became determined to get him to eat better and exercise more. She offered to take Chris jogging, an idea which
I mean, that's
he was
not bad of her.
initially
No.
hesitant about since he was worried his chest would bounce around too much. However, once Casey suggested he could wear a sports bra, he rapidly warmed up to the idea. He quickly purchased a piece of the female apparel, sent Casey a photo of himself wearing it, and commented on how confident it made him feel. Casey also encouraged Chris to get out of the house more. He began attending what he described as a relationship development class, which he hoped would help build up his confidence about talking to women in person. He compared it to his idea of dating education class, a concept he had been trying to get schools to implement for years alongside sex ed. Chris also applied for a job at Target. Going through with this took a lot more convincing from Casey than she first thought, as Chris was concerned that getting a job would impact his monthly Social Security checks. He never received the call back, but it cannot be overstated how much of a big step it was for Chris to apply in the first place, considering he had been arrested at Target only a few years prior. In October, after months away from the internet, Liquid Chris returned with a new video. He claimed that he had not made it to his job in Redmond, Washington, as while riding the bus there, he had been drugged and kidnapped by Solid Chris. He then stated that he woke up in the Sahara Desert with blood oozing from his anus. Chris was quick to deny the story.
I mean, come on, his story. I mean, like, you know, they put in a meat factory, Sahara Desert, Aladdin people? Huh. And also, he could have easily taken the drugs himself.
So, I'm a little confused. Does he actually believe that that happened, or?
I think he believes it happened, but he's against that it
that he was involved.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what it sounds like to me.
Yeah, okay.
Upon his return, Liquid immediately reignited the feud, claiming that Casey had begun to fall in love with Solid Chris during his time away. But as soon as Liquid returned, she immediately fell back in love with the winner of the contest. This worked incredibly well in riling up the potential Target employee. He soon publicly stated his love for Casey, and the battle for her affection was on. Like their previous battle, this was really nothing more than the two of them making videos back and forth. On October 29th, Christian uploaded a diss track against Liquid, sung over the song Walk This Way. By the end, it simply devolved into Chris flipping through his playlist and using each new song to insult Liquid. It was here that Chris claimed Casey was now dating him, which was not true at all. Liquid was quick to respond with his own diss track, rapping to the beat of Eminem's My Name Is. As Solid vs. Liquid round 2 progressed, Casey and the Miscreants devised a way to up the ante, when on November 4th, she called Chris and said she wanted him to meet her parents. This was when Casey handed her phone off to a fellow prankster posing as her father, Matthew. It was almost immediately apparent
it wasn't me, dude! I didn't do it!
Was to make Christian
Wet
as
ham, how could you?
as possible.
Shut up, not narb.
Detail about his life, Matthew would grill him on it and express his disapproval. After enduring this for nearly an hour, Chris told Matthew that he had crossed a line. This did not go over well, and the call ended with both Casey and her father being upset. The saga came to a head on November 10th when Chris and Casey had their final phone call. Christian remained largely silent as she grilled him about his behavior towards her father, and how he had seemed to take no significant steps in improving his lifestyle. She informed Chris that she and Liquid would be getting married soon, and that she no longer wanted to be his friend. Later that day, Chris posted a tear-filled video giving Casey and Liquid his blessing.
Congratulations on your wedding. I wish you and Chris all the happiness in the world.
The supposed reason for Chris Chan making this video was to share the other things he wanted to tell Casey before she hung up on him. It seemed like this ordeal had once again left Chris emotionally destroyed. But as Casey even predicted, it wouldn't be long until he had forgotten about all of this and moved on to his next big saga.
Brandon, it never ends, dude. There's always another one.
People don't have lives.
Right? Like, Jesus Christ.
Captain's Life. star date, November 12th, 2009. And it's now time for fan mail. Well, not much fan mail, as it is a little something from the Virginia Library of Congress.
Only a couple days after Liquid Chris had ended his storyline, our protagonist uploaded a new video in which his mood seemed to have done a complete 180. Christian happily displayed a letter showing he had officially registered the name Sonic Chew with the Virginia Library of Congress. From the very beginning, people had mocked the idea of Sonic Chew, saying there was no way Chris would be allowed to make money off of the characters without being sued by both Nintendo and Sega. Chris had always refuted this though, saying that Sonic Chew was different enough from the pre-existing properties that it could stand on its own. He seemed to believe that this registration completely validated him. But it's important to note that it was far from a copyright. On November 23rd, Chris noticed some new advertisements that were being showcased on Wikipedia. One depicted Peter Griffin from Family Guy supporting gay rights, and the other showed a Pickle Man mascot promoting a contest for a free trip to Mexico.
The pickles.
They never leave.
Oh, man.
Chris was irate that these messages were being displayed on his website and emailed the system's operator, CogsDev, to get them taken down. In response, the admin told him that there was nothing to be done, as the ad space had been purchased legally by Chris's old enemy, Jack Thaddeus. This opened a
I don't remember who Jack Thaddeus is. Do you?
No.
I don't know how Art kept this shit straight, dude. It's like a roller coaster of emotions.
Because, like, old people leave, then come back.
In order to remove the ads. Strangely, he chose to single out his European fans, as it seemed he had recently developed a fascination with Europe and its currency. He also expressed his interest in finding official sponsors for the website, with his eyes set on Coca-Cola. As the months continued,
Why Coca-Cola?
Chris's fury at these gay pride ads only grew stronger. In one video, he even claimed that he taped pieces of paper to his computer screen so he didn't have to see them whenever he logged on to the site. By the end of the year, he had reached
I can believe that too.
editing Wikipedia himself, removing Jack's ads and replacing them with fake advertisements for Coke and the James Cameron film Avatar. These were quickly taken down, and Chris was informed by CogsDev that they had received a cease and desist order from Coca-Cola, although this was most likely a lie. After this incident, Chris's administrative privileges were revoked. Also around this general time period, Chris began doing a daily mailbag on the Wikipedia. Basically, this was his opportunity to respond to fan emails, speaking with them directly and answering their questions. He would usually give short responses, rarely more than a single sentence, and many wondered if he actually cared at all about it or if it was just simply something CogsDev talked him into. The most interesting bit of information from these, though, was the revelation that Christian had a bizarre and irrational hatred of people with Asperger's syndrome. He seemed to believe that their struggles were nothing compared to those of people with autism.
Why, dude?
Dude, this guy's everything wrapped in a package. He's a hypocrite. He's a homophobe. He's a racist.
Potentially a pedophile.
Potentially a pedophile. He's what's the word I'm thinking of?
I don't know. There can be many words to describe this.
He's an exclusionist.
Tasty.
Imperialist.
And let's not forget, Brennan, he drinks his own semen.
He shoved
Fanta.
He shoved a dildo up his ass.
I mean, that's whatever. You know, I mean, if that's your thing, that's your thing. But I just don't think drinking your own semen is a good idea. Just my opinion.
Despise the fact that the two were often
That's your fetish. That's your fetish.
This is when an artist
Sure,
by the
I
name
guess.
of Alec Benson Leary created
Asperchew.
taking advantage not only of Chris's hatred of Asperger's, but also his insistence that he own the copyright to Sonic Chew. This comic was clearly a parody of Chris in his life, with the Asperchew character even looking like Christian. These illustrations in the publication also included a human character
Go out, Sonic Chew. Go out and zap to the extreme.
Nice reference.
that too had an uncanny resemblance to Chris Chan, named Ian Brandon Anderson. Upon discovering Asperchew, Chris became enraged. Alec began emailing him apologetically, trying to smooth things out between the two of them. In these emails, Alec included art of Asperchew and Sonicchew together, which only angered Chris further, as he believed they were trying to portray the two as being in a homosexual relationship.
You have done wrong with this drawing. It only depicts the opposite of straight, you DA. There may be a human character coming into the books with Asperger's, but there will certainly never be a Sonicchew or Rosechew with that ailment.
Later in December.
Oh my god, is Asperchew pregnant?
That's what I was thinking. I didn't want to say it.
Chris received.
Oh god, I think he is. Oh, okay. Never mind. I was trying to read that up there. I saw children at the top, and I thought maybe.
From a young man named Evan, claiming that Chris had stolen his character and used it in his comic without permission. Evan was actually the first person to ever send Chris Sonicchew fan art all the way back in 2008.
Jeez.
Among these drawings was one of Evan's original Sonicchew character, a hedgehog with drills for hands named Simon Chew. A short time later, Chris had introduced his own character with drills for hands named Simon Law. The resemblance between the two was undeniable, and it was obvious to any passive observer that Chris had ripped off Evan. Because of this, he requested that Chris kill off his Simon Law character, but he vehemently refused, calling Evan a monster for even suggesting such a thing. While he scoffed off Evan's demand for now, this would not be the end of the feud. At the start of 2010, the ad space on
It's kind of bizarre that his drawings never really change.
Right.
was purchased by a new advertiser. This would normally be a relief for Chris. That is, if it wasn't for the person who had taken over the sponsorship, Alec Benson Leary, who quickly co-opted Chris's website to advertise Asperchew comics, as well as his new website, Asperpedia. This spurred Chris to create a video in which he raged against these advertisements. He accused Alec of being nothing more than a plagiarist and called Asperchew a dirty parody of Sonicchew. This was a strange choice of words for Chris, as in the past he had defended Sonicchew's existence with the very same parody reasoning. As always, Chris emailed CogsDev to try to get these new ads taken down to no avail. No matter how much he pleaded, she would not budge, claiming that Alec had paid for the ad space all the way through the year, and that Chris would just have to...
And now they're spending money on this?
...to anger him further, as he made another video a few days later threatening to ruin Alec before punching the camera.
I'm gonna ruin you, Larry.
Is he wearing a clown outfit, dude?
I don't know what he's wearing. I've given up.
The longer Alec's ads stayed up on the Wikipedia, the angrier Chris became. On January 15th, he posted another video directed at not just Alec, but a few of his friends as well. These included Asperpedia's webmaster Mao Ling, Sean August Watley, a frequent Asperpedia contributor, and Evan. Together, these men would later be known as the Asperpedia 4. The upload concludes with Chris challenging all of them to a fight to decide once and for all who was superior. He even read out his home address yet again so they could come face him directly.
Quit it, dude!
Continued, Chris posted more and more uploads about his hatred for Alec and the Asperpedia 4. In fact, mere hours later, he made a rant in which he spoke a Spanish phrase backwards that he believed translated to "Love Sonic."
Oh shoot, we watching the Chris Chan doc? Yes, sir, we sure are. I think we're actually getting pretty close to being done.
Yeah, we've
got about 20 minutes almost exactly left of it.
Yep.
But then I'll get Brandon's thoughts on this whole scenario. We've gotten most of your thoughts along the way. But I want to see what you think about the big picture once we get done.
Chew and hate Asperchew. Confused, trolls were able to trace this back to an episode of The Simpsons, where a similar backwards...
He has unlocked the clown outfit.
...to try to brainwash people to join the Navy. On the 17th,
He
Chris
paid for the
uploaded
DLC.
yet another video about his feelings toward Alec. In this one, he reviewed the Asperchew comic, detailing every single thing he hated about it. Of course, the main thing he took offense to was how it depicted him, specifically citing the fact that Asperchew had a quote-unquote Buddha belly. He went on to criticize its anti-religious themes, as well as the excessive violence and
Jesus
nudity.
Christ.
At that last point, Chris did address the fact that Sonic Chew had seen its fair share of nudity as well. However, he had defended it by stating it had all been censored, seemingly ignoring the fact that he had originally posted it all uncensored. The irate man concluded this video by claiming he would be getting the FBI.
Zane, you have no idea, bro.
Zane,
have you seen this actually? If not, you guys seriously check out this channel in the description. It's GamerFromMars.
Yeah.
He makes good stuff. Brandon had never heard of him before.
No, I've never heard of Christian either. At least not to this depth if I have.
Compromise on this matter, saying he wouldn't mind so much if the ads were regulated only to
You
the
just
site's
finished Doc
sidewalk.
3.
In addition, he also said that he should be able to run his own ads on Asperpedia just to make things fair. To both of these points, Alex seemed to be willing to cooperate, although it appears nothing much came of it. These discussions next moved on to the subject of Alex's use of Sonic Chew characters in his comic. Chris demanded he stop, or at least change their names, but Alex stood his ground. For some reason, the topic was shifted to Alec and Chris pointing out the various lore differences between the two universes, such as the fact that in his world, Sonic Chew was a Pokemon, while in Alex, he was just a species of animal. This led the troll to his next argument. If Chris insisted that Sonic Chew was a Pokemon, how could he then claim to own the full copyright to him? Chris obviously had no answer to this question, as he uncomfortably tried to shift the topic back to the original subject of the ads, but Alec continued pressing, and eventually Chris made up a lie about his cell phone running out of battery, ending the discussion. Their next call would take place around a week later.
What is with the red thing in his mouth?
Don't know.
That's the second time it's cropped up here.
It's pickles and red pipes.
From the perspective that Asperchew had the same feelings as a real person, citing the film Who Framed Roger Rabbit to bolster his point. When Alec tried to make Chris see that there was a difference between the thoughts and feelings of real people and fictional characters, Chris simply called him naive. Realizing that this conversation was going nowhere, Alex shifted the topic to Chris's continued use of Simon Law in his comic despite Evan's objections. Chris dug his heels in.
As an artist, I love Chris Chan's art style. Yeah, it's pretty dope. Not gonna lie, dude.
Yeah, 10 out of 10 IGN, you know. Never seen anything so well written. So well drawn, you know.
I said at the beginning of this, at the beginning of this episode, I actually told Brandon, I wish we had access to all of his comics, because I would read them with him. We just spent a whole day reading the Sonic Chew comic.
We'd have to like make a slot for blurring just in case anything.
Well, yeah, it'd have to be an edited video. It would never be a live stream, because yeah, I'd have to censor stuff But I think it'd just be kind of fun to explore, you know, because there's just so much to it.
Yeah, we don't get to see it all.
I don't know if anybody's ever taken the time to actually chronologically order them or anything like that, or if it's even possible to do. I don't know
at this point, because some of them, like some of the issues that arrived before, are wrong numbered. He doesn't finish some of them.
Right.
Yeah.
It'd be kind of interesting to go through.
Where he directly credited Simon Chew as being the basis for the character. Chris was once again backed into a corner, and he was forced to say he would consider writing Simon Law out of his comic. As these regular phone calls continued, Alec began asking Chris to publicly apologize for the things he had said about the Asperpedia 4. He eventually relented to this point, but Alec was not happy with the apology he made, as he spent most of the video expressing his continued frustration with the ads on the website. It seemed to him that Chris Chan was not actually sincerely sorry, and was only apologizing in the hopes that it would make Alec remove his advertisements. The second apology was equally poor. He was at least able to name the things he was sorry for, specifically the threats he made against Alec and his theft of Evan's Simon Chu character. He carefully worded it as to not technically give up the rights to Simon Law, only Simon Chu. As if this weren't enough, just a few hours earlier, Chris had made a video cursing and threatening Mao over new pro-gay ads that were appearing on the Wikipedia. Eventually, Alex stopped asking Chris for more apology videos as it became increasingly clear that he would never learn his lesson. The way the man spoke to Chris was like a parent disciplining a child. Unlike many of the other trolls who just wanted to see a reaction, it seemed like Alec had a genuine desire to make Chris see the error of his ways. But
Unfortunately,
it's too late.
Yeah, and he lacks the self-awareness to be, to understand his mistakes and what he's doing wrong, which is, again, where his parents needed to have stepped in and gotten him the counseling and therapy that he required. But unfortunately, they were shitty people and shitty parents.
Very, very bad people. I mean, we've seen that through this entire thing.
They were just so removed from reality themselves that it was just a recipe for disaster. I know they were both older as well when they gave birth to Chris. I think his mom was like in her 50s or something like that. Like they're old for parents. So,
but they're so detached from their son.
Mm-hmm. That's what happens though. Like if when you have kids like that late in life, by the time you're supposed to be connecting with them, there's such a generational difference between you that it doesn't happen. It leads to a lot of growth problems and a lot of just defects and stuff with people. And if not treated correctly and taken seriously, Chris Chan is the result of that.
Discover this strategy didn't work. February 25th, 2010 was a big day in Chris Chan history, as it marked the publication of Sonic Chu number 10, which would prove to be one of the most bombastic comics he had ever made.
That actually doesn't look bad at all.
Exact revenge on practically every troll.
Yeah, big art increase if it continues. Nope.
Oh,
Chris being
okay.
released from the time void he had been trapped in several issues prior. He
Yeah,
detailed
3.
what had transpired while he was away, how he had traveled to the future and met his wife, a woman named Lovely Weather. She was a scientist working on a vaccine for homosexuality, which she was finally able to complete.
Oh, no. I've never... So, Brandon, you're entitled to your opinion, and we don't typically get into this kind of stuff on the channel, but I've never understood why people care so much about the sexuality.
I can't remember where I heard it, but somebody made a good point that if it doesn't affect you, why does it matter? Like, let the gays be gay, so on and so forth, because it doesn't affect you. You're not gay. I don't understand this hatred towards these people who want to express themselves and find themselves in these situations.
I mean, love who you love.
Exactly.
Love is blind. It knows no wrong. So
I've never understood the hatred towards, and then like this, like, oh, it's a disease. It's a disease. And
that was a huge thing for a long time.
I know.
Like, I think it was in the 90s where they had the Pray the Gay Away camps and stuff. Like, it's just sad.
Like, people think it's contagious. People, like, there's so many things people think, and it's not that complicated.
To be honest, Chris Chan is a big inspiration for my art style. Dude, so yeah, shout out to Zaint, by the way. Hold on, let me pull these up so you guys can see these. These are, I had him do the new artwork for the channel in the thumbnails. And look at this. Look at this. Look how nice these look. Thanks, Zaint. Very pleased with these. We will be working together more in the future, because I need some caricatures of some of the other people that stream with me occasionally. But yeah, back to
well,
Chan.
do you want to...
Do I want what? Oh, you can't see. Is that better, dude?
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah, of course, man. It's good stuff. You're a talented guy.
More talented than I am when it comes to art.
Chris then traveled back to the present and used the vaccine on his nemesis, Natesurk, turning him heterosexual again, and as a result, redeeming his character. Later in the issue, Chris stated that he meant no offense to his homosexual fans, and that he only included this plot point in order to convince his trolls that he wasn't gay. It didn't work. Next, he grabbed his trusty Guitar Hero controller, which transformed him from a drawing to a photograph of himself. Chris and his band, the Hedgehog Boys, played his original song, Revive Zordon, a Power Rangers parody of Cat Scratch Fever by Ted Nugent. The tune was played so loud that it caused the 4-cent garbage building to crumble. As everything collapsed around them, Clyde Cash and
Super
Jack
buff, Matt.
Thaddeus grabbed
You
one
better
another
believe
by
it,
the
son.
hand and fell to their deaths. In Chris's mind, this was meant to humiliate them, implying that they were gay just before killing them off. To his dismay, though, most readers thought this came off as a surprisingly touching and tragic end to the two characters. Once the tower came down, Chris lamented the fact that the trolls forced him to do such a thing, and added the detail that there were 1,500 people inside the 4-cent garbage headquarters when it was destroyed. The final part of the story came when Chris traveled to the home of Alec Benson Leary and wiped all of the contents of Asperpedia from the internet. Despite the fact that this issue was all about him getting back at the trolls, he did...
As I expected, his computer is of Microsoft. What? I don't know, bro.
Honor the wishes of Alec and Evan.
Let's see, oh, I saw a pavilion up there in the top right corner.
In his own spiteful way, depicting Evan as the one to kill her by planting and exploding Pokemon in her bathroom. Following the lengthy courtroom scene, the entire Asperpedia 4 were found guilty of Simon Law's murder and sentenced to death. Each of them received a different grisly fate. Alec was put in an electric chair, with 10 of Chris's characters simultaneously pushing the button to end his life.
Isn't she right there?
He was chained to a wall and sliced to pieces by Simon Law's husband and her recently born daughter, Sam.
Dude, they carved out his penis.
I like how he killed off that one, but she has a daughter, so he didn't really do it.
Sean was also chained to a wall and shot multiple times, leaving his body bloody and riddled with bullets. Finally, Chris personally used his psychic powers to mutilate and butcher Mao. Upon reading this, Alec called the comic book creator once again, this time to talk about his shock at how he and his friends were depicted in Sonic 10. He asked Chris if he understood the hypocrisy of showing such gratuitous violence in his comic, when he had previously criticized Asperchew for the same thing. But Chris defended himself by saying he had only done it because of how angry he was that they made him kill Simon Law. To that point, Alec mentioned that Chris had effectively broken his end of the agreement by introducing the character of Sandy, who was basically just a new version of Evan's creation.
Dude, Sandy actually was pretty cool. Like, all jokes aside, right?
I mean...
Like, that's the most... Other than the fact that he stole the drill idea, that's like the most original looking of the characters that he's displayed so far.
Fair.
Chris, of course, disagreed, and this arguing ultimately went nowhere.
Yeah.
This would be their final phone call.
Ooh.
Are you positive you really understand how I feel about you, Mr. Hans Asperger? Yeah? Yeah? Baka! I feel dislike towards you for selfishly putting your ill name in association with autism.
At the same time he was dealing with the Asperpedia 4, Chris had also begun...
No! Not Fanta! He's giving it to other people to drink, Brandon!
I'm really glad I don't enjoy Fanta.
Right? Could you imagine if Fanta was like your favorite soda and then you watch this and you could just never drink it again?
Attending a young adult social club in hopes of meeting new people. and drumming up more interest in Sonichu. It was here that he met a young woman who he referred to as the Wallflower in order to respect her wishes of remaining anonymous on the internet. The two of them seemed to hit it off quite well at first, although she was quick to inform Christian that she was not looking for a relationship and only wanted to be friends.
It's not going to work out.
However, still thought it would be a good idea to escalate things.
Yeah.
The now 28-year-old man and the Wallflower emailed back and forth frequently over the coming months, and eventually decided to start collaborating on a fantasy story together. During this correspondence, Chris continued to try to get closer with her. This only served to make the young woman more uncomfortable, though, as she requested Chris limit the visits he had apparently been making to her home.
I don't want to sound mean or anything, but I would like some space between visits. I like you and you're nice, but I only just met you. I am in no mood for an actual relationship. Enjoying the once a month thing, I want to visit with the other young adults too.
On March 9th, Chris posted a custom level he had been making on the game Little Big Planet titled The Guardians of the Owl Kingdom. This was meant as an adaptation of the fantasy story he had begun writing with the Wallflower. In the level's description, Christian referred to his co-writer by her online name, Damien Antaria. The trolls were quickly able to use this information to track down the Wallflower's true identity, and decided to email her a link to the quickie. To put it mildly, she was horrified that her private information had been discovered, and was even more disturbed by the things she read on the site. She emailed Chris furious about the entire situation, demanding he find some way to remove all the info about her from the internet.
Why does everybody think it's so simple?
Blaming the trolls for all his problems. And
Elaborate.
Like, they're like, no! You videotaped and posted our house. Get rid of it. Oh, put the name on there. Just delete it.
I
So
see what you're
simple.
saying. Because they don't have an understanding of how the internet works, Brandon.
Like, Jesus. It's one, he announced it, but he's not the one that, like, went out to find out who you were.
Yeah, they just don't have an understanding.
he concluded his email by saying he loved her, which seemed to be the last straw.
I don't love you and I hate you for this. Everything was fine until I met you. I don't know why I took up Mom's offer to go to the social club. I had enough friends here at home and on the internet.
As Chris was reeling from yet another loss of a gal pal, he received an email from a troll calling himself Surfshack Tito, claiming to be the one who sent the Wallflower the link to the quickie. He differentiated himself from the other trolls by taking on the persona of a pre-established character from the cartoon Rocket Power, often ending his email.
Dude, I forgot that show existed. Do you remember Rocket Power?
Not really.
I detested the art style. I can't wrap my mind around the fact a man sat down and studied all of this and made a 70+ long documentary.
Yeah?
Dude, it's crazy. I was saying that earlier. I don't understand how GamerFromMars kept this straight, because it's just...
It's curveball after curveball.
It's nuts. Like, how do you figure out the chronological order of things? It's crazy.
With the same words of wisdom given by his fictional counterpart on the show. Chris decided to email the Wallflower in order to warn her about this new Nickelodeon-themed troll, but she still wanted nothing to do with him, telling Chris that she had a boyfriend now, although this was most likely a lie, so he'd leave her alone. For some reason, Chris assumed that her new boyfriend was Tito.
Oh, God.
To post a video threatening him in the hopes of getting the Wallflower back. Despite her wishes to remain anonymous, Chris accidentally said the Wallflower's real name twice in this upload. This upload is also memorable because Chris decided to wear a kilt and blast Celtic music in the background while threatening his new foe. This was because of the Wallflower's love of the band Celtic Woman. Later that day, he uploaded another video directed at the poor young girl, begging her not to leave.
Thornberry.
Yeah, they were probably animated in the same studio. Yeah, they're both horrendously ugly. I've always hated how both of those shows look. Although Nigel Thornberry is quite amusing. I love him as a character. He's such a fucking weirdo.
No, it wouldn't be a ripoff. Like you said, it's probably animated by either the same people or the same studio.
Yeah, they're both Nickelodeon shows, I think. I want to say they are, anyways.
Well, yeah, because well, at least if that one is, because Nigel Thornberry definitely is, because he's on Nick All-Star Brawl.
She had told him multiple times that she was not interested in a relationship. He then sang a cover of Avril Lavigne's hit song "Girlfriends," except he changed the lyrics to "I don't like."
Because you couldn't get away with a rip-off like that.
Tito over the following days. He sent him many threatening emails, including a photograph of himself flipping off his enemy. On March 17th, this hit a boiling point when Chris uploaded one more video directed at his nemesis.
Which one?
If you go near her again, and I will find you. I will find you. I will cut you up. I will beat you up. I'll knock you on your backside, stand on your gut like a log roller, and roll your fat right through your skull. Rolling it wide open. Because that's what you deserve, you goddamn womanizing, raping, trolling, stupid, pickle-suited n***er.
This video vilified the current owner of the Wikipedia ad space, who as a result decided to give it back to the Asperpedia 4. Somehow, in the transition though, Alec and his friends got editing access to the Wikipedia. With a short opening to wreak havoc before being booted, they quickly began answering all the mailbag emails on the wiki, and made a blog post pretending to be Chris coming out of the closet. They then opened editing to the public, which caused the site to...
Yeah, dude, that was a really, like, vitriol, like, rant he was going on there. That was disgusting.
On March 21st, Chris posted a video reflecting on the events of the past few days.
How about the past few years?
Taking no personal
Brandon, I'm pretty sure that Chris probably lives week to week. Like, years don't matter to him.
Responsibility for his behavior, including saying the N-word. He also
Well, at least he apologized for it. I'm sure it's heartfelt.
he didn't say that.
Showing that he still did not
He didn't apologize.
had any romantic interest regarding him. The video concludes with him stating that he had let the trolls ruin too much of his life and would be leaving the internet permanently.
That would be the best thing he could ever do.
At this point,
Yeah.
Chris had been the target of non-stop trolling. The miscreants really had turned the man's world into a cartoon. There was a seemingly never-ending parade of villains. Each with
Always
their
got the
own
Fanta.
quirks and gimmicks. Most of the time,
Probably
having
warm
the goal to make
Fanta as
Chris's
well,
life
like room
open
temperature.
hell.
Oh.
Seemed to make a
You know, it's
genuine effort to
no
snap
longer
out of
carbonated. It's
the
flat.
but by that point,
No.
even after Chris's recorded
Ugh.
the ever-growing audience
Just don't think about it,
watching
dude.
shenanigans unfold knew it wasn't a question of if he would come back, but when. And as they all had a good chuckle at the most recent misadventures of this troubled autistic comic creator, little did they realize that eventually Chris Chan's life would be ruined beyond repair, leading even the most ardent of his trolls to wonder if they had finally gone too far.
You like any food? Yeah.
What do you think is about to come, Brandon?
I have no idea.
We're about to hit the culmination of
You're
this.
like you're sitting here saying he lives week to week, so I want to know what hit him. So
We got 3 minutes left in this. What do you think? What do you think's coming?
dude, I don't know.
What do you think he did?
Probably got a sex change.
Well, yeah, that happened, but
Sure.
Oh, yeah, India. I could go for any entertainment.
Taste of India. This is one of my favorite places.
Oh, taste of India. It smells good in here.
It's pretty empty.
Oh boy, okay. Now I just feel like I have to do this first time in here. I feel like I gotta do this. Hello, my name is Apu. I went to
No.
You don't have to do
oh Jesus Christ! Oh,
Welcome to Quickie Mart.
Hello. Hey.
First time coming here. This is a lovely place. I'm surprised. I mean, I walked the mall many times and didn't think of coming in here. But it was really good.
yikes, dude!
So you like Indian food?
I keep an open mind for all kinds of food. So
Yeah,
I mean, if there's something
Yeah.
I
it
don't
really
like,
does
then-
too.
Well, at least I tried it once. And I'd definitely be open-minded for trying some haggis.
Does he
if I
actually
ever
have-
go visit Scotland or
We're almost out of time, dude. Does he actually get to it?
sheep guts. I never noticed this, but oh Susanna, don't you cry for me. I come from Alabama with the banjo on my knee. Twang, 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 twang.
Oh, excuse me. Is it possible that we can get a picture? We need over Sonic shoe, right?
Yes!
Yeah! Can we get a picture?
Yes.
want me to take it for you guys?
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you so much. I couldn't believe it. I saw you and I was like,
That's awesome.
Yes, hello.
There you go.
thank you so much. It was great to meet you.
Nice to meet you
Oh.
too. Thank you.
Have a good day.
Take care. It doesn't happen often, but when it does, it's very humbling.
Yeah, I've never.
So you don't get people coming up to you too often?
I'd say on average, probably like once or twice a month.
Okay.
But it's very humbling and good when it happens. Yeah, but anyway, that was one side of the park with the statue. It would come up on the other side of the park and on the side of the street where the library is at. Right there.
Well, if we don't get to it, I guess just explain.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if we're gonna get to it.
Yeah.
Because we got literally seconds left in the video, so we're not getting to it. There's too much to explain. To be continued. What? Is there another part of this?
Watch episode 4 right there.
Where?
It's literally in the description.
Oh my god, there's still an hour and a half of this? Holy shit, dude!
Absolutely fine.
In the final installment of the documentary. Holy crap, there's still so much! Holy shit, dude! I'm gonna get a drink. You want something to drink?
Yeah, be nice.
Alright. I've already seen this, but you got this, Brandon.
This has a really weird feeling on it.
It's mostly just been my mom and I mostly.
What we got?
We have
Probably just water
other
then.
people we can contact and talk to.
That I'm playing.
But other than that,
Yeah.
yeah, it's pretty much her and I. Oh, and Magic Chance, Savannah Crizel, and everyone else that's in the yard right now. Hey, Alakazams, y'all on the roof, keep doing your good work. They're on the roof over there? Yeah.
We even skipped part 1 by accident, so.
Oh, in this yard. Yeah, I see them. I see beyond the Iron Curtain, which is just the barrier between this our dimension 1218 and their our dimension. See, when I said where the majority of our OCs exist and coexist.
What?
Every one of them.
Can you elaborate a bit more on that?
Like, you got Sonic the Hedgehog, Mario, Sonic, Kim Possible. Everybody is on that side of the curtain. Iron Man, Batman, everybody. They're like, they exist, coexist in the same dimension. Mobius is Earth. Earth is Mobius. It's the same planet.
You know, there's so many thoughts I don't have written down. So I just kind of have some sagas. Can you give, and I'll say them, and you can kind of just give your thoughts on them. Liquid Chris?
A doppelganger pretended to be me, and turns out he was just making fun, but I thought he was being serious. I thought he was trying to steal my identity, so I don't know why. I just thought, hey, let's do a singing competition to determine which of us was real and all that. And then I ended up meeting a woman friend of his who I thought was his girlfriend, and she thought that he was me, and I tried to straighten her out and do that right, and then yada 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 yada. Yada 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 yada
Oh.
yada yada.
The downfall.
By 2010, Chris had endured over 2 years of non-stop trolling at the hands of the miscreants. This would be enough to burn anyone out on the internet, which seemed to be the case with Chris as he announced he would be taking a step back from online life. As
Which
per
is the right thing to
usual,
do.
This did not actually seem to be the case, as
Yeah.
only a day later he posted a video babbling about the changing of a voice actor on the Cleveland show.
Yeah, on the Cleveland show, you know. I like Nia Long a lot better as the voice of Roberta Tubbs. Her voice is just too high-pitched and just does not fit the character as best as Nia Long did.
In April, Chris created a profile for himself on OkCupid in an attempt to meet more sweethearts in real life rather than over the internet. He also created a profile on the website Hook Cafe. where he went by the name Direct to Sex. As many noted at
Oh.
the time, Chris now seemed less concerned
Oh.
with starting a relationship than he was with losing his virginity as soon as possible. Trolls quickly discovered these accounts and began spamming them with new fake identities, attempting to create another successful catfish. Chris Chan's accounts were eventually terminated due to the overwhelming number of trolls messaging.
What have I missed, Brandon?
One managed to
Nothing
separate
much.
facts and establish communication. A woman by the name
What are we doing
of
for
Jackie
dinner?
Ronald.
I have no
Just
idea.
as those that
Okay, it's
preceded
probably
her
noodles, got
do,
you.
Jackie didn't hesitate to use Chris's obsession with sex to pique his interest. Their conversations became risque almost immediately, with Chris asking her about her previous experience and if she had any STDs, along with him admitting
That's
that
a
he
natural
himself was
question.
still a virgin. Also, like past trolling expeditions, this woman attempted to use Chris's interest in her to get him to create more embarrassing videos. Specifically, she wanted Chris to seductively lick an ice cream cone in order to demonstrate the way he could pleasure her. The sexually inexperienced man was hesitant, though, as it seemed he may have learned something resembling a lesson after all the times he had been tricked before.
Yeah.
His caution did not last, though,
Aw.
as once Jackie asked Chris to prove his dedication to her after she discovered his previous infidelity to Ivy, he quickly sent a video titled "For JR's Eyes Only," doing exactly what she asked, except without the ice cream cone.
Oh, and here's the fun part. I can roll my tongue. I put it in there and extend it while it's in there.
In addition to this video,
I'm just resigned at this point.
Oh my god. I want you guys to know, the whole time I've been sitting here watching this, I've had Pikachu on my head just staring at me in utter disgust and horror.
I mean, I have Batman looking at me. Two Batman.
It's a light up Pikachu.
And
oh.
Like, I got superheroes staring me down as I watched the downfall of a man. Like,
This is repugnant. Yeah, that's one way to say it.
Jackie also requested Chris to finally confront Michael Snyder, the manager of Chris's old favorite hangout spot, the Game Place. Christian had harbored a grudge against Snyder after receiving a lifetime ban from his store back in 2008, but had never acted on it. It seemed like Jackie had given him the confidence he needed to do just that. As on April 12th,
hey, we're talking about
2010,
Coca-Cola
Chris traveled to
sponsorships.
his old stomping grounds with the goal of patching things up with Snyder and lifting the ban. He entered with his camera hidden in his pocket in order to secretly record the encounter for Jackie. When Chris approached Snyder, he initially tried to be cordial as he asked if they could patch things up and end the suspension. Unfortunately, Snyder was having none of it, as he simply responded no to his request. Chris immediately got frustrated as he began pleading with Michael to change his mind, insisting that he turned over a new leaf and deserved a second chance. Snyder stood his ground as he told Chris to leave, which he eventually did, but not without getting the last word.
The dude who banned me his name is Michael Snyder, possibly a Jew considering his last name. Nothing bad against the Jews, but I'm just throwing it out there.
It's not entirely clear where this sudden bout of anti-Semitism had come from, since Chris...
Dude, he's
basically a Nazi.
Maybe.
Like, Nick.
Had not said much about Jewish people. In the
Oh
past.
man,
Around this
I learned
time,
about a
Chris
certain
was
like
also...
Nazi general the other day that was really, really f***ed up. One of the few like women to actually receive the death penalty.
Making more of an effort to find new Gentile friends, with him attending a local music festival called Fridays After 5. The miscreants quickly learned about this and started going to the festival themselves in order to secretly photograph Chris and observe him in the wild. What was immediately apparent was that he was trying to phase out his classic sweater/medallion style, instead favoring a denim vest, t-shirt, sunglasses, and dog
Does that turn you on, Brandon?
No, is that his attraction sign? Did he just put it onto it?
Oh, that's an attraction sign, all right.
Was it just a big board that said "Want Women"?
Pretty much, dude. It specifically had on there in details that he wanted a boyfriend-free girl.
Much rarer than the boyfriend girl, whatever that is.
Yeah, best attraction sign ever. Mm-hmm.
Tags, similar to the outfit worn in his Rollin' and Trollin' video.
It is.
Look at this guy right here. This dude looks like he's like part of the Secret Service or something. Doesn't he?
The way he's holding his phone like
Yeah.
this. Glasses.
Looking right at Chris, he's like, all right, Chris Chan is on the move. He's currently exposing himself.
That's one of the miscreants.
Beneath the shirt, Chris wore a sports bra on which he wrote the phrase, "Want Woman." It's important to note that Fridays After 5 was advertised as a family-friendly
I was gonna say kids kind of thing.
event, Chris would also make the effort to pick up ladies. However, he preferred to go about doing this in his own unique Chris Chan way, as he still lacked the confidence to simply approach them and start up a conversation. According to some trolls that were there, Chris would oftentimes use a zoom lens attachment for his DSI as a makeshift telescope to
You got eyes on him, fellas.
Oh, there's Christian.
On another occasion, he reportedly tied a note to a small rock and tossed it towards a woman he was interested in. These tactics ultimately proved unsuccessful. On the evening of June 4th, 2010, Chris had a few too many drinks at a bar after attending Fridays After
Oh, I think he wasn't into
In his
alcohol.
drunken state, he decided to drive down to the game place with the goal of taking a picture of Michael Snyder to use as a dartboard. When he arrived, he stood outside and began taking pictures through the window. Snyder immediately noticed and called the police, who arrived on the scene soon after. As he watched the police approach, Chris ran to his car and tried to drive off, but was forced to stop when Snyder chased him down and Chris almost ran him over. As Chris talked to the police, Michael had made a post about the incident on his Facebook.
Christian is in my parking lot right now being grilled by the police. He took pictures of my daughter and tried to run me over with his car. They witnessed this, and I bet they still do nothing about it.
Schneider's prediction seemed right on the money, as Chris was only told to delete the photos he had taken, and was otherwise free to return home with nothing but a warning. A couple
That surprises
days
me.
later, Chris made a video addressing his run-in with the law where he proudly admitted that he took a picture of the store owner, but stated that he had no intention of taking any photographs of his daughter. In addition, he also claimed to have not been intoxicated, as he had only had one beer. Yet again, Chris ceased all video production and made yet another effort to keep a lower profile online. That was until the trolls began to mess with his greatest love, video games.
Video games.
Hey, yo, Joe. You got nothing going on for you, because you know what? I removed it.
Back in May of 2010, Christian had been informed by his former sweetheart, Panda Halo, that the miscreants had bugged his PS3 several years prior, which was how they had hacked into his PSN account so many times. The device that Panda pointed to as the bug was actually just the Wi-Fi antenna, but this did not stop Chris from posting a video in which he proudly showed off that he had removed it. When he realized that he had once again been tricked, Chris decided to take matters into his own hands. He created a new alias for himself by the name of Jenkins Jinkies, which he planned to use in order to infiltrate the miscreants. Chris did not start to fully utilize the new persona until July, when he went to the Quickie and created a page called Coffee Place. He wrote about his distaste for the staff at a cafe he regularly visited with his father Bob, commenting on how he believed the employees would often discriminate against them for being white. Not wanting the trolls to catch on to his true identity, Christian pretended to be a 14-year-old boy, who had witnessed a recent confrontation between Chris, Bob, and one of the managers. Shortly thereafter, the miscreants quickly welcomed Jenkins Jinkies into their fold, knowing full well who he really was. Upon joining, Chris was informed that Jenkins Jinkies was already being considered to join the inner circle of the trolls. This would reportedly give him administrative privileges to Encyclopedia Dramatica and the Quickie, as well as making him among the first to know about any new trolling schemes. But in order to join this exclusive club, he would have to film an introductory video about how much he hated Chris. In an attempt to conceal his identity, Chris filmed the video in a thrift store so the trolls would not recognize.
Motherfucker just threw his shirt over his head.
Oh, please tell me he posted on his own YouTube account.
Recognize the background of his home. As a disguise, he lowered his voice and wore a t-shirt over his head. He also talked about how much he hated Chris due to his abuse of the social security system and dislike of men.
He is a lazy slob. The money is wasted on him. He doesn't have to work for this money. Damn him. And also, he is unfriendly to us males. He should be friendly to his males. Really ticks me off.
Once posted, the miscreants invented a forum named the Trollin' Train and informed Jenkins Jinkies that it was the top secret club for only the upper echelon of their secret trolling society. Chris's first act of business was to create a backstory for his character in order to be more believable. He claimed that his real name was Junior Jenkins, and that his family had recently moved into a house across the street from the Chandlers, and included a detailed explanation as to why he was not gay. For seemingly no reason, Mr. Jenkins told a long story about how he had been raped by two boys at a summer camp when he was just 7 years old. A few years later, he and a male friend decided to have sex in order to see how it felt. Chris described their encounter in great detail, ending with Junior being disgusted and throwing up. Even though everything
What was I look for, Brandon?
Well, I'm just talking about it. I'm just drinking some water.
in here was fiction. Chris had just created a shockingly explicit story involving minors. Some
Right?
speculated he'd done this in order to humiliate the trolls by implying they were all gay. Others wondered if this was actually Chris expressing some repressed homosexual urges, or maybe this story was more autobiographical than he was letting on.
Could be.
As time passed,
Yeah, honestly.
Chris continued using Jenkins Jinkies to mess with the trolls in any way he could think of, with them happily playing along. On one occasion, Christian revealed that he had thwarted a plot by the miscreants to hack into his PSN account and corrupt his video game save data. It should go without saying that this was not a real plan and was only thought up by the trolls to make Chris think he had defeated them. But he still took the opportunity to praise himself on the Jenkins Jinkies account.
I have to hand it to him. He makes it frustrating to troll him. It's like we have to pay airfare or hitchhike dangerously and do it old-fashioned with accordion cameras and shit like that.
Later, Chris learned of another troll plot to dig up the grave of his beloved dog Patty. Using his persona, he nipped this plan in the bud by making up a story about Junior Jenkins going to scope out the gravesite.
I personally took a closer look at Patty's grave. It is harder to break in than Fort f***ing Knox. The body is buried deep underground with cement blocks covering the site, and her heavy doghouse is on top of those cement blocks. I wouldn't be surprised if they cemented her grave as well. Also, the site is heavily surrounded by trees and heavy branches. It's like deepest in the mine shaft with cave-ins happening all the time.
He apparently decided that this would not be enough of a deterrent to keep the potential grave robbers away, as he later made up another story about how the ghosts of Patty guarded the Chandler house alongside the spirit of younger Chris, as if to imply that he felt his younger self had died.
What?
I have encountered the spirits of young Christopher Weston Chandler and Patty, protecting the Chandler household. I warn you all right here and now. Stay away from his house and Patty's grave. It is not worth it to have to suffer the nightmare that can render you as damn silent as the autistic child. And Patty is definitely not friendly to our dark kind.
On August 27th, Chris posted a video talking about how, due to a miscommunication with Sony technical support while trying to reformat his PS3, he accidentally deleted all of his save data. Surprisingly, he said he felt relieved by this, as if a huge weight had been taken off his shoulders.
Yes, now he doesn't have to worry about anybody else doing it.
Into his PlayStation account, there was a certain poetic irony to the fact that it was Chris himself who ended up destroying it. Coincidentally, at this same time, Clyde Cash posted on the Troll and Train forum, offering an over $9,000 bounty to anyone who could steal Chris's PS3 and film themselves destroying it. Chris decided that, since all of his data had been wiped from it anyway, he would destroy the console himself and collect the prize money as his final revenge against the trolls. Originally, he planned to do this while disguised as Jenkins Jinkies. However, he ultimately decided to do it as himself in order to fully savor this victory as his own. In case anyone was unconvinced that it was thoroughly destroyed, Chris later uploaded a video of himself running it over with his car, and another of him stabbing it with a pair of scissors. As you can imagine, when he tried to collect the money, Chris was met with some pushback. He was directed first to Surfshack Tito, who he was told was in charge of the miscreants' finances. Tito claimed that Chris was not eligible to claim the reward, as the rules explicitly state that the PS3 had to be destroyed by a troll. The autistic man fired back by saying that he had made the video in collaboration with Jenkins Jinkies, and after some debate, Tito finally relented. They agreed to meet at the Chick-fil-A in the Fashion Square Mall, where Chris was told an agent of Tito's dressed in a pickle suit would deliver the money. Chris waited for nearly an hour before realizing that nobody was coming and returned home. He then emailed Tito, assuming that it was just a miscommunication, and arranged a second meetup. This time, the Nickelodeon cartoon character told Chris that his agent would be a woman with a tattoo of a pickle on her breast. Chris returned to the mall the next day, and once again he waited for nearly an hour, but no one ever showed up. Upon the second duping, Christian emailed Tito furiously, accusing the troll.
I was at the Starbucks in Fashion Square for over an hour, and come 2 p.m. and later, no pickle-breasted woman showed up. I do not care for wild goose chases, and my patience is wearing thin. Let's agree to have one of your agents come to my house tomorrow afternoon to deliver the 9,001 cash at 2 p.m. All she has to do is ring the doorbell, and I will answer. Do you think they showed up, dude? I think someone might have showed up.
Of ripping him off and demanding he simply deliver the money to his house. In a turn of events, Tito claimed that his agent had been at the mall and had accidentally delivered the money to a different Christian Weston Chandler, implying it to be Liquid Chris. With this, Chris Chan finally realized he was being strung along and gave up. There was no money, and there never had been. It was all just another prank to make Chris look like a fool. After this ordeal, the defeated man traded in $100 worth of games to GameStop in order to afford a new PS3, despite him claiming earlier that he was moving on to a new chapter in his life by destroying the old one. In addition, he also retired the Jenkins Jinkies persona out of fear.
I cannot believe he just threw a shirt over his face and thought that was good enough.
Throughout 2010, Chris for some reason continued talking with Jackie on a somewhat frequent basis.
There, I'll do this from now on.
To the fact that it was just another troll.
Nobody will ever know that it's me.
I'll
join you. Oh wait.
Nobody will ever know that it's me. I'll just lower my voice and cover my face. Oh yeah, dude.
He also flipped through a slideshow of drawings he had made depicting what their first date would be like. But the glare of the camera made it so that these were impossible to read. After this video was posted, Chris received an email from a man calling himself Robert Paulson. who claimed to be Jackie's real-life boyfriend. He included a nude picture of her to prove he was telling the truth. When Chris confronted her about this...
Also, another topic of interest that has just come up among the fresh email batch. Do you know Robert Paulson? He has surprised me with some fresh talk, with some trash talk of he being your boyfriend and some shit talk aimed at me. He has attached a possibly photoshopped photograph of you to the email. I want you to know that I am only surprised. I am not believing what he is saying. I only ask for your honest feedback to verify this individual. I am keeping a cool head. I mean, that's rational thinking at least, right?
For the most part.
Jackie claimed to not know anyone by the name of Robert, and concluded that it must have been her jealous ex-boyfriend, Lars McNulty. Jackie told Chris that...
You want to read this one?
Sure. Because we weren't right for each other, but I had no idea he could sink this low. Now I have to worry about him. I don't know what I can do about Lars. He was my first love. I thought I would never love anyone again when I was with him. And after he broke my heart, I thought I would never love anyone again. What? It took me a long time to build myself back up and become able to feel again after that.
She was worried about Lars, as he had apparently proven himself to be dangerous in the past. She asked him to make a video intimidating the violent ex so he'd back off, which Chris quickly agreed to do. The video depicted him smashing a model of the Titanic made out of Legos, since Jackie had told him that Lars loved collecting model boats. She also requested Chris say the line, "Consequences will never be the same," a reference to Jesse Slaughter, another trolling victim from that era. Upon uploading, Chris received another email from Lars, this time including a picture of a black man that he claimed to be a photograph of himself. Chris posted another video in response to this, once again threatening Lars and stating his belief that the man in the photograph was not really him. But Jackie was quick to inform her protector that the person in the picture was indeed Lars McNulty. On September 29th, Jackie told Chris that Lars had recently sent her a model...
Speaking of Lars, guess what I got in the mail today? Like, as if I would fall for a troll's ploy. A letter from him, a toy boat made out of popsicle sticks, close enough, with a condom for the sale.
Boats he had made out of popsicle sticks and a condom, and she asked him to make another intimidating video to get him to back off.
And she got fed up with all the goddamn boats all over the goddamn apartment. Half of them not even taking out their baggage. Because you just bought them for the sake of buying them. I mean, you mofo. You even bought ridiculous paint and accessory kits for boats you didn't even own. You paid for a whole bunch of useless stuff you're never gonna use anyway, you jive turkey. And when I call you a
Did you call him a giant turkey?
Called him, I think, a jive and...
I heard a giant or
I heard
jive.
Jive and turkey.
I think I heard a jive turkey.
And that's what you is, yo, jive and turkey. Jive and squash, shoot it all turkey.
As this drama continued, Jackie also
What was-
told Chris the story of how...
That wasn't what I thought it was it?
Who do you think it was?
I can't say.
Do you want a Sasquatch?
No, I don't feel like doing it. My coffee one morning, I don't know how, I don't know what it was, some medicine concoction. Parts of his family come from Haiti?
It's Haiti.
Haiti?
Yeah.
They practice some kind of voodoo herbal medicine and herbology, stuff like that. I think that must be where he got his recipe from. But what he gave me, it forced me to miscarry my child. He forcibly aborted my child.
Who's the child with?
I don't understand.
She had gone pregnant with Lars's child when they were still dating. Upon learning of this, Lars forcibly aborted the fetus by making her drink what she described as a Haitian voodoo potion. With all this buildup and all of their history laid out on the table, the stage was set for Chris and Lars to finally speak, which is exactly what happened on November 6th, when the two of them had a lengthy phone conversation.
Yo, who did it? Yo, this be lies and shit. Who did it?
This is Christian.
Yo, Christian C. How y'all doing, dog?
Well, I know what you did do to Jackie a while back. You bought your coffee and killed the unborn child.
Y'all know about getting
tormented and shit, ain't you? Tormented for your differences and shit.
Yeah, I got pretty much tormented from my autism and slow-mindedness that had happened to me before. But I ain't like that. I had respect for my black man. And I have respect for you, man, because we cool. And I enjoy the comedy. I enjoy the TV shows I get from the black man.
You can tell me, bro. Y'all really want Jackie or not? Or y'all want your video game more than you actually want Jackie, if you want Jackie. You can be honest with me.
I want Jackie, and I want to be able to keep my video games.
While all of this was occurring, the love interest used her position as Chris's sweetheart to do what pretty much every other catfish had done before,
yeah.
convince him to make even more embarrassing videos of himself. The sheer volume of these was unmatched, as not even Ivy had gotten Chris to make a fool of himself on camera as many times as Jackie did. A few highlights include a video of
No! No way! No way this motherfucker's doing blackface.
him pretending to give
Yo! What? I must not have seen this second, or the fourth part of this. What the fuck?
You know what happens.
I know what happens because I know about Chris Chan. I don't know necessarily that I watched this from start to finish like this. Or I might have listened to this at work too, with the screen off. I think that's how I did watch these.
Oh my.
Holy shit, dude. No.
I was not expecting that.
birth to a teddy bear and one of himself making
Wait, what?
He gave
What?
birth to a teddy bear.
Chris dressed as the Dragon Ball Z character Mr. Popo, in which he wears blackface. A video of him pretending to give birth to a teddy bear, and one of himself making spaghetti, which he had to mime since the kitchen was still too much of a mess to do any actual cooking in. October of 2010 commenced Jackie's naughty, no-trick, all-treat 31 Days of Halloween contest, in which Chris was to make a video dressed as a new character every day for a month. While he failed to meet
I vaguely remember seeing a clip of this on the internet, but the context. I know, right, dude? Like, yeah, even Max is like, holy moly.
Standouts include one of Chris dressed as the McDonald's mascot Grimace while singing about living with autism, and another of him transforming into Chris Chan Sonic Chew.
Oh god, dude!
And humiliating himself time and time again, Jack.
I love that his fucking ear fell off.
It's just like a dog, it just flops.
That is the stuff of nightmares, dude.
This is
Yikes.
This is just sad at this point.
Jackie was still not satisfied with Chris's offerings. They began fighting, and eventually in November,
It gets worse. Oh, yeah. Like I said, I know how this ends. Brandon does not.
to just be friends, but he stated he was still interested in leaving the possibility of a sexual relationship on the table. After this, the couple stopped talking for a while as Chris took another well-deserved break from the internet, choosing instead to spend his time volunteering at his church and taking care of his father, who was recovering from colon cancer surgery. Chris did actually vanish from the internet for a few months after the Jackie saga. Nonetheless, he wouldn't be gone forever, and it seemed as though he was taking this time to discover a little bit more about himself. On February 25th, 2011, Jackie emailed Chris to wish him a happy birthday and to check in on how he was doing. It took her former boyfriend an entire month to respond, but when he did, he had some big news to reveal. He'd recently started referring to himself as a tomgirl. Basically, this was the opposite of a tomboy. Rather than a woman who dressed and behaved more masculine, a tomgirl was a man who dressed and behaved more feminine. Chris had begun growing out his hair, wearing nail polish, and even pierced his ears. He made sure to stress that this did not mean he was gay.
I hope he had those done professionally, dude.
Christian also sent her a series of pictures of his new look, which were of course linked to the quickie. He confronted her about this, as he had sent those pictures in confidence, but she deflected, blaming a recent hack on the PlayStation Network for the images becoming public. Chris quickly apologized, and stated he just wasn't ready for the world to see him like this. Even his own parents were not supporting him. His cancer-riddled father had called him homophobic slurs, and his mother had tried to forcibly cut off his hair and told him, "I didn't raise a daughter." In fact, Chris's close relationship with his parents was becoming quite strained around this time. In further emails to another gal pal, he told her the story of how he had planned to travel to Maryland for the video game convention MagFest a month prior. However, when he told his parents about it, they became livid. They seemed to believe that Chris would be tearing the family apart just by leaving for a few days, and his mother even took it a step further by threatening to commit suicide. The stress and drama of the
Yeah, dude. They are shit people. Come on, man.
I don't know what you're talking about with clothes. All I see is distance between them.
Right?
Had clearly taken a toll on Bob and Barbara, as even the idea of their adult son leaving their sight for just a weekend was enough to send them into a frenzy. When the new Tomgirl lifestyle did become public, Chris was sent a link to a troll-created site called Tom
Barb is a real piece of work. She really is, too.
Quickly joined under the name
They both are.
And introduced himself as a heterosexual tomgirl, although it wouldn't be long before he began to think of himself as a lesbian instead, despite the fact he still identified as a man at this time. Chris also said he had recently started using the woman's bathroom when in public, which had resulted in...
Yeah, dude, I agree. I wish I could go to, like, literally, I'd love to go to any convention.
Yeah, well, most conventions.
Most conventions.
There are a few I would not like to participate in.
Dude, my ass hurts.
Same. I don't like sitting in one place for so long.
Although to a lesser extent than before. This basically just resulted in him making more embarrassing videos for her, albeit these were much more sexual and disturbing than the ones prior. For example, Jackie told Chris to make a series in which he took his blow-up doll on a date, pretending it was her. In these videos, Chris danced with the doll before driving it to McDonald's, eating their food together, making out, and finally becoming intimate. Chris would later admit to having enjoyed being bossed around by women, which would explain much of his past behavior. By July of 2011, Chris's profile on the Tomboys and Tomgirls of Virginia forum was leaked to the Quickie. He took the opportunity to introduce himself fully to the other forum users, and lamented the fact that the trolls had once again tracked him down, not realizing he had been talking to trolls this entire time. Some of the other forum members offered to help Chris track down the miscreants and bring them to justice. They began sending him what they claimed to be personal information on some of his most prominent enemies. This would be the start of the next big story arc in Chris's life, known as the Calling Out Saga. You see, with the information given to him by the TTV forum members, on August 6, Chris began making a series of videos threatening the miscreants. Obviously, the information he had was completely false, but he took it at face value. His first upload targeted Surfshack Tito, who Chris claimed was really named Dawn and lived in Michigan. In addition, he showed a fraction of a picture he believed to be of Tito. The Sonic Chew creators' demands were for Tito to make a video apologizing to him in the Wallflower.
Does this get into the dimensional merge?
This final request would soon be walked back as Chris learned that it would technically count.
Did we get that far into the Sonic Chew lore?
That same day, Chris made another video calling out a troll named Thorg, who was allegedly the one who had leaked Chris's Tomboys and Tomgirls of Virginia profile to the Quickie, as well as being the one responsible for posting embarrassing images of Chris to a publicly accessible billboard in Times Square back in 2009. Just like with Tito, Chris claimed to know Thorg's real name and location, and showed a fraction of his picture. He demanded Thorg place a statement on the Times Square billboard clarifying that he was not a homosexual, and to leave it up there for a week. This request would also be walked back a few days later when he learned that the billboard was no longer active. But he still demanded a public apology regardless. For both Thorg and Tito, Chris set the deadline for August 31st. The revenge-filled Tomgirl's next target was Alec Benson Leary, or as he called him, Christopher from Texas. His demands for Alec were simple enough. apologized for the copyright infringement he had committed with Asperchew. It seemed that Chris's opinions on Alec were on
Asperchew.
he might be friendly with him and try to
Oh, missed opportunity. That chair could have been a giant pickle.
angrily calling him a hack fraud ripoff
Throw to green.
artist. The first of these trolls to respond was Tito, who uploaded a video in which he pretended to be terrified of Chris and fully gave in to his demands.
And I'll get you the money. I'll get you the $1,000 and the interest. Just don't release that video with the picture of me. Just don't do any more, man.
The footage he used was actually of a YouTuber named Mr. Pregnant, but Chris had no problem believing it was really Tito. He told him that as long as he received the money,
Yeah, dude, I was thinking the same thing. I was like, ugh, why? That's good stuff.
Personal information would be revealed. Apparently, he had forgotten that he had rescinded that demand. Thorg, on the other hand, was not convinced. Chris decided to make an example out of him, as he revealed his full name and picture on August 12th, several weeks before the deadline. The thing was, this image he believed to be of Thorg was actually just the popular meme, Butthurt Dweller. This did not stop Chris from brutally mocking his appearance as well as lecturing him for his atheism. Much like Thorg, Chris revealed Alec's information before the deadline. Like everyone else, the picture Chris believed to be of him was actually just another meme. This time, it was of the YouTuber Fat Man, who was famous for making videos in which he ate obscene amounts of food. Christian decided
Was he the original mukbang, Brandon?
to rub salt in the wound would be to
Maybe.
devour an entire microwave pizza on camera, mocking Alec's videos. Next on the chopping block was Jack
Pizza
Thaddeus.
sounds good.
First revealed his
Yeah.
real name to be
You should order
Euphemia,
some pizza.
who in reality was an infamous
I always pay for
communist
food.
and another
I think it's your
frequent
turn.
target.
You don't always pay for food.
Dude, I always pay for food.
That is just a downright lie.
I think 3 Casey's pizzas sounds like a great idea.
Despite being a tomgirl, he was proud to be a man and would never
Proud
get
to
gender
be a man.
He also told Jack that even if he did transition, he would not be considered a woman as he did not have a uterus. Chris's final target was Blue Spike. This time, the person believed to be him was a young man named Ness Helper, another favorite of the trolls. Chris requested an apology from Blue Spike, and also demanded that he make people stop shouting memes like Jule and Ian Brandon Anderson at him. It seemed as though Chris forgot that Ian was started by Liquid Chris, not Blue Spike. At this point, even though all of the intel was
Dude.
completely false,
Not even Chris Chan can keep Chris Chan lore straight.
Chris believed that he'd finally gotten the upper hand on the troll.
I'm over here drawing armor and swords. The next thing I know, I see a giant grotesque stomach getting flashed on my screen. You loved every minute of it.
Who tormented him for years. In Christian's mind, this was his greatest victory yet, and he was going to savor every moment of it. The thing was, a tragedy would soon strike that would cut the calling out saga short and shake up Chris's life in the worst way possible.
There you go. Ordered pizza.
Yeah, okay, yeah, it's recording. So, here we are on the Christmas tree. We're gonna open presents.
Right.
Okay, well, first off, I have a card from my family. Your father, you read the card.
I see. I want to thank you all for your support and love throughout my fantastic love quest. Ooh.
On September 6, 2011, Bob Chandler passed away after a long battle with many health problems such as a heart condition and colon cancer. Chris talked to Jackie about it over email the next day, in which he told her he had gotten no sleep since his father's death, and that he had taken up Bob's responsibilities of handling the household finances. He also told her he was having trouble making sense of it all, as in 2009, Chris had a dream in which the Grim Reaper told him his father would not die until 2015. Even the trolls mourned Bob's death. From September 10th to the 19th, the Quickie was shut down and replaced with a screen in memoriam of the family's patriarch. For about a month after his loss, Christian would take another break from the internet. In the time following Bob's death, Chris and Barbara had a great deal of difficulty coping with his loss. Not only had he been the primary financial provider for the family, but he had also been their rock, the stoic head holding them all together. Without his guidance, the mother and son began to feel alone and vulnerable. It was during this time period that Barbara allegedly began demanding that Chris sleep in her room so she could call upon him if need be. Whenever he tried to refuse and return to his own bedroom, she would reportedly become enraged, destroying her son's possessions until she got what she wanted. Clearly things were going poorly for the Chandler family, and it wouldn't be long until a new controversy dragged them back into the spotlight. On October 28th, as Chris and Barbara were shopping, they noticed a banner outside the game place, stating that it was now under the ownership of two people named Mike and Madeline. They were curious if the sign was referring to the manager of the store who banned Chris, and as a result, the mother and son went in to find out. Unfortunately, it was his arch-nemesis that had purchased the business, and almost immediately after they entered the establishment, Snyder had arrived on the scene and tried to remove them. As they were being escorted back to their car, Chris pulled out his 3DS and hastily took a few pictures of the man. This resulted in chaos breaking out between the three of them. While we don't know the exact details,
They tried to run this fucking guy over, dude.
Or they succeeded.
of this battle, it resulted in the police being called, with Chris getting charged with a Class 5 felony.
Is that Homer Simpson?
Where? Yeah, that's 100%
Why the
Homer.
why the hell is Homer Simpson here?
Oh, he's not staying. That's the car hood. It's
Oh,
one of
it's
those
a
like jiggly
bobblehead.
things.
Or
Yeah.
bobblehead. Yeah. Okay. I was like, what the fuck is Homer Simpson standing on
The sidewalk.
While this was happening, Barbara reportedly stepped in and tried to stop the police from arresting her son, resulting in her being charged with assaulting an officer. They were both sent to jail, where they were bailed out the next day.
Homer
by
Simpson
Chris's
meets Chris
pastoral
Chan.
counselor, Rocky
Eesh.
Shoemaker. A few days later, the two appeared in court where they were formally charged. The now fatherless autistic Tom girl also received 2 additional charges: assault and battery, as well as trespassing. Their lawyer was a man named Rob Bell, whom they had hired using the remainder of the inheritance Bob left for them, which Chris recalled to be in the hundreds of thousands. In December, Rocky Shoemaker received a call from a troll who was pretending to be a court-appointed psychiatrist in order to get more information about the case. She was initially hesitant to talk to him, as she had apparently been receiving a number of suspicious phone calls as of late. But it
Yeah, that
didn't
doesn't
take
surprise
long
me in
for
the
the troll
slightest.
to start getting information. He asked if it would be possible to schedule a meeting about Chris's mental health at the Chandler house, but she advised against it due to the increasingly dismal state of the property. According to her, not only had their hoarding problem gotten significantly worse over time, but they had also been infested with insects. It had gone so bad that in Bob's final days, he had to be quarantined in the hospital due to the sheer amount of bug bites all over his body. With the court case ongoing, Chris decided he needed a new way to vent to the world. This was when in January of 2012, he made his Facebook account public and began writing several posts detailing his worsening mental state. In one of these ramblings, he told the story of how he had recently gone to the Fashion Square Mall in order to distribute flyers warning people to stay away from the game place. As he was taking a rest at the Starbucks, a security guard approached him, holding several of the flyers in his hand. Chris quickly fled out the back through the JCPenney, despite the security guard telling him he wasn't in any trouble. Later that month, he made a post asking people to help him track down his former friend Megan Schroeder, as he had come to the conclusion that she was the one responsible for everything bad that happened in his life.
What? How the fuck did he get to that conclusion, dude?
Final in my mind, and from my mother as an on-air witness of her consorting with Michael Snyder long before November 2007. Megan Schroeder is the seed of the whole hate and smear campaign against me on the internet. If any of you all know where she is or have clues of her or her brother John Schroeder current whereabouts, please before me on this wall. Post haste. She is needed brought to me, my mother and our attorney, for great questioning and a huge piece of my mind.
A couple days after this incoherent message to Facebook, Christian would publicly share what he believed to be her home address, although it was quickly discovered to be false. As the day of sentencing grew closer, Chris only became more anxious and depressed. On March 31st, he made a post about how he was worried he would spend the rest of his life in prison, with his greatest concern being he would die a virgin. In response, a woman named Renee offered to get Chris in contact with a prostitute, which he happily agreed to. Only a few days later, he emailed the Facebook user thanking her for the help and described his experience. The escort he had hired was a woman named Mia.
Okay, you ready for this?
I'll read it.
Oh, you're gonna read it?
I'll read it.
All right, dude. Good luck.
I have been in a good mood a lot lately because I finally had sex. So I'll divulge a couple of details. I mean, seriously, I literally awake and the first thing that comes to mind is the occasion, and I'm smiling for hours. She was very nice and sweet, early 20s woman, and even better, she's half Cherokee. We've hit it off from the shared characteristic of being good people and very delightful and pleasant conversation. We exchanged phone numbers, and we did it in her room. I put together a nice gift basket for her to show my appreciation.
Do you know how uncomfortable and awkward that must have been for this hooker?
Mm-hmm.
They met at a motel, and although he was put off by the fact she smelled like weed, he seemed to like her a lot. Apparently,
of course he did, dude. He was like, I'm not going into this sober.
Yeah.
He then went into graphic detail about every aspect of his first sexual experience with a non-troll. On July 10th, Chris and Barbara's arraignment finally arrived.
Well,
two users
finally.
of the wiki forums were in attendance to report back to their comrades over what went down. Christian was allegedly very on edge and nervous the entire time, as he constantly fiddled with his glasses and moved around in his chair. At one point, his lawyer referred to him as an autistic adult child, which he was visibly upset by, although he said nothing. In the end, they were both found guilty on all charges. Barbara was sentenced to community service and 2 years probation, while Chris was sentenced to community service, 1 year probation, and court-mandated therapy. In addition, they were required to cover the medical expenses Snyder had accrued from being hit by their car.
Oh, it did run him over.
Chris allegedly said, "Yes, but I don't think that bribing liar deserves a red cent." Chris's depressed and unhinged Facebook posts only worsened after the sentencing. An increasing number of them focused.
I thought I would sleep off my emotions last night, but now I am crying all over again. I really miss my father and wish I could go back to 1999. And I want to go back home in Midlothian. Anybody know what Midlothian is?
Yeah, can anyone tell us this lore?
Focused on the subject of his teenage years. He had always cited high school as the happiest time of his life, and as his situation got worse and worse, he seemed to want nothing more than to retreat to those happy memories. He began tracking down members of his graduating class and sending them gifts, although exactly what they were is unknown. This did not seem to bring him closer to them in the way he probably expected, though. As his posting continued, his friend list grew smaller and smaller, which only served to make him more upset. In an email to a gal pal, Chris stated he viewed his high school classmates as part of his family, despite the fact he had not seen a majority of them in over a decade. In October, Chris filmed a video with the help of Rocky Shoemaker in which he showed off a Lego reconstruction of his high school that he claimed took him over 30 hours to build. He took the viewer through a guided tour, demonstrating how he had recreated every room with almost all of his old teachers and classmates. The video was filmed at McDonald's, presumably due to the fact that his house was a mess. On December 11th, 2013, Alec Benson Leary leaked a Newhouse tour video Chris had made. We don't know for certain how he obtained it, when it was recorded, or why
Good
it was made at
lord,
all,
dude.
but the state of the home was substantially worse than the first tour from 2009. Multiple rooms had been rendered unusable due to the amount of clutter. The yard had become overgrown, and Chris struggled to navigate the stairs and hallways, as even they had been drowned in garbage. The Chandler's residence was a disaster waiting to happen. It was only a matter of time until this living situation would lead to calamity.
Greene County investigators are looking into the cause of a house fire early this morning.
Yeah, you knew it was coming. That's what happens when you get stuff like this. All it takes is a single spark and anything flammable, and that is it. That whole house is gone.
It started at about 3 o'clock this morning at a home on Branchland Court. That's in the southern part of the county. We're told the fire started in a first-floor bathroom, but got quickly out of control and eventually shot through the roof.
In the early morning of January 10th, 2014, a 911 operator was called in relation to a fire at the Chandler residence. Reportedly, Chris had been making himself a cup of coffee with their Keurig machine that sat outside of the bathroom, as the clutter in the kitchen meant there was no usable space for it in there. Due to the frequent opening and closing of the bathroom door, the protective outer coating of the cord had worn away. So when Chris turned on the coffee machine that fateful morning, a stray spark escaped and quickly began spreading out
That's all
of
it
control
takes.
in the clutter-filled home. The mother and son initially tried to extinguish the flames, but it wasn't long before they were forced to evacuate. When firefighters arrived, they had no choice but to enter through the windows as the doorways were obstructed by mounds of trash. Chris and Barbara managed to escape the blaze and took shelter in a neighbor's residence. The flames raged on for several hours before finally being extinguished at around 7 o'clock in the morning. In the end, one firefighter suffered minor injuries, and the only death was the Chandler's pet cat, Scamper. When it was safe to re-enter and access the
Brandon's a
net,
huge cat
Chris
person.
found that most of his old drawings had been left intact, although his Lego high school was warped and melted beyond repair. The widow and her mentally disabled son were soon moved into a temporary home provided by their insurance company while their house was being repaired. In response, the trolls
They're gonna
decided
repair
to
that
band
shit?
together and use their community for good. Null, the founder of the Quickie Forums, organized a donation drive to help. They managed to raise over $1,000, and a few weeks later, Chris received their care package filled with toiletries, canned goods, art supplies, a few gift cards for restaurants, and a $500 check made out to Barbara. It even included a heartfelt note from Null wishing him the best. Chris Chan soon went to Facebook to thank everyone who donated, although he still expressed his desire for the Quickie to be removed from the internet. Despite the terrible circumstances, this was a rare moment of unity between Chris and his trolls, marking a significant turning point in their relationship. The old guard of the miscreants would begin to back off, and Null would eventually rebrand the Quickie Forums to no longer make it a space focused solely on mocking Christian Weston Chandler. In order to
I didn't know Kiwi Farm started as the Quickies.
from legal fees and the fire, Chris began to list old possessions online for sale. He attempted to sell a collection of pornographic DVDs for the non-negotiable price
no.
of $1,000, although it seems unlikely that anyone actually bought them. He also listed some pieces from Bob's collection on eBay, including a violin and a collection of old model plane kits. At around the same time he was doing this, Chris also posted a list of Lego sets he wanted and added them to an online wish list in hopes that someone would buy them for him. It was soon calculated that the combined cost of these sets would be over $3,000, and some wondered if he was trying to take advantage of the recent generosity from his troll base.
Well, yeah,
In
obviously.
addition, Chris also put up a listing for an original drawing of Sonic Chew and Rose Chew, with the starting bid set at $20 and the buy it now price set at $100. Once the trolls discovered this, they began raising the bid to absurd levels. By the end of the auction, the drawing had sold for over $13,000. It was then quickly removed as the trolls obviously had no intentions of paying.
Yeah.
It took until the end of June for the drawing to finally sell to a genuine buyer for the price of $200.
It's still kind of ridiculous.
Became a somewhat steady source of income for Chris. He began selling art commissions on the site. An uncolored sketch cost $50, a fully colored piece cost $100, and a frame drawing cost $200. He actually began making a decent amount of money, but some were quick to accuse him of spending all of it on Lego sets rather than supporting his family. Chris defended himself by arguing the only sets he had bought were to replace the ones lost in the fire. As Chris's eBay business grew throughout 2014...
What are these? What is this?
I don't know.
In this.
I don't
In
want to know.
this. What the fuck is this?
I don't want to know, Matthew.
Are they clay? I don't know. No. Do you know what that is, Brandon? That's Play-Doh.
Probably.
That's Play-Doh.
He expanded to sell a new kind of products. Replicas of his Sonic Chew and Rose Chew medallions. These cost $30 a piece, and he even included a special offer in which every full-color commission came with a free medallion.
I see a
He claimed
hair.
This was done to help his mother receive some much-needed dental work. Despite the apparent success of this new venture, some of Chris's customers were complaining about how long it took for their medallions to arrive. The most infamous of these was a man only referred to as Mr. Smith. Chris sent many angry messages to him, as he was upset with the fact that if too many people filed for refunds from him on eBay, his PayPal account was in danger of getting overdrawn. It at one point was so bad that Chris went to Facebook and publicly shared Mr. Smith's full name, hometown, and eBay username. The post was quickly deleted, and Christian issued a half-hearted apology for the incident. When Mr. Smith finally received the medallion he had ordered...
Dude, it's one of a kind.
He gave him a pissed off Sonic Chew.
Dude, it's one of a kind.
He found that Chris had given Sonic Chew an angry expression, with glowing red eyes as opposed to the friendly look that was advertised. The accompanied certificate was also heavily smudged with ink. When Mr. Smith filed another complaint against the artist on eBay, Chris fired back by saying he made the medallion that way deliberately, as revenge for the supposed bullying against him. The artist and the art collector continued talking over the next month, negotiating to find a way to make things right between the two of them. They eventually agreed that Chris would draw a free full-color commission for Mr. Smith as an apology for the doxing. Unfortunately, the end result was probably not what the customer had in mind, as it depicted Mr. Smith walking through a door with a bucket of ice about to fall on his head, and Sonic Chew standing off to the side scolding.
You just couldn't let up and be patient, could you, Mr. Smith?
Him for his lack of patience. In the end, eBay offered Mr. Smith a full refund, and Chris decided to move his business to Etsy. But this was not the only transition Chris would be making. Throughout 2014, Christian Weston Chandler's gender identity continued to evolve. In an email with a gal pal, Chris revealed that he had begun to tuck his genitals, which he referred to as his ugly growth, between his legs so he didn't have to look at them. He would also begin referring to himself with such terms as a lesbian-identified male, a tomgirl intersex,
A
female
lesbian
soul with
identified
body,
male.
and a lesbian tomgirl transgender male. At one point, it was revealed that Chris had received a piercing on his genitals around the place where a woman's clitoris would be. He referred to this piercing as an unclit. Chris had also begun a homemade hormone treatment involving the consumption of copious amounts of soy. But it wasn't until December of 2014 that Chris told the world that he wanted to be referred to by female pronouns and had started calling herself Christine.
Okay. Brandon, this game was a sack of shit. Did you know that?
we do it?
In November of
Let's never do it again,
2014,
please.
Sega released their new games Sonic Boom and Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric. These were intended to be a reboot of the franchise, and featured new redesigns of all the main characters. When Christine learned of this, she became livid. Specifically, there was one aspect in particular that really upset her, as she expressed in a comment on a Facebook post advertising the game.
Sonic's arms are not blue. I am boycotting this game until they...
All right, so real quick, when this game was announced, dude, you know me, right? I have been a lifelong Sonic fan.
Yeah.
When this game was announced, I was like, well, those are kind of weird looking, but I didn't even notice that his arms were a different color.
There's a lot more to notice.
Right? Like
their proportions for one.
But I saw other people complaining about the color of his arms. And I actually, for one, like the larger design for Knuckles. I think it fits more with what he's supposed to be.
Instead of like the skinny arms that he has, yeah. Makes sense.
Like, I don't hate the redesigns here. The sports tape is a bit dumb. But, yeah. I didn't even notice his arms. Huh?
Just have gloves.
Change his arm color back now.
For
What's
some
up with the
reason,
arm
this
color?
swap deeply angered Christine, and she continued posting about it regularly over the coming months. Even though other characters had received more substantial changes, it was solely the color of Sonic's arms that she fixated on. The closest thing to a real reason...
You wanna read it?
Sure. Sonic's arms are not blue, and they seriously cause sensory overload in me. Please remove all of your Sonic Boom images, videos, and TV show altogether from your Facebook, from your CN website, and from your channel immediately. Follow me in boycotting Sonic Boom until Sega wises up, recalls everything, and changes his arm color back now. Join my group, Keep Sonic Original, and sign our petition now. This is nothing compared to the movie.
The reason she provided for this hatred was that the blue arms caused her to experience sensory overload. Eventually, her constant comments on posts advertising the game
Made her block
got
her?
her blocked by both the official Sega and Sonic the Hedgehog Facebook accounts. In November, Chris Chan created a Facebook page called Keep Sonic Original. She also made edited versions of the game's cover art that included warnings not to purchase the upcoming release, and encouraged members to print this edited cover out to insert into the sleeves of Sonic Boom cases at stores.
Can't do
As
that.
Miss Chandler continued her crusade against Sega, many people spoke up to ask why she cared so much. When one person pointed out that Sonic Boom wasn't even canon to the mainline series, Christine responded angrily.
That does not matter with the freaking issue. Did I not make it clear that I do not care rather or not it... Oh my god, I do not care rather or not it is freaking canon or not. Did I read that right?
Yeah.
OMG, I'm so fucking hate that word canon in the definition of matching or related. I have hated it since that definition of the word confused me from after its introduction to me while I was drawing my comics years ago, which led me to losing my inspiration to draw among other troll and bully abusive reasons. That was difficult to read.
About how she had never understood the concept of canon. There were others who mentioned that the game was reviewing and selling poorly, meaning it would most likely die out in popularity soon and cause
It also
Sega
just
to
looks like
return
shit.
to Sonic's original design. But Christine was not willing to wait for this.
No, we need to kill Sega into recalling everything now. Even if we have to do something like put knives and bombs to their throats.
After this threat, the group
What?
was dissolved. Undeterred, she immediately created a new page called Fix Sonic's Arms Immediately Sega. She continued making vague threats against Sega and its employees here, and it was clear her anger was only rising with time. It wouldn't be long until things hit a boiling point. This leads us to December 26th,
Is this the GameStop?
when Christine and Barbara went to the Fashion Square Mall to do some shopping. Upon arrival,
Yep.
the two split up, and Christine
The
made
infamous
her way to
GameStop.
She had recently been banned from the store for vandalizing copies of Sonic Boom with her fake cover art, and was planning to apologize and beg to be allowed back in. Unfortunately, this did not go as she hoped, as the store's managers immediately asked her to leave.
I love that he referred to them as mana-jerks.
They argued for a few minutes before one of the employees called security and Christine finally relented. On her way out, though, she pulled out a bottle of pepper spray and showered it in the direction of one of the employees. After the altercation, Christine hurried back to the car and went home.
So, can you tell something is off with her mom here?
What do you mean? Like, her eyes are really wide.
So,
and she doesn't look all that there.
Her mom ends up suffering from dementia.
Mm-hmm.
And you can kind of see here that she's probably already started down that path. At least I noticed that the first time I watched this.
Leaving her mother behind. The police soon arrived at the mall, drove Barbara back to the house, and arrested Christine on felony charges of unlawful release of a dangerous gas. She was held in jail for 3 days before being released on bail. Upon arriving home, Christine wrote a lengthy post giving her side of the story.
In the end, I was the victim. I did not cause the original provoking. The assistant manager made the first attack onto me and provoked my defensive response. I was minding my own business, not looking for trouble, and then he startled me. Similar to a potential rapist in a dark alley in a big city. Any of you would have done the same, as I have in Defense and Escape.
For years, Chris Chan's presence was limited to the World Wide Web's underbelly, within the depths of Encyclopedia Dramatica and eventually Kiwi Farms. But the GameStop incident quickly transcended both of those spaces, becoming the first to attract mainstream attention. People from all corners of the internet chimed in to mock Christine for her outburst. Even the Sonic the Hedgehog brand itself got in on it when their...
Dude, didn't they do like an in-joke in the show where Sonic mentioned something about a fictional character in that universe having this being all like they should have never changed like hippopotamus's arms or something like that?
I don't know.
Maybe, but only if we give Sonichu blue arms, 3 scars, and ultimately just redesign him as Big the Cat. That's amazing.
Official Twitter made a reference to Sonichu, and ironically, the Sonic Boom cartoon adaptation would eventually make a joke about Christine's obsession with Sonic's arm color.
Game companies always ruin their beloved franchises. And they never should have changed the color of Tomatopotamus's legs.
See, I told you, dude, they totally did.
Chris Chan would attend several court hearings in relation to the macing over the next few months, as she was repeatedly granted continuance after continuance. As you would expect, trolls were in attendance for every one of these hearings. According to them, the court seemed to take great pity on Christine, and most of the time treated her like a child. In the end, the felony charge was dropped to a misdemeanor, and Christine was given a 6-month suspended sentence and a $541 fine. Her ban from Fashion Square was also lifted, although she was still banned from the specific GameStop. This slap on the wrist didn't seem to help with her downward spiral, unfortunately. Besides the legal troubles, perhaps Christine's biggest problem was a feeling of social isolation. This is apparent in an email to an online gal pal from the time, where the autistic trans woman revealed that her only friend in real life was her mother, as everyone else in their town hated the Chandlers. She had a couple of short-lived sweethearts, but just like all the others, they turned out to be nothing more than trolls. As all of this was happening, Christine continued posting regularly to her Facebook account. This brings us to August 10th, when she wrote a response to an article about a mother and son who had been arrested for incest. Christine held the stance that since both parties were legally...
I'll read it, but give me a second. No.
Are you starting to see where this is going to go?
Okay. Birth of a physical or mental challenged child, I would not judge or persecute the parent and child. I would encourage the child to socialize more, maybe make it easier for the child to meet more people his or her age. Do not send the mother and son to jail. I don't know.
Are you about to? Are you seeing where this is heading, Brandon?
You know what? This is gonna end with a giant meteor crashing into Earth and blowing it up, and we all live.
Is that a metaphor for the truth bombshell that's gonna fall down here in a minute?
We all live in a simulation. That's the end of this.
Consenting adults, they should
Gamer
not have been
here has
arrested
figured it
for what
out.
They did. She even admitted to having incestuous thoughts herself, as she had occasionally experienced dreams involving her mother. After some backlash.
To clarify, in my thoughts and feelings on the topic below, I am talking specifically about the mother and son and the shared article here, as well as for anyone else who has. I personally have never done anything like that with my mother, father, or any other blood relative.
She made sure to clarify that she had never engaged in intimate activities with any family members, and had no intention of doing so. Over the course of her court proceedings, to help make new friends, Christine began patronizing the Impulse Gay Social Club in Charlottesville, Virginia. She seemed to enjoy herself greatly here, as multiple videos were published of her dancing with other customers of the establishment. As was the story of her life, she failed to make any lasting relationships here, and every night she would return to her lonely, cluttered home. Besides therapy, what Christine desperately needed at this time was...
I get the red thing now, dude. That's how she draws her straws. So somebody took that and drew that fucking thing where her mouth was a little giant and open. That's what the red pipe is. It's how she draws her straws.
We figured the mystery of the pickles and the red straws.
We figured it out, dude.
Companionship, and she began looking for it anywhere she could. In August of 2016, the Sonichu creator discovered the YouTube channel Planet Dolan, and rapidly became enamored with a voice actor and animator for the channel, Danielle Pitts, better known by her screen name, Doopy Do-Over. Christine began replying to Doopy's tweets frequently, trying to relate to her. It took no time at all for trolls to notice this, as they messaged Doopy en masse to warn her about Chris Chan's past behavior towards gal pals. In response to the concerned parties, Danielle made a public statement on the matter.
I've been following the Chris Chan saga since the beginning. I know everything that he's done. And yeah, it's pretty shitty. But what other people have done to him/her has been pretty shitty too. I'm also just not the type of person to turn someone away when they're being nothing but kind to me. It may be a fake, it may be a show, but I'm not emotionally invested in this enough to care.
Things continued like this for a while until June of 2017, when Christine began pledging to Doopy's Patreon page at the $50 tier. This earned her a sketch commission of her character Rose Chew. In addition, she also paid the artist another $25 for a new profile pic, which she
Damn, that's
still
pretty
has
nice.
on a few of her social media accounts to this very day. In August, Doopy created a second Patreon account dubbed Kitten Bell, a space for her to share her more risque artwork. The infatuated Chris Chan soon pledged to this new page as well, and began requesting Doopy to draw lewd art of My Little Pony characters, although it seems these drawings were never made. People became skeptical of this spending, as Christine was still frequently posting on Facebook begging her followers for money that she claims was to help care for her aging parent. Despite the criticism, Christine's replies to Doopy's tweets only grew in intensity and frequency. She seemed to believe that
Thank God they weren't drawn.
She began referring to her as dear and darling, although these names of endearment were not uncommon for Christine to use on Twitter. On one infamous occasion, the Sonichu creator made a tweet in celebration of National Girlfriend Day, in which she tagged Doopy Do-Over and pretty much the entire main cast of My Little Pony as well. This proved to be the last straw, as due to Christine's overly familiar behavior and the large number of trolls who could be found in the replies to every tweet she made, her Twitter account started getting blocked by the voice actors she loves so much. Doopy took things a step further, replying to Christine bluntly, telling her that they did not know each other, though this appeared to fall on deaf ears. At this point, Doopy realized the trolls were correct in their warnings. She had underestimated the comic book creator's mental state and had allowed things to go on for far too long. The artist offered her biggest fan a full refund for the Patreon pledges as she no longer felt comfortable accepting them due to the Chandler's money problems. After this, Doopy blocked Chris Chan. This was not the end of the story.
Damn,
though,
son.
as Christine was
Hit him
not
with the
yet
band
ready
hammer.
to give up talking to her fantasy gal pals. She created a new Twitter account, Nightstar2891, based around her original self-insert My Little Pony character. She was able to use this account to circumvent the blocks and continue replying to the tweets of her favorite voice actors. In order to keep up the ruse, Nightstar even had full conversations with Christine's main account, in an attempt to make onlookers believe they were two separate people. This plan failed. What
Yeah,
Christine really
the writing
needed at this
patterns are
moment
identical.
was not Twitter, but a real friend to help her get back on track after a recent string of bad decisions. Unfortunately, that's not what she received.
Captain's log, stardate 101820 10172017. Do I have to do that every time? Because I have the C log and the date written in the typed in the title of this video.
In October of 2017, Christine caught the eye of a young man named Mr. Joshua Weiss. Josh's interests seemed to mirror those of the original trolls who first discovered Chris Chan all those years ago.
What are the trolls even doing now? It seems more like watchdogs for Chris Chan than anything else.
Right?
And since her delusions had only grown
Like, they've stopped trolling. I don't know if I'd consider them trolls anymore.
Bigger than any miscreant had ever gone before. This all began when Joshua introduced Christine to Hyperdimension Neptunia,
Oh.
an anime based on a video game series about characters living in a world.
Yes, we are going to get into the dimensional merge. Yes. Brandon, it's going crazy.
No.
The dimensional merge.
Separated into different regions, each representing different video game consoles.
Anyways.
This show played on Christine's already warped view of fiction, as she seemingly already believed that all fictional works existed
Nap
in their own
time.
dimensions. The world of this anime and its setting, Game Industria, showed her a place where all those realities could exist simultaneously, which was an idea she quickly became obsessed with. Upon weakening Christine's defenses, Joshua moved on to phase 2 of the plan. This involved convincing Christine that
the thought
Quickville
process
and
between
Industria were
for these
being
people?
invaded by Russian forces.
I don't know,
He
dude.
did this by
All I know is my
adopting the
ass
identity
hurts.
of John, a soldier from the fictional world.
Yeah, food hasn't even
Sending
picked
her
up
edited
yet.
pictures and audio
Oh, dude, I completely forgot you ordered pizza.
Yeah.
He concocted fake news headlines showing the invasion of Quickville and spliced together audio from the TV show and a few other games to make the war sound more believable.
I'm Aya, a gust of beautiful wind that blows through.
Eventually, Joshua was joined by a few friends, including a man named Stephen Boyd, to help devise new ways to influence the mentally unwell woman.
Brandon, do you not remember that quote from Batman? The one where Alfred is talking about the Joker?
No.
The one where he's like, some men just want to watch the world burn. They don't need a reason, dude. They just like the chaos.
But it only affects one person.
But it's entertainment for them.
I guess I'm just too good of a person to comprehend.
Yeah, I suppose so.
They would come to be known as the Idea Guys. With their claws now thoroughly dug into Christine's mind, the team went to work manipulating her any way they saw fit. Now that she believed them to be real people from her fictional world of Quickville, they realized they could mess with the canon of her comic series by telling her about supposedly real events that were happening to her characters. And since she now believed all of this to be really happening in another dimension, she had no choice but to take it as gospel. The Idea Guys altered Christine's world in a number of different ways, some much worse than others. For example, they subtly began altering Quickville to be more like World War II era Germany, such as stating that the town was now home to prison camps full of large ovens, and giving the comic its own police known as
I am Gruppenführer Herman Fiegenheim.
I am now a pure Sonichu.
I am now a pure Sonichu. Fuck! What?
The quick stop-up. In addition, they also spoke of a prophecy which stated that her fictional daughter Crystal, who was previously her sister, would be born as the offspring of Sonic Chew and Christine. If you recall, in the already existing canon,
It has the worst German accent ever. Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Christine was Sonic Chew's mother. So the idea guys added the detail that, if she drew a picture of Crystal being conceived, Christine would not have to have intercourse with the cartoon character to fulfill the prophecy. This saga somehow became even more convoluted as time went on, but Christine did as she was told by the idea guys no matter how insane. As if that wasn't confusing enough, the trolls also somehow managed to convince her that she was in a polyamorous marriage with two of her characters, Magi-chan and Kryzel, the latter of whom was canonically 15 years of age. After this, the idea guys continued adding more and more of their own concepts into their mentally disabled victims comic. Even though she strongly disagreed with most of their changes,
Oh no.
she continued implementing them regardless.
Brandon, they got him drawing swastikas.
Public what the idea guys were doing, as to her knowledge anyway, they were simply messengers from another dimension. As her life was collapsing, they had taken the only thing she had left, her imagination, and permanently tainted it. Unfortunately for Christine, their ambitions were growing. You see, the idea guys weren't just manipulating Christine's fantasies, as they soon began trying to get some monetary gain out of their scheme as well. They did this by tricking her into buying video games and gift cards for them, and these purchases soon reached upwards of $6,000.
Holy shit!
They also once demanded Chris Chan pay them 20 grand.
How does that happen, dude? Like, how do you convince somebody so unequivocally that you are from another dimension, and then you just like buy me stuff that only exists in your, like, how does that happen?
Look at the just look at like the alternate medicine people who just talk about toxins, buy these shungai rocks to,
or like William Blunderfield. Remember that guy? The guy who drank his own piss.
Yeah, like, and then there's like, hey, $50. But in order for these rocks to do it, you need the magical incense to stick into them. That's another $89. But those won't light unless you have the magical matches, which is $150.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, dude, I don't know.
Like, it gets fucking ridiculous once you start like looking at stuff like that.
Or they would report her to the FBI for being a pedo, due to her supposed relationship with the comic book character Kryzel. They also threatened to destroy Quickville if the money didn't arrive in a timely fashion. To these threats, Christine withheld one of her family's monthly mortgage payments in order to pay them off, which nearly made her and Barbara homeless. In addition to all this, the idea guys also told the victim that
I just got a message from my dasher.
Weapon aimed at Quickville, which
it says, I'm so
Christine
terrible.
found
So,
herself defecating on the floor
man, this is starting to
and
rot my
punching
brain
herself
cells.
and her mother in the face. While she
I'm so
allegedly did
terribly
as she
sorry about your
destroyed,
wait. They're
video
just now putting your
has
pizzas
never
in the
been
oven.
released publicly.
Casey's has written me a receipt for a free
Despite
pizza.
the
I'm bringing it to
insanity
you.
of the situation at hand, public
All
interest
right.
in Chris Chan had begun to wane. The Chandlers were more
Damn, dude.
dysfunctional
So we might
than
actually finish this
the
before your
internet at
pizza
large
gets
had
here.
not been paying as close attention to her as they did in years past. Normally, this would have been a good thing, but ironically, when she needed the undivided attention of the outside world for help, they were nowhere to be found. That all changed in February of 2018, though, when a YouTuber by the name of Gino Samuel started up an ongoing documentary series in an attempt to catalog the entirety of Chris Chan's story, beginning from birth and slowly making his way towards the modern day. These uploads quickly grew in popularity, exposing the Chris Chan legend to a whole new generation. While this was all happening, with these new eyes suddenly on Christine and her mental health quickly deteriorating due to the idea guys, she decided to take a trip to the Too Many Games convention in June of 2018. The travel expenses were acquired easily from the help of her supporters on GoFundMe. At the event, Christine took the opportunity to meet her fans and take photos.
Oh, that's the guy from Cinemassacre, right? He does movie reviews with James. I believe. I think that's him.
While things started off positively, as the day progressed, she began getting a bit too affectionate with people.
Ugh. Ugh. Look at that sideways look, Brandon. This poor guy doesn't even see it coming.
Many of those who approached her without consent. This made her fellow attendees feel uncomfortable, resulting in Christine being asked to leave by too many games organizers. In response, she had a complete breakdown, curling up into a ball in the middle of the convention floor. Chris Chan remained in this position for quite a while, but quickly she was escorted to the security office.
Yo, that shirt! What the fuck, dude?
Well, it's his original shirt.
Yeah, this is... Look at that. How often do you have to wear a shirt to fucking wear the seams out like that?
He was wearing
dude?
it every day.
That's crazy.
To calm down. After the incident, the now banned guest went to Facebook to angrily give her side of the story.
One question. What is wrong with this world? A peck on the cheek from a celebrity that one likes positively, mind you, is not offensive to me. What really ticks me off is any display of likes and affection is viewed as taboo and more offensive than bloody, gory violence.
In the past, this would have been an event many would have laughed at, but at this point, it had just become sad. This was a person approaching middle age and making a scene in public like a toddler. Christine was acting erratic, and with her only confidants being the idea guys, she would need someone to save her. Interestingly enough, though, it would turn out that Chris Chan's savior would not be a friend, but instead someone she once considered an enemy. Null. Being the creator of the Quickie forums and current owner of Kiwi Farms, this Chris Chan aficionado was informed of the idea guy's extortion by Christine's old gal pal.
Look at the rips and tears. Yeah, dude, that's pretty rough.
Had been acting strange as of late. Shocked by what he uncovered, Null was quick to step in and managed to convince Christine to grant him access to her email and Discord accounts, so he could keep the idea guys at bay. Realizing all the crimes they had committed, the group of trolls were quick to vanish into the night as they knew the jig was up. Null also got into contact with law enforcement to see what could be done. Luckily, Christine had kept every receipt of the purchases she made for the idea guys. But despite this abundance of evidence, no legal action was ever taken against them. After this intervention, many breathed a sigh of relief now that Chris Chan was free from the influence of her manipulators. However, they had still left a significant impact on both her finances and mental state. At a time like this, with her reality at the worst it had ever been, Christine needed that escape into imagination more than ever. This was the beginning of a new concept known as the Dimensional Merge. Put simply, this was the residual impact of the idea guys' manipulation. Even though they were out of the picture, Christine still believed in their concept of multiple universes intersecting. According to her, the Dimensional Merge was going to be an event in which our reality, dubbed Dimension 1218, was to combine with the reality in which Sonic Chew, his friends, and all other fictional characters resided, dubbed Dimension C197. According to
I'm glad somebody was able to make sense of that.
One to usher in this merge and would become a Christ-like figure in the new world. She first announced the merge in October of 2018.
Okay, I think it was my turn.
Stated that it was to happen in November
Shit, sorry.
of that same year.
Hold up.
Since the date she set and stated the world.
Good morning, everyone. It is I, your friendly local CPU, Christine, and right now I'm going to take a crack on getting the ball rolling on talking about the Dimensional Merge, how it affects this world we are living on here in Dimension 1218 as we merge with C197. C197, yeah, I said that right.
First announced the merge in October of 2018. And stated that it was to happen in November of that same year.
To the
Since
CPUs.
The date she set was the same as the anniversary of the infamous Jonestown Massacre, many believe the Dimensional Merge to have been at least partially influenced by the idea guys, as they often enjoyed inserting references to historical atrocities into Quickfill lore. To everyone watching, it was painfully obvious that the merge...
Sonic Chew zaps to the... Is that a fucking Sonichu on the roof?
Yeah.
That is a Sonichu on the roof.
Yeah.
Was the latest in a long line of strange and self-destructive coping mechanisms Chris Chan had been using for years to avoid confronting her real problems. It seemed to be the escalation of a desire she had for her entire life, to turn reality into her fictional playground, a paradise where she never had to grow up and was in control. Of all the details about this supposed event that Christine discussed publicly, none were more tragic and heartbreaking than those concerning her father, Bob. According to her, Bob was living safe and sound in Quickville, having now taken the form of an anthropomorphic beaver called Robert Chew. The beaver motif was likely another creation of the Idea Guys, referencing Bob's old nickname, the Lumberjack. The idea of Quickville being something resembling an afterlife had been seen before, namely
With Patty,
after
yeah.
Christine's dog Patty had passed away. However, Christine now appeared to fully believe that she would actually be seeing her father again soon. In the time since...
Okay, but... no, I can't get into that. We'll talk about that after the stream.
Okay.
Try to remind me.
Since Bob's death, one misfortune after another had befallen the lonely internet personality. She had no time to grieve and accept that he was gone, and now figured out a solution so she would never have to. When the supposed day of the murder...
Hey everyone, I want to assure everyone that the dimensional merge is in progress and is happening. Fate, God, and the other deities have been paving the way and showing the signs towards the apex of the merge. For a few examples, the recent wildfire in California, the...
merge came and went.
Is this
Christine was quick to
referring
alter
to
the date
the...
December 31st,
No, it can't be that.
2018. That day passed as well.
Good New Year, everyone. I shall make my statement for now. I want no back talk or hateful commentary. The dimensional merge of C197 and R1218 is still in progress. There is more damn red tape to work through, but our goal is still set. It is only delayed.
And she once again moved the goalpost, this time blaming Quickville's bureaucratic red tape for grinding the progress to a halt. The most notable update for the dimensional merge came in April of 2020 when the self-proclaimed Messiah stated that they swapped bodies with Sonic Chew. For nearly a year after this point, she remained in this state, speaking as though she were her character and pretending as though Christine had taken Sonic Chew's place in Quickville. In every video, tweet, and interview Christine was a part of, she maintained this delusion, never once breaking character. She held strong to this fantasy until February of 2021, when she claimed that the two had finally switched back. Many feared that this would become the final saga in Christine's life, especially due to how much it appeared her mother's health had deteriorated. Though her cameos were minimal, the times Barbara did show up on screen revealed her to be extremely frail and sometimes incomprehensible.
Give us some wisdom.
I don't know any right now.
Come on, you have a lot of wisdom in your head. What are you doing to me?
Be smart. Act smart. That's all.
Okay.
Christine at one point even offhandedly referenced her needing meal replacement shakes. Barbara's advanced age caused concern, and not just for her, but her daughter's future as well. There was uncertainty over where Chris Chan would go after her mom passed. In order to pay off the $4,000 of credit card debt she accrued, Barbara took out a reverse mortgage on their home, meaning that upon her death, the property would be confiscated by the bank. The person most serious about solving this would be none other than Null, once again returning in an attempt...
What, Brandon?
Like I said, they're like, it's such a fascinating delve into the psyche.
I told you, dude, like, and I told you this was going to be like a roller coaster ride. The trolls, like one of the biggest trolls, ended up becoming one of the biggest advocates and trying to do the most right, which is crazy.
Attempt to help his website's namesake. Throughout 2020, he appointed himself as the manager for Christine, being given access to her social media accounts and emails. Null made it his
Pete's
goal
almost
to
here, by the way.
create a viable future for Christine, in which she could retain a financial
Why?
sustainability.
What
upon
is that
Barbara's
filter?
death. He even created an LLC to purchase the property and let Christine live there without it being considered their direct income.
My vision was that Chris would have a storefront with a limited stock of commissions. Chris would receive commissions, I'd make sure he'd do them, and then the money would go to an LLC bank account I had some control of. My thought was that maybe the LLC can buy a property, and then somehow let Chris live there without it being considered as income, i.e. living expenses are paid for by the company. I could then also supplement his insurance and put money into a 401k for him. This could be set up, managed on autopilot, and it would work because Chris was a living legend and his general inaccessibility created scarcity. No random person could ask him for an interview or drawing because he ignored everyone. People wanted those things, but they couldn't get them just by asking, so they'd pay.
And with that, Null set out to finally get Chris Chan's life in order after a decade and a half of trolling, with many hoping that it would finally bring stability to the Sonic Chew creator's life. But if you've watched the documentary up until this point, you've probably realized that this was wishful thinking, as the Chandler...
Okay, we will pause for a brief moment while Brandon runs up and gets food. Yeah, this whole thing is just a really tragic story. And like I said, it's unfortunate that the outcome is what ends up happening. But here we are, you know. I still say that her parents are entirely to blame. They just didn't do what they should have done as the parents, you know. Christian obviously needed help, obviously needed some mental guidance, some therapy, some medicine maybe. You know, just it's a shame that we're left in the position where Brandon doesn't know this yet, but he's gone, where she ends up in jail basically. And the terrible things that happened with Chris and his mom. It's very sad. And the trolls definitely went way overboard too. Like, I kind of think they'd do the same thing with Wings of Redemption. Maybe I'll take Brandon on a Wings of Redemption ride here on one of the next discussion halls. Because I don't think he's familiar with him either. So that could be a fun one too. Uh-oh. I hear Brandon. He's coming back. Hey, there he is. Thanks, dude. I don't really want a whole pizza.
That's a meeting, so.
I'll take it upstairs and share it with Brianna, maybe. Darcy
Brianna has a large cheese.
Brianna, or Darcy might not eat any.
Like it was.
You kind of feel bad? Yeah, dude. I mean, it's a really shitty situation.
All around.
Her family saga was going to somehow become worse than ever before.
Hello, everybody. This is Christine Chandler coming to you live from home once again. I and all the other deities know how long. Quite a long time. It's been a long time. I'm sorry. I've been really heavy in meditation. I mean,
With the assistance of her former foe, Christine finally had a plan to start making a stable living for the first time in her life through videos and art commissions. And with this newfound ability to make consistent money, Null saw this as a great opportunity to help her attend the ever-free Northwest Sprony Convention in Washington State. Christine's original plan was to...
You're going to have this person drive 42 hours, 2,700 miles across the country.
Let's just say that goes well.
That sounds dangerous.
Last time she was in a convention, what happened?
To drive from Virginia all the way to the Great Northwest, sleeping in parking lots along the way. Null saw how unfeasible this was, and instead offered to create a GoFundMe in order to purchase flight tickets for her. In exchange, he stipulated Christine had to work for some of it, placing tiers on the
No,
page
not a safe
offering
idea
a
at all.
shout-out or drawing from the creator of Sonic Chew. The campaign quickly surpassed its initial goal of $750, and surprisingly, she was consistently completing the work assigned, finishing 5 drawings every day. For once, everything appeared to be going right. Donors were thrilled to receive their commissions. Christine was excited to attend the event, and Null felt accomplished in finally having taught her the value of $1. But little did the Kiwi Farms founder know that something more nefarious was being concocted behind the scenes. Because as it turns out, Chris Chan's interest in the Brony event was the result of a new group of secretive trolls. Entirely unbeknownst to Null, a group of college-age students had gotten in contact with Christine on their own. Having been inspired by the new wave of Chris Chan YouTube content, 2 individuals took a particular interest. The first was a woman named Fiona, who, like Christine, was autistic. But unlike previous gal pals, she professed a genuine attraction to Christine, as she sympathized with her many struggles. Prior to the...
Hold on. Oh boy, this will be a long one. I feel absolutely no shame or guilt writing this now since I had these feelings for a year now. Yes, a fucking year. I do feel like a crazy girl though for having these feelings, so here goes nothing. I'm spilling the beans. Something Chris Chan. Yes, that Chris Chan, the meme, the man-child, that fat fuck that created the webcomic with the kindergarten art, I'm guessing it says.
Attraction to Christine,
Brandon's stupid face is in the way.
Many struggles.
Alright,
Prior to
kindergarten level art.
She publicly fantasized about them having a true and honest relationship, hyperfixating to the point of even attaining moderator status on the official subreddit. By all accounts, it seemed that Christine had at long last found her boyfriend-free girl. On the other hand, however, there was a far less innocent individual, Isabella Janke. Where Fiona was largely motivated by naivete, this new female troll was seemingly pushed by nothing more than sadism. Bella had garnered quite a reputation.
I honestly gotta think. I can't say because it'll be a spoiler, but we'll talk about it.
Even before her interest into Chris Chan lore. She became infamous at her college campus for admitting to abusing animals, even once allegedly boiling a hamster alive. And she would constantly make disgusting comments about the state of her hygiene and fetishes.
That is the mark of a serial killer.
Osborne, Miss Janke made an effort to involve herself into the life of Christine Weston Chandler for years, before eventually succeeding in 2021. Why was this young woman so adamant in achieving contact with the autistic trans woman? Well, her intent was to become the quote-unquote best troll of all time. And to gain that title, she was willing to do whatever it took. Fiona and Bella wouldn't meet until July of 2021, colliding with each other while in the online orbit of Christine. By this point, Isabella Janke had managed to position herself as the greatest influence upon Chris Chan, likely able to exploit her long-standing desire for a white boyfriend-free girl. Though others, including Null, were aware of her
For a white boyfriend-free girl.
Her small Discord clique grasped how much control she truly had, even having access to the
Because I'm extremely nice to him, that's how I hacked his bank account and stole his money.
Chandler's credit card information. In the off chance that any of her actions were uncovered, Isabella planned to pin Fiona as responsible. In exchange for her complicitness, Isabella promised to make Fiona seduce the comic artist. And
I think this woman should have been given jail time for what she did.
Where Chris Chan and Fiona would finally be able to embrace each other. But despite Fiona's genuine interest, Christine surprisingly showed a shocking level of indifference. At one point, the Sonichu creator remarked about having a vision that Fiona would find a college-aged boyfriend, and asked for an open relationship. Regardless, as the convention date approached, it seemed as if the next step of Isabella's plan was coming into effect. Unknown to Fiona, there was a reason Christine may have been reluctant to the prospect of becoming intimate with her. You see, around this time, the Sonichu artist claimed to have another sweetheart in her life. the identity of whom she kept very close to her chest. She would occasionally discuss her current relationship with Null, dropping vague hints as to who it was, but only stating that she was an older woman. Chris Chan never revealed the true identity of this sexual...
No.
Oh no, Brandon, the puzzle pieces are fitting in.
I guess that's what was gonna happen.
Anyone. Well, anyone that is, except Isabella Janke. As it turns out, the young woman was able to coax Christine into a discreetly recorded phone call where she revealed all the intimate details about this secretive relationship, including the identity of her new lover. And this was Isabella's ultimate weapon that she believed would turn her into the greatest troll of all time.
I don't think you can get that with
the information held in that phone call would destroy Christine's life completely if it ever was revealed to the public. Bella soon shared the recording with the...
I don't think she knows what troll means. Like, I feel like the word troll in this, like, scenario with Christian has, like, really warped.
Why?
Because, like, the beginning was trolling. This is just harassment.
Oh, I agree.
Like, it's not trolling anymore.
Yeah, like, this whole thing's disgusting. Like I said, she absolutely, in my opinion, should have been given jail time for what she did. But, yeah.
A few of her co-conspirators, including Fiona, who was horrified with the information it contained. Fiona decided that she could not keep it a secret, and thus leaked the phone call to the internet on the night of July 29th, 2021. This was when the entire world learned the shocking truth. Christine Weston Chandler had been in a sexual relationship with her own mother.
Well, on which just mainly I was really, really horny and I need the true and honest relationship to come about. So obviously this was one of the best ways to do it.
No.
I don't want to believe the labels at all, but obviously the incest fanfics have come true and shit.
In this recording, along with a series of text messages...
Yeah, let's not read this one.
Simultaneously, Christine admitted to many details of the affair. According to her, God himself had given his blessing to move forward with the incestuous relationship. Chris Chan took it slow at first, allowing Barbara to quote-unquote make the first move. She then went into the specifics of the whole ordeal. This leaked recording immediately exploded in viral interest, becoming the most widely talked about Chris Chan event of all time.
And I didn't catch any of
became
this.
so widespread that even mainstream news outlets covered it. In just one night, any of the goodwill that Christine had built up from the internet was destroyed. They no longer viewed her as an innocent victim whose life was ruined by bullies. In the eyes of the public, she was now a monster. Her fans turned on her. Projects that she was to be involved in cut ties. But the worst part of it all for Christine was that her ever-free Northwest invite was revoked. People began reporting Christine en masse to local authorities in Ruckersville. In the state of Virginia, incest is considered a Class 5 felony, punishable by up to 10 years behind bars. Many also believe that, if it could be proven that Barbara was not of sound mind, then a case could have been made that Christine was guilty of sexual assault as well. Soon after, police conducted a welfare check at the Chandler household. This resulted in an emergency protective order being placed on Christine, barring her from setting foot in the home for at least a week. In the meantime, she chose to live at a nearby Regency Inn. As it soon turned out, though, her stay would not be a long one. On August 1st, 2021, Christine was arrested at the inn on the charge of incest. There to document the event was infamous online provocateur Ethan Ralph, who in Chris Chan cosplay live-streamed Christine being led out of her room in handcuffs. Surprisingly, she was calm, compliant, and seemed in unexpectedly good spirits.
Christine, is the merge coming? Alright.
It's happening now. We're on the burn.
The merge? It's happening right now, isn't it?
Right now, it is.
We're living it.
It's happening right now.
Farewell, Chris Chan!
Following her arrest, Christine was held in the Central Virginia Regional Jail without bond. While she was originally filed as a female due to her legally changing her gender on her driver's license in 2016, the booking soon changed to male. From all accounts, it appears that Chris Chan is handling incarceration fairly well, and was recently transferred to a mental institution. Her communication with the outside world since being arrested has been through letters. In one infamous example, Christine claimed,
I am literally the real player one, the one avatar, and this body, eyes, mind, and all is the one God body, and I am literally also Jesus Christ, himself fully reincarnated and fully reawakened. Holy shit, dude.
I don't think she's doing that well.
That is not somebody that is doing well.
to be the literal reincarnation of Jesus Christ, and stated that God had called upon her to touch Barbara in order to heal, cleanse, and clean her of all her past sins and regrets. And with no
I'm severely offended as a devout Christian.
no toys,
I'm not even religious and I'm
most
offended.
importantly, no internet access, it appears to many that this might finally be the conclusion
I'm calling
of
the
Chris
Pope.
Chan saga. As it seems that for the foreseeable future at least, the internet legend will sit in a room by themselves with nothing more than the delusions that have built up in their head for the last 40 years.
Why is it so low?
That was just the way it was built.
It seems like bad design.
Don't look at me. I'm not the one who designed this gazebo.
Okay.
From your memories.
So that's what
And any ailments you had, I would just...
So you got to think, at this point in time when Art was over at their house,
she was
molesting her disabled mother. I mean, there's no other way to say it, because her mom has dementia. Like, she's completely gone. She has no connection to reality at all. So absolutely, Chris took advantage, which would either be rape or molestation, one of the two, like,
or both,
yeah.
Could very easily be both.
Just healed them right now. So, like, you know, if you were feeling ill or something, I would have healed them. Sure. Because I did heal something on my mother that time, and she believed it.
I kind of have to.
And I did that more than once, also. She felt better.
That's good. I kind of have to go to the bathroom right now.
No.
Of me.
No, you'd have to.
I gotta do that myself. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I'll do that later.
I'm not an outside bladder.
Oh, okay, good. That's good to know. Keep that in mind.
I'm an outlet.
Your healing abilities are limited to that.
Yeah.
Anyway, have you ever talked to Gino?
Yeah.
Do we need to watch this? I think we're done.
I'm just saying, hey, thanks. You're doing pretty well. Keep up the good work. Just essentially supportive.
Something interesting there that you had told me about before is that Magichan Sanachu, your husband.
How the hell can you have this conversation with a straight face, bro?
Has always lived.
You got to give them props.
Right?
No, he's lived out. He's not within.
Or he's always been there with you.
Yeah, he's always been there with me.
Yeah, he's always been there with you, and he had the wisdom to know that, you know, not to react to all the trolls and everything, and that it was all trolls. But he is it right that he? Why didn't he tell you? Why didn't he tell you that?
Because of the dimensional, because of the arc current. He's studying right here, right now.
Right there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait. So yeah, we got the arc curtain divining. That's been divining us, and I had to be spiritually open. I wasn't as spiritually open, or I wasn't as open to him to hear him at the time, and this definitely became more obvious to me as I looked up in Gino Samuel, and then there were like a whole bunch of cringe moments where even Magichan was like, "Oh my god, I can't believe she did this."
I don't know what the hell is happening right now.
Quoting,
I don't think I want to know.
I quoted Leviticus to shame gays. And then took that, and they ended up taking that from my guy, Family Guy. And even Magichan had said back then, "You weren't supposed to say that literally. Family Guy was mostly parodic and jokes, and you weren't supposed to take that literally, Christian. What the hell was wrong with you?" Something like that.
What does your mom feel about your husband?
Going to get some water? BRB. Yeah, we are almost done.
Yeah, we might not be here when you get back.
Oh, we'll be here.
What?
We got another hour, Brandon.
About about it first.
Hour of what?
An hour. There's another video.
I'm not watching another video. I'm
I'm
done.
just kidding, dude.
My ass hurts.
My hips. I've been in this chair for 6 hours.
Is that actually?
Yeah, we've been live for 5 hours and 36 minutes.
I thought we weren't doing any more long streams. Jesus Christ. Next time we do a discussion hall, we can't do a major thing like this. This take too long.
Do you feel healed, Art? Look at that face.
Gosh. Can we stop?
The end! That's an excellent documentary for real, though.
So, I guess you wanted my thoughts on it?
Yeah, dude.
What part? I guess I'll go from the beginning. I think the main thing, like, for criticism for the Gamer from Mars, like, enjoyed his videos a lot for this, but, yeah, you might want to stop before that gets
I don't have autoplay on.
Huh?
I don't have autoplay on.
It's...
I have autoplay on.
It was literally like, hey, you going, dude?
Look, there we are. That's odd.
Look at that! Anyways, I think was the fact that he kept calling them trolls when I think at a certain point they stopped being trolls.
Yeah, dude,
they were harassers and
I gave my my take on this already. It's disgusting. The whole thing is just disgusting.
It's a very sad thing that just was one depravity after another that led to the complete breaking of a person.
Yeah, like this guy here says, Isabella Janke is probably one of the most evil human beings that may have touched this saga, not for the actions she participated, but for the pure and sheer will to take part in it, a sadistic individual at her core. Sometimes I swear to God, humanity finds ways to push me into being misanthropic. I don't know what that means. More and more each day.
It's one of those things that, like, every time she tried, like, Christian tried to recover, they would find some more horrible way, and through time, it just wore down her psyche.
Yeah.
Until we got to her, which was the end. I mean, by that point, she had already been basically broken.
Yeah, she was gone. But again, like...
So,
there's no excuse for what she did to her mom.
No,
like,
there isn't.
That is deplorable and just disgusting. But at the same time, it is her mom and her dad's fault.
I was going to say, there's no excuse for her parents as well.
Because her parents failed her.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
I think the main person, had the most redemption was the guy who was the original troll.
Yeah.
Because he really, like, about halfway through that, when it started getting really serious, he was already done. He just had a website that he was running and that people were paying to put things on. Like, at that point, he really wasn't a troll. He was just a person who was a business person at that point. And then when it got to... I personally think the worst people wasn't that lady. It was the idea group people.
You think?
Because the last thing she had was her shell of fantasy. But they warped that into her believing that all of it was merging into fiction was reality and reality was fiction. So that was like the starting point of her losing the last dregs of her mind.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
So I think personally, like...
The idea guys?
Yeah, the idea guys were the worst offenders of her. Followed, not even by... Was it Isabella? Was that her name?
I don't even remember them. There were so many, dude. I can't remember.
Oh, I'm talking about the last person, the lady.
Isabella Janke.
Yeah. No, followed by Blue Spike. Because, like, that whole thing was, like, all Isabella did in, like, turn was share a private phone call. But that shit was happening constantly.
Like, I don't see why people are like, oh, she was horrible. Like, yeah, she's a terrible person and awful in her reasonings for doing it, but yeah, the whole thing is just awful. But
yeah,
like,
they're all just disgusting.
thinking about it, like, through what was the reasons for other people? Literally the same thing. Pure, like, pleasure of breaking a man. And that's what happened. So, like, I can't, like, I fault her for her being a terrible person, but, like, in the grand scheme of Chris Chan's, the era of Chris Chan, she really didn't do jack.
Well, either way, dude, they're all gross. But we have been streaming for literally almost 6 hours, guys. We are going to be done here for tonight. Max,
thank you for sticking.
Banafrit, thank you guys so much for coming and hanging out with us. Much appreciated.
There was some enjoyable moments there for your guys' commentary. I enjoyed it. I did not enjoy the documentary as much because it was just depressing.
It is depressing. It is a sad story about just neglect of mental health and all the way around, just not a good place to be. This was very good to listen to while drawing. Well, dude, I kind of want to do more long-form discussions like these, but not necessarily this long. This one was extra lengthy. There was so much to get through. So I think me and Brandon are going to do the Wings of Redemption. Will probably be the next discussion haul we do, because I don't think you know anything about him either, do you?
Nope.
Yeah.
So this is going to just be you being like, hey, here's a drama thing.
Yeah, pretty much. But guys, that is going to do it for this episode. We will catch you in the next one. Till then, see you guys later. Bye, guys. Bye.
Bye-bye.